Read by Philip Stevens. Prologue. The boy shivered, but he was not cold. He had run through white-mantled fields and silent woods, his leather-soled shoes sinking deep in places, his blood in spate, pulsing in his ears, a ceaseless rhythm that he would not fall behind. It was late in the day. The sun was low, a bronze disk, and the boy's own shadow lay stretched across the snow, tall and misshapen, like the spirit of the man he would one day become, looking back at the child he now was. There. He stood on a low rise, bare black oaks behind him, a valley below, breathing hard so that clouds of fog wreathed his head, forming and dissipating with the rise and fall of his chest. There they are! He was far from home now, and he knew his mother would be worried for him and angry at him for running away. There was a distant thrill in that knowing, but it was nothing compared with the fire that filled him now at the sight below. He uttered a curse, a man's words from a boy's lips. But it felt right, for even a boy of just 10 winters knows when he is about to witness something that might never be seen again. He counted, taking his time because every one mattered. 78, he said at last, when he was sure. 78 men and horses, milling in clouds of steaming breath, helmets and spear blades and ringmail as grey and dull as the clouds now moving in from the north, and the dark blood red of woolen tunics and cloaks, and the dyed horsehair plumes flowing from their helmets, and round shields strapped on their left arms, painted red with a yellow ring enclosing a blue circle around the iron boss at the centre, so that it seemed each man carried the strange eye of some foreign god from distant, sun-scorched lands, where Roman shrines were slung with smoke, fragrant with myrrh, lavender, and frankincense. There was snow on the air now. The boy looked up, closed his eyes, felt for a moment the soft caress of it on his skin, each snowflake landing like a mother's gentle kiss. Normally he would revel in the promise of a flurry, but this was no time for childish amusements. He opened his eyes and turned his face down to the valley, squinting as the snow came at him on a cool breath, laced with leather and lanolin and the sweet, pungent scent of horses. Those horses and their masters were moving, forming 2 lines facing west towards the setting sun, men checking straps and helmets and pushing their cloaks back to free sword hilts, the animals nickering and neighing and pawing at the brittle snow with their iron-shod hooves. Perhaps they, too, felt the weight of the moment, somehow sensed the passing of an age in the fading light. The boy had never seen their like. Many folk did not believe they existed at all beyond tales gilded by firelight and fable, for they were said to have left the Dark Isles with the usurper Magnus Maximus. If that were true, then these horse soldiers were ghosts, or else the boy was still tucked in his furs and dreaming. But no, ghosts only walked abroad on Samhain, and one did not feel snowflakes on one's eyelids in a dream. What the boy was seeing was real, he knew. Flesh, blood, and bone. The last of the horse soldiers. Men left behind at the western edge of a withering empire. The last equites Romani in a twilight time. But it was not enough to see them at a distance and through snow blur. So he sucked a cold breath across his teeth, bent to tie the ankle thong of his left shoe, which had worked loose, and ran. He flew down the hill, light as the kittiwakes he had seen dipping to forage at the grey rolling furrows in Tintagel Bay, his cloak reaching out behind and his long tangled hair untouched by the falling snow. He almost outstripped his own legs and fell, but his feet caught up and came down surely to the level ground, where he stopped and bent to the waist, sucked in air slung thick with the rich smells of those men and horses, the fresh dung and urine of the animals, but not just the animals, that stained the white blanket unfolding on the land, and the horses' haze-scented breath, and the sour tang of wine from the men themselves, and the onions from their last meal, and the old sweat in their tunics, and the grease which kept saddle and tack supple and kept rust off mail and blades. A man at the rear had seen the boy, and now others twisted in their saddles. He felt their eyes on him like heat, but he stood their fierce gaze, even straightened under it, and gave one dark-skinned soldier a nod, as of one man to another, and the soldier grinned. The boy heard a murmuring, and knew he was the cause of it. And then the one who had acknowledged him turned his gelding away from the rest, and walked it towards the boy. His companions turned back to face their front, and stretched their spines and necks to look over or between their fellow riders. For something was happening across the snow plain which the boy could not see from where he stood. Not that his eyes had any will of their own to tear away from the man and beast walking towards him now, the man sheathed in steel helmet and rings of iron, and the gelding clad in boiled leather armour on head and breast, and steam rising from it like smoke. The boy's breath caught in his chest. Fear scuttled up his back and nestled at the nape of his neck. But he held his ground, planted in that deepest snow so that he could now feel the cold seeping into his toes and the small bones of his feet. He looked from the man to the spear gripped lightly in his right hand, its vicious blade accusing the snow-hazed sky, and he guessed that the spear, which he knew to be the legendary Sarmatian lance, was 3 times as long as he, the boy, was high. The rider could lower that spear blade and thrust it down with no more effort than a man spitting a fish caught in a pool at ebb tide. Still, the boy did not run, and the spear did not tip as the rider pressed his thighs to his mount's flanks and sat back, halting close enough that the smell of man and beast, of steel and leather and damp wool, came over the boy like memories. "What are you doing here, boy?" the man asked, looking beyond him and up the hill as if seeking the boy's family. The voice was light, not guttural as the boy had expected, though the accent came as no surprise, for his skin was dark as burnt umber, and the eyes held in them the ghosts of other lands and peoples. "I wanted to see the horses charge," the boy said. "Is there going to be a battle?" The soldier half turned to look at his companions, who were moving with practiced ease, the whole company forming into 3 lines, knee to knee, spear points lowered now, the staves resting across their horses' backs in front of the saddles. Like this man, as well as the lance, they all carried several light javelins in a case behind the saddle. "There'll be a fight, boy. Has to be." His breath fogged in the air, and he lifted his chin. "You should get back up there where it's safe. No place for a boy, this." The horse snorted twin plumes of hot breath, and pulled its great head around, seeming to glare at the boy through one of the eye-holes in the hardened leather saffron covering its face. That head armour had been worked with cloth and oil until it looked like polished oak. Yet there were deep scars and scratches in it still, just as there were dents and abrasions on the man's steel helmet, and on the cheek plates which obscured much of his face. "I'm not afraid," the boy said, balling his fists at his sides. One dark eyebrow lifted to the helmet's rim. "I have a boy about your age." His lips pursed. "A little bigger, perhaps." He glanced left and right at the falling snow, and then, through that shifting confusion, at the wide valley floor, which was almost featureless but for a few skeletal trees, crabapple and birch, and, a distance off, 3 white willow, thick with snow, silent sentinels guarding some unseen waterway. "Off with you, lad. Your people will be worried." The drone of a war horn carried on the thin air, and the boy knew it had not come from the equites, but from the enemy somewhere beyond the swirling veils. "I must go," the horse soldier said. His hand came up to the helmet thong knotted beneath his chin. Then he extended his left arm with the small round shield strapped to the upper part, as though testing his own limbs in their joints. "Are you afraid?" the boy asked. The man considered the question. "A little," he said. "The enemy are many, and we are few." He turned his head and spat into the snow. "Death comes to all men, but I would see my wife and son again." if the gods will it." The boy wondered what kind of father the man was, wondered if he beat his son, if he rutted with women who were not his wife. "Before you go—" The man reached behind himself, his free hand working nimbly at something. Then he pulled a rolled fur back around and held it out towards the boy. "It's bear," he said. "Keep you warm up there, if you stay to watch." For a moment the boy just stood, wary of going closer, of accepting a gift from a stranger. The man lifted the fur, then threw it at the boy, who caught it in 2 hands. "I'll have it back after." "I will look for you," the boy said, though he wondered how he would recognize this man among so many similarly armored men and horses. The man saw the question in him. "I'll be the one without the rolled fur behind his saddle." He half smiled, then once more lifted his chin at the hill behind the boy. "Now go!" The boy nodded and turned and ascended, slipping now and then, but never dropping the fur, which he clutched in raw hands. Only once did he look back to see the horse soldier walking his mount away to join the terma, his long red helmet plume swaying with the animal's easy gait, his cloak the colour of old blood. And when the boy came to the crown, and turned and looked back over his own tracks and those of the rider, and at the white distance through his own clouding breath, his heart kicked in his chest, and he felt his eyes swell, pulling at the taut skin of his face. For the enemy gathering there, 2 good arrow shots away from the equites, was a war host, a mustering of warriors that any bard would liken in number to the leaves on a tree, or the pebbles on a sea-licked shore, or the stars in the black vault of the sky. "Valor's eyes," he said, the adult oath again feeling appropriate. He unrolled the bearskin and threw it around his shoulders, surprised that it smelled faintly of fish. He was cold now. The chill that had been all around him, yet kept off by his excitement, was in him now, seeping deep into his flesh and seeking his heart. "I should have asked his name." The words shivered from his lips. Then the war horn sounded again, and the boy looked amongst the enemy swarm for their leader, for surely he must be a man worth seeing. There. He caught a glimpse through the slanting snow. There, in the heart of the host which darkened the land like a stain. A big man amongst big men, swathed in furs like most of the others, and gripping a spear and shield as they did. But this one was their chieftain. He knew it. There was no telling what was beard and what was fur, but he wore an iron helmet, as did the 30 or so comprising his personal guard, his hearthmen. Most among his war host had no such war gear, but wore leather skullcaps or hats of fur, and the only iron they owned was that of their spear blades or axe heads. But the boy had not run so far through this white day to see such as they. Low men, farmers perhaps, or fishermen in their own land across the grey sea, men desperate enough to take ship and make war in these dark isles. And so he brought his gaze back to the near distance, where a different race sat tall upon their noble beasts. Horse lords, gods of war in bronze and iron, warriors from a time now past, waiting in the snow like a dream fading with the dawn. They cannot fight so many, the boy thought. They should not fight. And yet he wanted them to, and he was old enough to feel the shame in such a wish, wanting men to wade into blood when there could be no hope. He gritted his teeth. "There is always hope," he said. The leader of the horse lords was yelling commands which the boy could not make out, but he heard well enough the steel in that voice, the steel and the flint which sparked amongst the general's red-plumed companions and caught as fire. His muffled words rose in a crescendo, and every man roared, and the sound of it raised rooks from the far willows, those black birds rasping into the wan sky. The horse lords raised their spears, thrusting them skyward and clamouring still, and one man hoisted the terma's standard, which the boy saw was an ornate metal sculpture of a dragon's open mouth, behind which a long red cloth hung limply against the pole, because there was but little wind. "Dragonarius," the boy said, feeling the word in his mouth like a spell, for he knew that was the old name given to the man whose honour it was to carry that standard. And then the acclamation ebbed away as the front rank heeled their mounts forward, and the whole contingent began to move. The men of the enemy's front line were looking north, some of them holding their shields up against the snow. At first the boy did not know why, but then it came to him. They think this is a trap. Those fur-clad warriors were looking for spearmen, an enemy war host coming up from the river or out of the flurries like vengeful wraiths. They did not trust that the 78 mounted men walking their horses towards them were alone. But they were alone. The boy knew it. The horse lords knew it too. And still they moved forward, rising to the trot now, tearing up the white mantle of the snow plain and leaving warm breath hanging in shredding clouds behind them. The boy looked up at the sky. It would be dark soon, and he would have to walk home with no moon or star glow to guide him, only the ghost of light lingering on the snowy ground and hills. But he could not leave now. And so he pulled the bare fur tightly around himself and looked for the man who had given it. Perhaps that was him that he saw, riding in the rear rank, sitting tall in the saddle, his helmet's mane bouncing. And then, at some signal neither seen nor heard by the boy, the Equites Romani spurred their mounts into a canter, and the Terma moved as one, like a great cloud shadow rolling across the winter meadow. And the enemy must have known that this was no ambush by a force superior in numbers, but something more desperate, and perhaps more dangerous. Those men from across the sea had eyes only for those riders now, and they must have been gripped by terror at the sight. 200 paces from the enemy, and the Equites were galloping, the horses' hooves flinging snow and mud, the warriors each bringing his wicked long spear down two-handed across his mount's neck, trusting their four-horned saddles and the strength of their own legs to keep them seated. "Kill them," the boy muttered. He felt it in him like some hate-filled animal stirring in his gut, some creature that craved revenge for all the wrongs which the boy had suffered. He would see blood now. He would watch these farmers and leather workers, these men seeking land or silver or simply a new start, slaughtered by the horse lords of Britannia, by those sons and grandsons and great-great-grandsons of horse lords, stretching back some 300 years to the Sarmatians, whom the Emperor Marcus Aurelius had stationed here. Those low men tried to retreat now, but could not for the press of their countrymen, and so they held up their shields and cowered behind them, perhaps hoping the weight of their numbers would check the charge, absorb the terrible impact. "Kill them!" the boy yelled, thrusting his fist skyward, hoping to be heard by men or by gods. And then the Terma was changing formation, even at such speed. It was like watching a murmuration of starlings, when flocks coalesce in an aerial dance, making and unmaking shapes against the waning daylight. The wings of the three ranks seemed to slow, while those at the centre galloped harder still, and with fluid grace born of long practice and marvellous skill, the whole Terma drew together again, so that it formed not one front of three lines, but rather a wedge, or an arrowhead, the boy realized, aimed right at the centre of the enemy host, the place where their chieftain stood. At the point of that arrow was the commander whose voice had carried to the boy, his own spear levelled as he led his men towards victory or death. Off his shoulder rode the Draconarius, the shaft of his standard gripped in his right hand, the red pennant streaming from the dragon's head, and the boy was sure he could hear that strange thing hissing malevolently as the man spurred his armoured horse on. "Now!" said the boy, and he flinched as though struck, as the point of that wedge hit the enemy mass, and the rest followed, the sound of it like rolling thunder, and the splintering of shields and the screams of men and horses broke the day. Those men at the fore simply ceased to exist, and the wedge sank deeper, and the war host shuddered as though it were one entity, a wave rolling over it, pushing every man backward into the man behind. The boy had never heard sounds like this. Never such a noise. The shrieks of pain and the cracking of bones and the terrible wet sound of bodies being crushed and trampled to bloody ruin. The cries of the horses were almost worse than those of the men, and he knew that enemy spears were finding the soft flesh where the boiled leather horse armor was not, and stomachs were being pierced. Guts spilled onto the snow. The boy fancied he could smell the viscera, sharp and metallic, even up there on the hill. The stark tang of bowels, men's and beasts, disgorging dung. A taint on the air, on the boy too, which he might recall all the days of his life. It was an abomination playing out before him, and only him, as though he alone of his kin and kind had been called by some god of war as a witness, the intention of which he did not know, but that it must portend to his own future. Bile had risen hot and bitter in his throat, but he did not think he would vomit, because he had not eaten since breaking his fast that morning. He spat, trying to rid himself of the foul taste. Yet despite the horror of what he was seeing through the falling snow, he could not take his eyes from it. The horse lords were pushing on, deeper into the enemy, spurring their mounts and thrusting down with their lances. Many had lost their spears and were hurling the shorter javelins into the press, one after another. They could not miss, and men were impaled where they stood, but had no room to fall, and were carried upright on the swell like men no longer alive, and yet not fully dead. Some of the equites had drawn longswords, and now they scythed them at their heads and shoulders, and still others were laying about them with axes. And even across the distance the boy could see blood spraying and gobbets of flesh flying here and there. He felt a sickness spreading in him, souring his guts and thickening his saliva. He did not know what it was, but it felt like shame. He saw the leader of the equites pulled from his horse. One heartbeat. That man was glorious in bronze scales, his helmet's red plume dancing as he hacked down with his sword, again and again. The next heartbeat, he was gone. Just gone. Then the Draconarius fell, his horse's legs hacked away by men with axes. And a moment later the boy saw the standard being passed above the heads of the host, hand to hand, the pennant devoid of its glory now as the metal dragon head drifted across that dark sea like a timber from a wrecked ship, on its way to the chieftain further back. But the horseman ploughed on, the arrowhead deep enough now in the body of the enemy that the war host was being split, which the boy realized was their intention. That, and getting to the chieftain, to kill him and his hearthman. "Keep going," the boy hissed, seeing that the point of the wedge was now less than a spear throw from those helmeted men. "Just a little further." They would do it. Those lords of war in their red cloaks would cut their way through to the enemy's chieftain and butcher him. And then they would ride on, having ripped the heart from their enemy. The Saxons would break. They must break. The thin note of a war horn drifted to him then. He looked to the north, towards the unseen river and the line of white willow. The sound had come from there. He squinted against the snow. He thought he saw something dark through the haze, coming up from the river. He watched and waited, and then they appeared, and it seemed impossible that he could not see them before. Spearmen. Scores of them, more than 100. The horn brayed again and was answered by its twin somewhere amongst the main body of the enemy, and the boy's blood all but froze in his veins, bearskin or no. "Balor help them," he whispered. his body clenched by a terror he had never known, so that even his mouth and tongue were almost stupefied, unable to create proper sound. For this was why the Saxons had been looking north. Not because they expected more horse soldiers, or those men's allies marching with spear, shield, and hatred for the invader, but because they were hoping to see their own countrymen, hoping to close the trap which they had laid. And now that trap was closing, because this new horde was wheeling to the east, towards the hill upon which the boy stood, the men at the extreme right running, so that those nearest the willows were as the hinge, and the remainder were the gate now closing behind the horsemen, sealing the breach which those brave riders had carved, trapping them. But there was still a chance. The Terma was moving forward, still causing devastation within the enemy host. It was like a bear ripping the guts out of its adversary with savage tooth and claw. The men's scale armor and ringmail, and the felt bindings and iron greaves on their legs made them hard to kill, and their horses could not easily be brought down either, because of the leather armor on their heads and chests, and the thick blankets or ringmail on some, protecting their flanks and hind quarters. "Each rider is worth 10 of these spearmen," the boy thought, the fight below him gaining a new and terrible intensity now, because the horse lords had reached the Saxon chieftain and were driving desperately on, hacking and scything. The only way was forward, because the newcomers were massed thickly at their rear, attacking men and horses from behind, hurling spears at the riders' backs and darting in and out behind the horses, trying to hamstring the animals with their long knives. The boy saw the Saxon hearthmen moving to make a shield wall in front of their lord, saw one of the horsemen lean back in his saddle and throw himself forward to cast a spear, which flew above that shield rampart and took the chieftain in his throat, causing his hearthmen to roar their anger. And in the boy's mind, it was the dark-skinned man who had given him the bear fur that had thrown the spear. But it was not enough. The hearthmen were surging forward now, heedless of their own safety, driven by shame, the boy thought, for not having protected their lord. And they threw themselves at the horse soldiers, and though many of them died in the act, faces speared, heads cleaved, enough got through to hack and hew at man and horse, so that the Terma's momentum died, and even the boy, who had never seen a charge by Equites Romani, knew that those brave and noble men were doomed. They milled together, hauling on the reins, pulling their horses this way and that, seeking a way out, but there was none. The Saxons pressed in on all sides, like hounds closing on a wounded stag, blood scent in their noses, and the horses shrieked, eyes rolling white, teeth grinding at the bit, and were savaged where they stood. Tears stood in the boy's eyes, but they were not tears of sadness. He was angry, angry at the commander of the Equites for wasting those good men. He watched them die, those horse lords, those gods of war. The clamour of it ebbed even as the light leached from the land, but he knew he would hear it always. He watched until it was done. And when it was done, he wrapped himself tight in that bear fur, as if to hold every sound, every sight, and every raw emotion to him, giving them no escape. And he turned from it all and walked into the darkening world, the snow silting his tracks until they were gone. Chapter 1. A Boy from the Fire. Beren watched the flames. They stretched and broke and hissed their secrets to the night, casting their bronze glow on birch trunks and ancient oak, and the green leaves of the canopy above. Beyond the bloom of that fire, the woods were dark and deep, as inscrutable as the day still to come, and so most of the men gathered around it kept their eyes on the flames, as men at war have always done, since long before the Druids dreamt of golden eagles and legions, and new gods whose names were now fading in these dark isles. Not that this could be called war.
"Give it here, Jan," Redtooth growled. "Had more than your share."
Jan took one last pull on the wineskin, thumbed the stopper back in and tossed it across to the other man, who caught it and spat a curse as he weighed it in his hands.
"There'll be more where that came from after tomorrow."
Nabor was grimacing as he used a sliver of wood to pick something out of his teeth.
"We get the job done and we piss off, lie low for a while and spend the summer drinking and whoring and doing whatever we want."
Murmurs of agreement rippled around the gathered group.
"Tastes like goat's piss anyway,"
Redtooth said, handing the skin to Stennis beside him, who put his nose to the horn collar and sniffed the contents. He shrugged, drank deeply, then dragged a hand across his lips and rancid beard.
"Enjoy it while you can," Beren muttered. "Some of you will likely be dead this time tomorrow."
He leant forward and poked his knife into the charred remains of the boar which they had roasted earlier.
"Shut your mouth, old man!"
Duffenwall was glaring at Beren from across the fire.
"No one needs to hear that shit from you."
One of the horses tethered at the edge of the fire glow nickered and snorted as if in agreement.
"You can always rely on Beren to spoil the mood,"
Big Blandigan said, shaking his head as he took a stick from the pile beside him and tossed it into the fire. With his knife, Beren levered a chunk of flesh and bone from the ashes and leant back against the birch stump, beside which sat his weapons and a deer-skin sack containing the rest of his gear.
"If any of us gets a spear in the gut tomorrow, I hope it's you, Beren, you miserable bastard."
Redtooth hawked and spat a wad of phlegm into the fire, where it sizzled and bubbled. If the others felt the same way, they kept it to themselves.
"I haven't died yet,"
was Beren's only reply. Then he blew on the hot meat and gnawed carefully at it from the side of his mouth, still watching the flames. One of his front teeth had been hurting him for days, and he knew he would have to pull it soon. Just one of the many pains he endured as a punishment for still breathing at his age. His left knee was swollen and hot to the touch, and he spent most evenings and mornings kneading it like a man making bread, trying to disperse the fluid that gathered around the joint. His lower back was as stiff as a spear shaft, and tortured by a dull ache that could only be chased away by ale or wine. And the knuckles and bones of his right hand were puffed up and hurt so much on occasion that he could barely grip a cup, let alone a sword. Not that he admitted any of this to the 16 men sitting around the fire or snoring in their furs hereabouts. They knew some of it. He was too long in years and too short in pride these days to keep the pain out of his face. Still, what could they say? They had seen younger, stronger companions killed and maimed. But Beren was still here, sharing their food and wine, still pissing on the mood around the fire.
"Tell you something, Beren, if you die tomorrow, I'll be having that pretty sword you stole,"
Redtooth said. He was not the kind of man who could just let a thing go. Beren glanced at the baldric and sword which lay beside him, rolled in leather to keep off summer rain or morning dew. Not the finest blade he'd ever owned, but not the worst either.
"Bigger men than you have tried to take it while it was in my hand," Beren said, "so you're wise to wait till I'm dead."
Redtooth shook his head, gesturing at Blandigan to hand back the wineskin. The big man passed it over without complaint.
"No," Redtooth said. "Death's too good for Beren. That's why he's still here when better men are not."
Beren didn't disagree with that, but young Doonan did.
"Shouldn't talk to him so,"
Doonan said, his honest face clenched in the play of flamelight.
"Should have more respect for your elders."
Some of them laughed at this. Diffinwall's eyebrows lifted at Blandigan, who pursed his lips and nodded, the two of them as surprised as they were quietly impressed. None around that campfire would have expected Doonan to speak against Redtooth, this being only Doonan's 17th summer, and judgment yet divided as to whether he had a man's portion of wits in his skull. Besides which, to Doonan fell the tasks none of the other men in Nabor ap Nabor's mercenary band would willingly undertake themselves, scrubbing the mud and rust off their mail, fetching and drinking water from streams or wells, gathering fuel for fires, and the elm leaves and lichen they used to wipe their backsides. He didn't do much of the killing, Doonan, but there were worse jobs than killing, and most of those were his.
Stay out of it, boy.
Beren shot Doonan a look that should have been enough to silence him, but wasn't, because even young Doonan had drunk his share of the wine.
I've seen Beren fight 3 men at the same time,
Doonan went on, flames reflected in his eyes. He looked a simpleton then, Beren thought, with eyes round as coins, and in each a tiny fire.
Speared one in the side,
Doonan went on, thrusting the imaginary weapon.
Cut the other's throat, then put the spear into the third man's eye. Why, some shithole in the north of Kerglui. I were there,
an older man named Higwith said.
It were over in the time it takes to say it.
Doonan nodded.
Beren was wild that day, killed like the plague he did.
He grinned to himself, pleased with the expression. He must have heard it somewhere.
Enough, boy,
Beren snarled without looking up.
Just saying what I seen, Doonan said. And that other time, it was snowing. We was half drowned in mead, and that big bastard knocked over your cup. Looked like he'd wet your truce.
His smile was all teeth.
So you cut off his ear? I said, enough.
Beren lifted his eyes to him now.
Better do as he says,
Redtooth told Doonan.
The old man needs his rest. Always tired because he has to piss 5 times a night.
Some chuckles at this, but not many.
That'll do,
Nabor put in, throwing a meatless boar's rib at Redtooth, who batted it away.
I want you all rested. We've got work to do tomorrow.
A faraway cheer drifted in on the breeze, making them lift their chins eastward for a moment. Then nothing.
Days are too hard for work,
Dyfninwal groused, wiping greasy fingers on his beard.
Who are we killing, anyway?
Blandigan's voice, a low rumble, issuing from the great cavern of his chest.
People who other people want dead,
Nabor said.
Saxons,
Redtooth suggested. He was holding a green stick in the flames, watching the sap seethe and hiss from the end.
Take our pick of them round here.
Nabor sniffed.
Not this time.
After a long moment, he lifted his chin to Redtooth.
That a problem?
The man considered this, shook his head.
Means nothing to me, so long as we get paid,
he said, dropping the stick into the fire, then snatching the wineskin off the man beside him. He stoppered it and tossed it through the flames to Beren, who caught it.
What say you, old man?
Beren pulled the bung, lifted the skin to his lips, and drank, the sour wine sluicing the taste of charred meat from his mouth. Redtooth was right. He would be up several times in the night. Still, the wine dulled his many pains, so it was a bargain he had accepted. He drank deeply. When it was finished, he laid the empty skin across the tree stump beside him.
Fine by me,
he said.
Maybe they're not coming.
Stennis spat onto the leaf mould. He was leaning against a trunk, idly running his pilfered Saxon long knife across a whetstone. It had been raining most of the night, and Beren had woken stiff, a chill in his bones. But Nabor had not let them get a fire going again, because he would not risk smoke on the air giving them away.
They'll come,
Nabor said, looking along an old drover's path which meandered amongst the trees.
They'll have no choice.
Dyfninwal, on the last watch of the night, had returned to camp saying that the sky in the east was aflame, which could only mean one thing. The Saxons were burning Caer Colan. And these men, loyal to no king or lord, or any man other than Nabor ap Nabor, and to him only so long as he led them to coin and cunny, had looked at one another in the dark, the news hitting them like a blow, despite their having known Caer Colan's fall was inevitable. Now they were battle-ready in mail and helmets and leather armour, their spears and axes close at hand, the strings on their bows as taut as their nerves. While some were rigid with anticipation, others affected a posture of indifference. Such was the way with warriors before a bloodletting. Beren knew. He had seen it times beyond counting. The ones who could not keep still, and those who needed to empty their bladder or their bowels, The ones who laughed and threw insults around as if they were on their way to a tavern, not a fight. And those who barely spoke at all, who kept to themselves, even fell asleep, seemingly without a care. If you had never fought beside a man before, there was no way of telling from the way he carried himself whether he would do well and stand his ground, or run, or freeze, or foul himself through fear. But Beren had fought with these men, had for 2 years lived amongst them, earning food and ale in the ruins of Caer Lundain, or haunting the marshes and the forests, sometimes killing Saxons for sport, sometimes killing men for pay. He knew them. They were not noble. They did not cling to lofty ideals, nor torment themselves with thoughts of the past or the future. They were more like animals, living for the day at hand, for food and drink and fornication. He knew what they were, and he knew what he was. For a while he sat amongst the bracken in the blush of the new day, watching a moth with red streaks on its black wings feed on a patch of yellow ragwort. He wondered what his old friend would have to say about that, what omen he would see in such a small thing. Then he looked to the east, because he smelled smoke on the air. The night's rain might have doused the flames of Caer Colan, but the place burned still. Camalodunum, he murmured under his breath, invoking its Roman name like a spell for the lost. Camalodunum. The town had outlived the legions who built it, had held out against the Saxon tides for more than 100 years, but held out no longer. Its people were fools, Beren told himself, to think old Roman walls would keep them safe, especially since King Constantine had died in his bed some 4 years ago. The old warrior had fought the Saxons all his life. It was still strange to think he was gone. Many in Britain had imagined Constantine would still be leading his red-cloaked spearmen in battle long after the statues of Roman governors and generals that could still be seen in the land had crumbled to dust. So, the East was lost. Most of the South, too. The gods of Britain were long gone, and the Saxons were the lords of the Dark Isles, and anyone who still did not accept that was a fool, or mad, or both. He opened his right hand and closed it into a fist, wincing at the throbbing pain in the knuckles and joints. Bad most mornings, but worse after rain. A stone's throw away, Dunan waited beside a storm-felled tree, his back to Beren as he stood looking northeast into the forest, his spear gripped in both hands before him, moving his weight from leg to leg. Beren pushed himself up onto his feet, cursing his knees, and walked past the ragwort, sending the red-spattered moth tumbling off into the mist. Dunan's head lifted slightly at his approach, though he kept his eyes on the spaces between the trees. "Thinking doesn't do a man any good," Beren said.
"Ah, but you don't know what I'm thinking." Dunan's fingers were clenching and unclenching on the spear shaft. Beren's fingers found a louse in his beard and crushed it.
"I don't want to know." Dawn sunlight streamed between the tall beech trees, from whose bright green leaves the earlier rain dripped, a haphazard patter on the woodland floor. These warm, golden shafts of light raised a mist, which hung here and there in veils, making it seem as though the ground itself smouldered, as if fire burned beneath, or some huge serpentine beast that harked from below the ground in some other realm steamed like a wet hound beside the hearth. After a while, Dunan said, "I don't like this mist," sharing his thoughts after all. "I do," Beren said. He wore his tough leather coat over a long woolen tunic, but no helmet, for he could not abide the weight of one, nor the way it closed him in, nor the quality it gave his voice when he spoke, nor the memories. "They won't see us till it's too late." Dunan shook his head. "Feels like an omen, and not a good one." Beren surprised himself with a rare chuckle. "What do you know of omens, boy?" Dunan frowned, lifted his right hand from his spear shaft, set the butt on the ground, and started chewing his thumbnail.
Maybe this mist is her doing. He half turned to Beren. Queen Morgana. Morgana? Beren spat the name. Few men spoke of the Queen without sounding like they were ridding their mouths of something foul. Aye, maybe this is her magic, to keep what we're doing hidden from the gods. Doonan looked at Beren from beneath his brows, like a man who regrets what he has said and hopes it may have gone unnoticed. Beren lifted his head and regarded the younger man. He was almost sure Doonan was short of wits. Still, almost was not sure enough. Doonan's eyes slid from Beren's, and he turned fully away to stare into the forest again. "What are you talking about, lad?" Beren put a hand on his shoulder. "What has this to do with Queen Morgana?" Still chewing on his thumbnail, Doonan seemed not to have heard. "Doonan?" Beren batted the hand away from Doonan's mouth, making the young man startle and turn to him, his face frozen in shock. Then it clenched into a scowl. "I know who it is we're to kill, Beren," he said. "Redtooth told me this morning. He got it off Nabor." He shook his head. "But I shouldn't say. Not my place." "Tell me," Beren said. "Can't." Doonan shook his head some more. "Doonan?" "No, Beren, can't." Beren reached out and grabbed hold of Doonan's left ear, and the young man's eyes bulged. "Tell me, or I'll take this lug and sell it to that big bastard inventor Belgarum who's missing one." Doonan was all grimace, but Beren held on to him. "Thought we were friends," the young man said. "We're not friends," Beren said, giving the ear a last savage tug before letting go. "And I won't ask you again." Doonan straightened and put a hand to his reddening ear and blew out his cheeks before turning to glance back at Nabor, who was moving from man to man, with a word here, a joke there, playing the general to this company of thieves and murderers. Doonan's eyes came back to Beren. They were round beneath the rim of his leather skullcap, upon which a drop of water splashed, wetting Beren's cheek. "There'll be gold and silver, coin," Doonan grinned. "Jewels, the treasures of Caer Colan. That's what we're here for, Beren, to make sure they get to Queen Morgana before King Cynric gets his hands on them." He leant towards Beren, his tortured ear seemingly forgotten. "Nabor says there can be no survivors, not one, Beren. We're to kill 'em all." Beren's eyes scoured the younger man's. "But you said there's one in particular we're to kill. Who is it?" Doonan grinned. "Someone who won't take much killing." Beren reached out and grabbed hold of Doonan by the neck of his tunic. "Who, Doonan?" Something made him look up, northeast, through the rising mist and air, now restless with buzzing insects. He growled a curse. They were coming. "Move!" Nabor hissed. They moved, every man careful not to disturb the forest floor as they took up their pre-arranged positions behind trees and firs either side of the old drover's track. Beren stood amongst the shallow roots of a great beech, spear in one hand, his other arm cuffing at sweat, which was already gathering at his brow and threatening to run into his eyes. The day was warming quickly, the air thickening. Sweat crawled down his back between his shoulder blades and down his shins beneath the woolen leg bindings. He pressed his face against the tree trunk and closed his eyes, feeling the coolness of the smooth, damp bark on his skin, resting for a moment. Something about the smell, the green lichen perhaps, reminded him of the sea, carried him back across years. He pulled his face away, and now he could hear voices, and the scuffing of hooves, and the creak of a carriage, whose iron-shod wheels rolled over the ancient track like far-distant thunder. He clenched his jaw and took a long, deep breath, and it was all he could do not to edge his face around that trunk to catch a glimpse of whoever was unknowingly walking into their trap. How many would they be? Not too many warriors, he supposed, for most of Caer Colan's spearmen would be dead at the walls or in the streets, or fighting still, perhaps, as their homes burned or smouldered in the dawn. Some warriors, though, if they had snuck out of the doomed town with gold and silver and the treasures of that famed Roman fort, or else that treasure would not get far in this land of thieves and cutthroats, and Saxon warbands. The old feeling, then, a fluttering in the muscles of his thighs and upper arms, the quickening of his heart and the brightening of the day, as though he had previously seen the world through a linen gauze which now fell away. The old feeling before a fight. The years had taken much, and given much that was unwanted in return, but they had not dulled the old battle thrill, and now he let the spate of it course through his blood, because he knew it would make him faster than his years. From where he stood, he could see some of the others waiting silent and still behind other great beech pillars. The giant Blandigan, with a spear in one hand, a long hafted axe in the other. Redtooth in his iron helmet, from whose crown hung a fox's tail, his yellow painted shield held so that it would not be seen by those on the path, and his right hand gripping a fine sword. Yan, crouching behind his own tree, grey in mail, a hand-axe in each fist. And, furthest away, in a long tunic of iron rings, and clutching spear, and a shield covered in tanned leather, Nabor ap Nabor, who would give the signal. The creak of the carriage was louder now. An ox bellowed and snorted, and Beren knew that at least some of the approaching party had passed Nabor and Redtooth. He could hear talking, a man telling another of the Saxon he had killed on the town wall, a giant of a man with an axe as tall as he was. He could hear the clump and scuff of feet, men's and beasts, and the groans of the vehicle as it was pulled in and out of a hole in the path, and the squeak of its axle, and now even the buzzing flies which plagued the oxen and horses. Beren silently commanded his body to obey him during whatever came next. He took a breath and let it slowly out. 1, 2, 3. "Now!" cried Nabor, breaking cover, rushing in, and Beren strode out to see him thrust his spear into the neck of a warrior who had turned too late. Beren saw his companions falling upon the column, hacking and stabbing at red-cloaked warriors, who all too late saw death coming out of the morning mist. The big Roman carriage had stopped, the ox-driver sitting upon it, whipping the reins and striking the animals with a long goad, screaming at them to "Go on! Go on!" But the oxen wouldn't move, and instead stood lowing in their yokes, lifting their heads and muzzles, their glistening nostrils flaring as they inhaled the scents of fear and blood. Redtooth was snarling as he scythed the man down. Blandigan roared as he thrust his spear into a man's shield again and again, driving him back until the man fell and dropped his shield and tried to crawl away on hands and knees. The giant hurled his axe, and it turned once, halved overhead, and planted itself in the back of the man's skull, pitching him forward, dead before his face scuffed the earth. "Kill them all!" Nabor yelled, pointing his spear. "Anything that breathes!" An arrow blurred past Beren's head and took a man in his eye socket, dropping him to his knees, where he screamed, clutching uselessly at the shaft. Beren walked past him to face a spearman whose fate was now entwined with Beren's own, and perhaps had always been. The man stood on the balls of his feet, weight slightly forward, spear in his right hand, shield in his left, eyes glaring at Beren over the rim of that shield. He jabbed with the spear, but Beren was still out of range, and he saw sweat coursing from beneath the man's helmet into the beard on his cheeks, saw the terror in the man's eyes. Confusion, too, because this man from Caercolen knew that these were not Saxons who had lain in wait to kill him, but Britons. Beren closed the gap between them and out-snaked that spear again, but Beren sidestepped and swept his own shaft to the left, knocking the man's spear wide as he himself stepped in, bringing the butt of his spear round two-handed to hammer it against the shield which the man had raised just in time. Both men stepped back, and the Caercolen spearman turned his face and spat onto the ground, and lifted his chin in a gesture that said he accepted death, but only for a price. Around them it was slaughter. Shrieks of pain and ruin rent the dawn. Blood flew in the mist, the rasp and clash of steel on steel, the wet chunk of flesh being cut. Beren despised the warrior before him. For what sort of man would leave his spear brothers to die on Caer Colan's walls? Would abandon women and children to the lusts and cruelties and savage whims of the Saxons? And yet, Beren knew full well what sort of man. He rolled his shoulders and came forward, and their spear shafts met again, once, twice, a third time. Then Beren feinted high, and the Caer Colan man bought the ruse and lifted his shield. So Beren dropped to one knee and thrust the spear up and under the shield and into the belly behind. The man grunted and dropped his spear and staggered backwards, pressing his free hand to the wound. Beren dug the butt of his spear into the dirt track and pushed himself onto his feet, then walked to where the man leant against a tree, paling, dying, grimacing. His shield discarded now, and both blood-slathered hands futilely pushing at a steaming swell of purple viscera that would no more return to its proper place than would any deed, once done, be undone. The man looked up at Beren, their eyes meeting briefly, as Beren swept his spear, the blade ripping the Caer Colan man's throat in a crimson spray. He fell sideways, and Beren turned to see Stennis sitting astride another man, working away with the long Saxon knife, and Blandigan standing before one of the oxen, bringing the pole of his axe down onto the animal's skull with a loud, splintering crack. The beast's eyes rolled white, and its forelegs gave way, and then the whole steaming, fly-bedevilled mass collapsed in a heap, pulling its companion's head down beneath their shared yoke. "Not the oxen, you idiot!" Nabor ap Nabor bellowed at the giant. "Unless you want to haul that thing yourself! Balor's arse!" Blandigan threw his arms and the long axe out wide, as if to say he had only been following orders. "Beren!" Yan called, and Beren spun to face a spearman who had somehow escaped the butchery and now saw a chance to blood the enemy. He was only 3 strides from Beren, spear gripped in both hands, its blade glinting in a shaft of sunlight. But Diffinwall had already hurled his own spear. It streaked in the dawn, and Beren heard the thock as it drove into the man's chest, throwing him back off his feet. Beren and the others of the band looked around. Some had already begun scavenging amongst the dead for coins and brooches, weapons and buckles, and good leather straps, and for anything to eat. "They're running!" someone yelled. "2 of them!" And Beren and Blandigan looked up to see 2 men herring off into the trees in different directions, their red cloaks flying behind them, dry sticks snapping beneath their feet. "Must have been hiding," Stennis said, standing up from his kill and wiping his blade through a scrap of red cloth. "Stay with the wagon," Nabor commanded Redtooth, then turned to Stennis and Diffinwall. "You 2, with me." He looked at Coonan. "You, get the other bastard," he said, and Coonan nodded and gestured at 2 others to follow him. They all discarded shields and threw off any heavy gear, then set off like hounds after a pair of foxes, loping between the trees and yelping with the thrill of it. Beren turned back to the forest track and ran his eyes over the scene. No one could say Nabor ap Nabor's men didn't know how to kill. Beren counted 14 men of Caer Colan, lying dead, or nearly dead, among the beech trees, and the strange fog hanging in the forest. It was a slaughter. Just 2 of their own had been killed, both men who had only recently joined them. It was usually the way of it, last to join, first to die. Because the killing is easy, it's the not being killed that takes practice. Tonight, wherever they found themselves on the road, they would drink to those men. They would drink and feast in the exhausted but exultant flush that hits a man after killing, when he knows it could be his own name on his companion's wine-slick lips. Then, the dead would be all but forgotten. "You 3, Redtooth said to Yan and the 2 standing nearest to him. "Go back up the track. It's going to take us some time to sort this mess out." He gestured at the dead ox and its suffering twin, which was snorting and lowing in helpless rage, its fierce breath blowing detritus across the damp ground. Then he kicked a dead man, sending flies buzzing up from the red gash in the corpse's throat. We need to know if more of these Roman bastards are coming. Why us? Jan jerked his chin towards the carriage, a heavy Roman rider, the likes of which Beren had not seen for many years. A great big thing with sides and a canvas roof. You're not the only one who wants to know what's in there. We'll wait for Nabor before we open it, Redtooth said. He pointed north with his spear. Now go! Jan tilted his head back, eyes narrow slits of suspicion, then grunted something to his companions and turned, and the three of them set off along the woodland trail, stepping over or around the dead men littering it. Redtooth barely waited until they were out of earshot, then turned to Blandigan and banged the blade of his spear against the side of the Roman carriage. "Get it open," he said. Beren looked at Doonan, who lifted his eyebrows and gripped his own spear like a man steeling himself to an unsavoury task, while Blandigan thrust his spear into the ground and approached the rider, glancing at Higwyth and Beren as he put a big hand on the door latch and lifted the axe in his other hand. Beren and the others closed in around him, spears ready. Redtooth lifted his bearded chin. "Open it." Blandigan lifted the latch and pulled the door open, and Beren saw darkness within, and nothing more, because Blandigan leant forward to peer in, his huge body blocking the view, as the serpentine morning mists swirled around the giant's legs and up, as if seeking a way inside the vehicle. A man shouted, and Blandigan grunted and staggered back from the rider, dropping his axe and lifting his big hands to his chest, where they fast turned red and slick. A grey-bearded man tried to clamber out of the carriage, slashing his sword this way and that, but Redtooth stepped in and speared him in the side, and the man grimaced and growled as Higwyth and Doonan took hold of him and dragged him clear. Beren turned and looked at Blandigan stumbling off amongst the trees, clutching at the wound, which would surely kill him. "Bastard!" Higwyth rasped. He had thrown the Caer Colan man onto the ground, and now stood over him, his spear poised to finish the old warrior off, while Doonan went after Blandigan. So Beren turned back to the rider, lifted his spear blade protectively, and peered inside. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust, and then he saw amongst the piled boxes and oak chests 2 pale, frightened faces in the dark, a woman and a boy, their round eyes staring back at him. Redtooth shouldered him aside, growling, "Out of my way, old man," as he pulled himself up and into the carriage. "What have we got here, then?" he said, his words muffled now he was inside the thing. A moment later the boy was flung out, and Beren took hold of him by the neck of his red cloak, which was pinned at the shoulder with a fine-looking golden fibula that winked in a shaft of sunlight. "Kill him, Beren!" Redtooth shouted from within. The woman screamed, but the sound was cut off, as if she was being strangled, and Beren looked into the boy's face and did not like what he saw there. Screwed up and red as a rowan berry, that face. "Get your hands off me! Let me go!" he yelled in a thin, reedy voice, swinging his arms and little fists, kicking out at Beren. "Let me go!" "Keep still, boy," Beren told him, wincing as a small booted foot connected with his swollen right knee. "Keep still, damn you!" "Let me go, wretch! I command you!" Higwyth laughed at that. "I think the little lord likes you, Beren." Beren shook the boy and again growled at him to keep still. "Mercy on the child," said the grey-beard, lying curled up on himself at Higwyth's feet, as though trying to stop his own life pouring out of the terrible spear wound in his side. "Shut your mouth!" Higwyth spat, and jabbed the butt of his spear into the man's face, breaking his cheekbone. But the man took the pain, barely letting his eyes fall from the boy. "Mercy on him, I beg you!" The man slurred through broken bones, bright blood spilling from the corner of his mouth into his grey beard. Then his eyes seemed to sharpen on Beren, and even in his pain, even as the shadow of death crept upon him, he tried to rise. "You," he said. "You! Stay down, you Roman bastard!" Higwyth hit him in the temple this time. The man's head dropped to the ground, but he still turned his bloodied face, his eyes finding Beren's again. They were dulled from the blow.
"You know me,"
he managed through a slack, bloody mouth.
"You know me, as I know you."
Another scream from the woman. Beren assumed she was the boy's mother, inside the carriage. The whole thing was moving now, rocking like a boat on a swell, and the woman's terrified, plaintive cries seeped out through the canvas roof into the misty morning.
"How can it be you?"
the dying man said, squinting at Beren now as though he did not trust his own eyes. Beren gave him no answer, but looked back at the boy who was still thrashing wildly in his grasp like a fish pulled from a withy trap.
"Friend of yours, Beren?"
Higwyth asked. Doonan had returned. He glanced at Higwyth, then Beren.
"He's dead,"
he said, indicating with his chin back towards the trees where Blandigan lay. He shook his head.
"Never thought I'd see that." "Forget Blandigan. You know who this little lord's father was?"
Higwyth asked Doonan, pointing his spear at the boy. Doonan looked at the boy, scratched at a pockmark on his cheek, and frowned, his bottom lip protruding.
"Someone more important than us," he said. "Course he's important, shit for brains,"
Higwyth said.
"He's King Constantine's son, whelped on that young queen in there."
He nodded at the Roman rider.
"The old goat." "Let me go, or you'll pay," the boy threatened them. "Leave my mother alone, or I'll kill you."
He kicked Beren's knee again, but the old warrior hardly felt it, because his mind was reeling.
"How could you?"
the grey-bearded warrior at Higwyth's feet managed, the words slewing in blood and spittle.
"Why?"
His broken face made for a terrible sight, the bones collapsing in on themselves.
"Ah, it's the way of the world,"
Higwyth replied, though Beren knew that the man had been talking to him, and only him, because the warrior did know Beren, and Beren knew him, no matter the years that had passed since last they had laid eyes on one another.
"You needn't concern yourself with it now," Higwyth said, "for which you ought to thank me."
And with that, he lifted his spear and thrust it down, the blade slicing deep into the man, right through him and into the ground beneath. The man died with a long sigh, his eyes never leaving Beren's, never closing, not even when his heart had clenched and thumped for the last time.
"Kill the boy!"
Redtooth called from inside the rider, eliciting another agonized scream from the boy's mother, which was smothered by Redtooth's growling, and then cut short by a blow.
"You heard him,"
Higwyth nodded at Beren.
"No one left alive, prince or not. Nabor's orders or we don't get paid."
Beren looked into that young face. The fear was obvious, and the anger. But there was something else, too, something implacable, an arrogance. A grim doggedness that ordinarily had no place in one so young, yet all but confirmed whose whelp this was.
"I said, kill him!"
Redtooth was climbing out of the carriage, pulling up his trews.
"Close your eyes, boy,"
Beren said.
"Let me go!"
the boy screamed. So Beren shook him hard.
"I said close your eyes, damn you!"
he roared, and there was enough steel edge in his voice to put a deeper fear in the boy now, because he went still and quiet, and he looked into Beren's eyes, perhaps for the first time. There was a question in those eyes, and Beren tried to answer it without speaking. He let go of the boy, and the boy closed his eyes, and lifted his arms, and put them over his face.
"That's it, lad,"
Beren said in a low voice.
"Do I have to do everything myself?"
Redtooth asked, drawing his sword and stepping towards Beren and the boy. Beren turned and thrust the spear at Redtooth, who twisted away, but not fast enough, so the spear blade pierced his left shoulder, and he yelled in surprise. Beren pulled the blade free and spun, but Higwyth was on him, his own spear streaking for Beren's chest. Beren blocked the thrust with his spear shaft and scythed the blade across, ripping open Higwyth's cheek and sending him reeling.
"Old bastard!"
Redtooth bellowed, lurching forward, and swung his sword, and Beren felt the blade cut through his leather coat and the wool beneath, and the flesh beneath that. He stumbled backward and turned and hurled the spear, which flew through the rising mist and took Higworth in the belly. Then he twisted back, drawing his sword, upon which he caught Redtooth's next swing, the ringing of the blades unnatural amongst the trees and twining woodbine. Even wounded, Redtooth was fast and dangerous. But before he could strike again, Beren threw himself at the man, driving him back against the Roman carriage and bringing his sword up to thrust its wicked point into Redtooth's stomach and drive it deep. They were face to face, close enough that Beren could smell the man's sour breath and last night's wine, and something surprising, too. Sweet violet and rose, a rich woman's scent, an aroma that carried Beren back across the long, hard years to another time. "Why?" Redtooth rasped, the hatred in his eyes replaced by confusion now, as Beren twisted the blade in his flesh and pulled it free. Redtooth slumped to the ground, head lolling forward like a dead weight, his back against one of the rider's big wheels. "He's just a boy," Beren said, gasping for breath. A scream then, and Beren turned to see Doonan coming at him with Blandigan's axe, his eyes wild as he shrieked. Beren sidestepped as the axe came down, embedding itself in the side of the carriage. Then he swept his sword backhanded, taking Doonan's head from his shoulders. For a heartbeat or two, the body stayed upright on its feet, blood spraying from the wound as the head rolled across the ground. It came to rest, sidewards, on the forest path. "Fool!" Beren muttered, looking down at Doonan's face and those eyes held open in a frozen expression of surprise. "Why did you have to do that, you damned fool?" He looked back at the boy, who had not moved, though Beren could see his face through a gap in his forearms, and supposed he had seen the whole thing. "Boy, see that bent tree over there?" he said through gritted teeth, because the wound Redtooth had given him was announcing itself now. "The one by the firs." The boy lowered his arms to his sides and nodded. "There's a leather knapsack there. Bring it to me." The boy eyed him suspiciously, then looked at the carriage. "Mother?" he called. "I'll see to your mother. Just fetch my gear," Beren said. The boy didn't move. "I said go!" Beren yelled, and the boy frowned, looked once more at the rider, then ran off into the woods. Beren pulled the door of the carriage wide enough to climb inside. The boy's mother was dead, as he had known she would be. Redtooth had crushed her throat. There were scratch marks on the inside of the carriage where she had grasped and flailed in vain, and Beren wondered if he could have stopped Redtooth before. He doubted it. Too late now. There she was, long black hair like a veil, half obscuring her white face. A dead queen of a dead town, lying in a heap amongst the bench firs. Beren shook his head. The interior smelled of the violet and rose unguent, which the young woman had worn on her pale skin, and it caught in Beren's throat, making him feel sick as he perched on the seat beside her and set to work with his knife, levering open one of the chests upon which the three travellers had rested their feet, judging by the dirt on the lids. His eyes were not what they once were, yet by the morning light shafting through the carriage's open door, he could see that he had found what he was looking for. Coin. Lots of coin. He grabbed a handful and with his other hand took one at a time, holding each up to the light to see what it was. There was a bronze sestertius of Antoninus, a silver denarius of Septimius Severus, and other various denarii. There were silver siliquae, and small silver-washed bronzes, and 2 gold solidi of Magnus Maximus. He put these and another handful into the purse on his belt. Amongst the piled coin there were necklaces, one of gold set with green emeralds, one of jet and ivory, and another of silver adorned with drops of amber. There were pearl earrings and bracelets of twisted gold, and twisted silver neck-torks and rings set with precious stones. And he imagined this dead queen's servants hastily filling these chests in the chaos of Caer Colan's fall. How many silver rings had been secreted away or slipped onto work-worn fingers amidst the turmoil? How many necklaces were pulled from the pile and fastened around necks, which had never known silver or beads of glass covered with turquoise glaze? Those would all be in Saxon hands now. Beren closed the lid and shoved the chest closer to the door before climbing out. The boy was standing nearby watching him, but Beren ignored him and dragged the coin chest to the edge and tried to lift it. Too heavy. He'd never carry it. He pulled it out and it thumped onto the ground with a rattle, and he was relieved to see that the wood had not split. Then he bent and began to drag the thing across the forest floor while the ox, still yoked to its dead companion, bellowed. "Where's Mother?" the boy asked. Beren assumed the boy was afraid of him, which was why he kept his distance. Or perhaps he was more afraid of the Roman carriage, of what was in that dark space. "She's resting," Beren said, not looking up. His back was already complaining, but he kept moving, dragging the chest foot by foot towards the bent tree. "I want my mother," the boy said. "I told you, she's resting. Leave her be." He got the coin chest to the bent tree and the rotting remains of a beech, and positioned it behind the deadfall. Then he fetched Blandigan's axe from where it lay halfway between Dunan's head and the rest of him, and went back into the carriage and took the dead queen's green cloak and returned to the chest. "That's my mother's," the boy said, flinty-eyed, his nostrils flaring. He was still standing there holding the knapsack, watching Beren, suspicious as a juvenile hawk. "She said I could borrow it," Beren replied, hacking at a leafy sapling with the axe. He laid the queen's cloak over the coin chest and put the sapling over it, and moved it around until he was satisfied. Then he went back the way he had come, scuffing at the ground with his boots, moving the leaf mould about to disguise the track which the heavy chest had made. He heard voices, and looked up. "Come on," he said to the boy. The boy did not move. He was looking at the carriage. "We have to go," Beren said. "I want Mother." Beren fetched his spear and went to the boy and gave him Blandigan's axe. "Think you can carry this? Always useful to have an axe." The boy was glaring at him. "You killed them all." "You can thank me later." Beren turned and walked away. He had made 5 strides before he realized that the boy had not moved, so he turned back. "If you don't come with me, they'll kill you." The boy narrowed his eyes. "Will you kill me?" Beren shook his head. "I don't kill boys." Still the boy did not move. "Stay if you want," Beren said. They heard voices again, and the boy looked to the east. He lifted the axe slightly, his little hands clenching and unclenching on the haft. "You want to stay and fight them? That's up to you," Beren said. Then he turned and walked away into the trees. And the boy followed. Chapter 2. Bellaticadrus, the Fair Shining One. "What's wrong with you?" the boy asked. They had been moving west through the forest as the sun rose above the huge canopies of beech and ancient oak, now and then dappling the floor with golden fire as a breeze moved through the leaves above. "I'm just old," Beren said. He knew the boy was wondering why they were not moving faster. "You're bleeding," the boy said. "That too," he said. "I'll deal with that when we stop to rest." Beren looked over his shoulder as he had done countless times already, half expecting Nabor ap Nabor and the others to be in sight behind them, all but salivating like hounds caught up to the fox. "And anyway, you couldn't go any faster than this with those little legs." He returned his gaze to the forest ahead, but could almost hear the frown on the boy's face. "Will Mother be there? At the resting place?" "No." After another few paces, the boy said, "Because she's still resting?" Beren felt his own frown then. "Yes." The boy seemed to be struggling with Blandigan's axe now. He had carried it a long way. The crescent head was thick iron and much wider than the span of Beren's hand, and the hardwood haft had been strengthened with metal bands, So whereas the axe had seemed fitting in the giant Blandigan's grasp, the boy's fingers reached barely beyond halfway around its handle. "You're limping." The boy was looking up at Beren beside him. "Just the way I walk," Beren said. After a moment, the boy took to walking with a faltering, laboured step. Beren knew he was mimicking him. "When you're as old as me, you'll limp too," he growled. "If you live that long, which I don't expect you will." The boy seemed to consider this. "Why did your friends want to kill me?" "They're not my friends," Beren said. "They were paid to kill you." "Silver and gold?" the boy asked. Beren nodded. "And wine, and other things." "Then why?" The boy let the unfinished question drift off on the warm air, but Beren knew it would be back. Sure enough. "Why did you kill them? You could have been rich." Now it was Beren's turn to chew on his thoughts. "I was rich once. I don't miss it." The boy's eyes narrowed as if in disbelief. "Why aren't you rich now?" he asked. "You talk a lot, boy." The air was thick with droning insects. Beren was damp with sweat, but he kept up the pace, which he knew would see his knees and ankles swollen when at last they found somewhere to make camp for the night. Better that than stopping to rest now, because Nabor ap Nabor would surely know what had happened and come after him. They would all come after him. And Diffenwall might be a lazy, wine-addled murderer, but he could track a snowflake in a blizzard. Nabor himself was even better. "So, where are we going?" the boy asked after a while. "Somewhere else," Beren said. "Away from the men that want to kill us. Away from Saxons. Away from the Queen." "My mother," the boy said. "Queen Morgana," Beren said. The boy was quiet for a while. Then he said, "My mother is dead, isn't she?" Beren considered the lie, but decided against it. It wasn't his job to be a father to the boy. "Yes, she's dead," he said. "You lied," the boy accused him. "You said she was resting. You're a liar." "Been called worse," Beren said. The boy fell quiet again, this time for a long time, and Beren didn't mind it. Eventually the boy spoke again. "If my father was alive, he would kill you and your friends." "I told you, they're not my friends. Thought I made that clear, by killing them." The boy ignored that. "After my father killed you, he would ride out with his best warriors and kill Queen Morgana for her treachery." Beren grunted. "If your father was alive, he'd be older than the standing stones and creaking like a barn door in a storm." Beren walked on, but he knew the boy had stopped, and so he stopped too and turned around, silently cursing the loss of momentum. His joints would not thank him when they began to walk again. The boy was standing there amongst the trees, holding up Blandigan's axe as though he meant to do something with it. "My father was a great warrior," the boy said. "If you say so." "He fought Saxons all his life, fought with Arthur, the Lord of War." "Your father tried to kill Arthur," Beren said. "One dawn at Tintagel, I was there." The boy eyed him suspiciously. "I don't believe you." "That he tried to kill Arthur, or that I was there?" "I don't believe any of it. You're an outlaw, a man who murders his own people, a man who kills children." "I didn't kill you," Beren said. The boy's hands were white on the haft of the axe. He took a step towards Beren, and Beren thought he might actually swing that axe at him. "I want my mother," the boy said. "I can't help you with that," Beren said. The boy's lip quivered. "My father was a great king." There were tears in his eyes. "He killed more Saxons than you've ever seen." "Seen a lot of Saxons in my time, boy," Beren muttered. "He was a greater warrior than Lord Arthur, maybe as great as Lancelot." A grunt escaped Beren's throat. "We need to go, boy. We don't want to be standing here talking about the dead when Nabor ap Nabor and the rest of them get here." The boy looked behind him as a squirrel skittered up a tree trunk and vanished amongst the canopy. "Who is he, this Nabor ap Nabor?" Beren looked around, then fastened his eyes on the boy's eyes. "You've seen what kind of man he is.
Nabor kills for money, not for Britain, or a king or lord, not for kin and hearth, just for money."
"Like you?" the boy asked. That stung Beren a little.
"We need to go."
The boy was eyeing Beren warily. "Why should I go with you? You're an outlaw."
"There are no laws these days," Beren said. "All that's long gone."
The boy jerked the axe in his white-knuckled hands. "I'm a prince. I will be a king."
"A king of what?"
Beren pointed to the northeast.
"Caercolan is burning. The Saxons are the kings of the ashes."
The boy lifted his chin. "A king is more powerful than the lord of a town," he said. "He is the hope. Men will follow a king." In that moment the boy looked so like his father that Beren could not take his eyes off him.
"And that's why people want you dead, boy," he said. "The Saxons, Queen Morgana, Nabor ap Nabor, plenty of other people who knew your father, I shouldn't wonder, all of them want you dead."
The boy tilted his head on one side. "But not you?" he asked.
"Not me," Beren said.
Then he turned and walked on.
"We need to go. Come or stay, boy,"
he said over his shoulder.
"Makes no difference to me."
He walked on and did not look back, but he heard twigs snap and leaves crunch as the boy followed on behind. They drank from a stream thronged with the bright little stars of Yellow Pimpernel, before continuing westward, not stopping again until the sun sank behind the hills before them and the light faded from the world. They rested a while in the gathering dark, amongst coppiced alder long abandoned, but they did not sleep. The boy because he was hungry, and Beren because he knew they had not put enough distance between themselves and Nabor and the others. And so it wasn't long before they were moving again, their eyes having grown accustomed to the dark, aided by moon and starlight where the woodland canopy allowed. Beren's knees were fire, his ankles molten iron. His feet ached, but most of his other ailments were absent, which was something. He knew, though, that when he stopped they would catch up with him, and then setting off again would be agony.
"So keep moving," he told himself. "Keep moving and fool the body into thinking it is young again."
"I'm hungry," the boy said.
"I told you, I don't have any food,"
Beren replied, looking for the stars to make sure they were still walking west. 2 bats tumbled and flitted above, across a patch of dark sky.
"But I'm hungry," the boy insisted. "What do you expect me to do about it?" Beren growled.
The boy's face clenched in thought.
"You must be good at setting traps," he said. "You outlaws live here in the forest, don't you?" "I can feed myself. Didn't ask for another mouth to feed."
"I'm a prince."
"A mouth's a mouth."
Beren could almost feel the boy frowning in the dark from 2 feet away.
"We could set a snare like my father's hunters do. They catch hares and polecats and pine martens that way." "Not any more they don't," Beren said. "Look, boy, if we stop to set traps, we're more likely to catch one of the bastards who's after us, or a Saxon, or one of Queen Morgana's spearmen. We've got to keep moving."
"So we're going to Camelot?" the boy asked. The name struck Beren like a blow to the chest. He stopped, and the boy stopped with him.
"Why, in Ban's name, would we go to Camelot?"
he asked.
"Because that's where Mother was taking me,"
the boy said, looking up at him. And Beren realized he had not even considered where the fugitives from Caercolan had been bound with their treasures, and this heir to the kingdom. It made sense, of course, for where else was safe in Britain for the son of Constantine, the Battle King, the man who had modelled himself on the Roman generals who had once ruled in the Dark Isles, and who had waged war against the Saxons for the last 60 years.
"Lady Azelle wrote to my mother many times since my father died, begging her to go to Camelot, where we would be safe."
Another name, another blow.
"So why didn't you?" Beren asked. "Your mother must have known Caercolan could not hold out forever, even if the great Constantine had still been alive." "Mother said she would never abandon the people. Lady Azelle could not take all of them to live within Camelot's walls." "Well, your mother's people are slaves now, or dead, or living beneath the sky like us," Beren said. "How long will it take to get to Camelot?" the boy asked. "We're not going to Camelot."
But that is where I'm to go, the boy said.
Then go.
Beren lifted his chin to the southwest. The boy looked off in the same direction. The forest was deep and dark, and somewhere out there an owl screeched. His face swung back to Beren, dark brows crowding narrow eyes. "I command you to take me," he said. Beren almost laughed.
I don't recall swearing an oath to serve you, boy.
"But I'm a prince."
"So you keep saying. Still, you're not my prince, and your father was not my king."
He pointed his spear in their direction of travel.
"Now, let's go!"
They walked in silence for many miles, following the moon westward. Once they heard the snapping of sticks and a rustling, and they thought Nabor's men had caught up with them. So they waited, low and taut in the dark, Beren gripping his spear in readiness, the boy holding Blandigan's axe in his little hands, round eyes searching the gloom. But it turned out to be a roe deer, foraging on a beech sapling, upwind and unaware, until something else in the forest spooked it, and it ghosted away in the moon-silvered murk.
"We'll get our heads down,"
Beren said, looking around for somewhere safe to rest.
"It'll be dawn soon enough, but I need to sleep, just for a while."
The boy yawned and pulled his cloak of deep red around himself with a shiver and nodded. Soon Beren found an ancient oak which was hollow, though it still boasted a clutch of gnarled branches thick with leaves. "We're going to sleep in here?" the boy asked, as he followed Beren, who was squeezing himself in through an opening in the sapwood.
"There aren't many Roman palaces hereabouts,"
Beren said, dropping his knapsack inside the musty, earth-smelling place, and leaning his spear against the inner wall. Slowly he lowered himself down until he was sitting with his back against the wood, and the boy did the same, looking small and vulnerable in the shadowy interior of the once mighty tree. Beren steeled himself, wincing as he pulled at the rent in his leather tunic and the woolen tunic beneath, lifting away the crusted blood until he felt the cool air touch the wound which Redtooth had given him. He had known the cut was not deep. The blood had dried in a thick, dark crust, but he would have to wash the wound out and lace it with honey to clean it. A poultice of adderweed, too, if he could, to help close the cut flesh. Still, his body healed well, even at his age. It had always healed after wounds, so that he'd sometimes wondered if the gods played their part in it, keeping him alive, prolonging the misery of his life, because the gods were cruel.
What gods?
He wondered now, for the gods of Britain were long gone, hounded by Roman gods and scattered by Saxon deities after them, usurped by the insidious, creeping Christian god, forsaken by the peoples of the Dark Isles, and, with no druids left in the land, now never dreamt to.
"I'm hungry,"
the boy griped, pressing a hand to his belly.
"You'll live."
Beren closed his eyes. He heard the boy climb to his feet. "I'm going to find something to eat." Beren opened his eyes.
"Sit down."
The boy loomed in that small, dark place, Beren's spear in his hands. "I've hunted roe deer before." Beren grunted.
"You'll never get close."
The boy frowned. "I'll find bilberries."
"Not in these woods."
"I'll pick some yellow chanterelles," the boy said. "Mother cooks them in butter at this time of year."
"Got some butter, have you?"
Beren asked him. "No, but—"
"Can't light a fire," Beren said. "Can't risk the smoke."
The boy set his jaw, his eyes sharp as flint in the gloom. "Well, I'll find something." He turned to clamber out of the tree hollow.
"Sit down, boy."
Beren gestured to the spot where the boy had been sitting.
"You're not going anywhere."
The boy was halfway out into the night when he twisted around and glared at Beren. "Who are you to give me orders? My father was King Constantine. You are nothing but a thief and a murderer, a man without a hearth or lord. You are nothing." Before he knew it, Beren was up, the neck of the boy's red cloak snarled around his hand.
"You'll do as I say, you little turd."
He ripped the spear from the boy's grasp and threw him down, and he hit the ground hard.
"You little bastard! I never asked to be lumbered with you. You'll stay here until I say you can leave, and if you keep whining about food, I'll cut your damned throat. Do you hear me? Do you have any idea the trouble you've put me to? Nabor ap Nabor is not the sort of man you want to cross. We'll have to sleep with our eyes open."
The boy was winded. He lay on his side, his face turned down to the earth as he quietly gasped for breath. Or perhaps he was crying. Beren looked out of the split in the tree to the night beyond, lending all sensory perception to his ears. The leaves of the trees whispered in the cool breeze, a soft susurration whose meaning men no longer understood. Nearby, some creature made its way along a trail, stopping now and then, sniffing for intruders it could not see. Beren turned and saw that the boy had dragged himself back to his place against the trunk wall. His eyes were on Beren. Hate-filled eyes. Eyes that Beren knew, though that was not the boy's fault.
"We'll eat tomorrow,"
he said in a low voice, leaning the spear again and sitting in the dark.
"Get some sleep, boy. We'll find food tomorrow."
The boy did not reply, though his silence was loud in that musty place. Beren made himself as comfortable as he could, and despite what he'd said about Nabor ap Nabor, he closed his eyes, hoping that dreams would not come, that memories would not find him.
"I never asked you to help me," the boy said. "I don't want you."
Beren said nothing. He was already drifting away. The villa was buzzing like a hive. Servants and slaves hurried this way and that, bearing amphorae of wine and precious olive oil from distant sun-baked lands, and earthen jars of butter, and fish oil for the lamps, and barrels of mead, and fowls that needed plucking, and joints of salted meat, and bundles of clean rushes for the floor, and furs for the beds, and baskets of onions, parsnips and beans, cherries, plums, and sour blackberries. The air was fragrant with the smell of bread baking in the ovens, and of the dried lavender hung from beams to sweeten the stench of soldiers who would soon fill the small hall. It was the end of the hungry time, when rats and mice fight over the dust in the grain stores, and folk must forage amongst wood and hedgerow for food. Now men, women, and children thronged the fields for harvest. From sunrise to sunset they worked with sickle and scythe, cutting and binding, first wheat and rye, then barley and oats, breaking their backs to hoard precious grain while the weather was kind. Yet even these folk came in from the fields now, chattering like birds, sweat-sheened and ruddy-faced from labour, and grey from the fields, and plagued by flies, but eager as children, because the great warlord was coming. Uturius is what those who still pretended to be Roman called him. To most he was Uther ap Constantine ap Tahaleus, warlord and prince, for his father had been king in Dumnonia for 10 years before a Pictish blade sent him from this world to the next. Uther the Flame, bards whispered. Uther, having burned 70 Saxon prisoners in the very ship in which they had crossed the Morimaru, with spears and shields and heads full of dreams of taking this land as their own. Uther the Cruel, whispered others. Uther Crow, some called him, for he had a thirst for war, and it was said those rasping birds followed Uther wherever he went, knowing that dead flesh would soon be found. Uther the Brave was how one of the songs had it, and no one would have dared dispute it or even speak whilst that song was on a bard's lips. Now, Uther, fighter of Saxons, and brother of Ambrosius Aurelius, High King of the Britons, was coming, and the boy was afraid. "Listen to me, Arthur," his mother had said, taking his hand and leading him into the shadows beyond the bronze bloom of the nearest rushlight. "You stay away while Uther is here." She was bent over him, her fingers digging into his shoulders. "Stay in the stables, or go down to the stream," she said under her breath. "But do not come to the house. Do not let any of them see you. Promise me." He frowned, watching a servant strew meadowsweet and mint amongst the floor rushes. "But I want to see the warriors, Mother," he pleaded, turning his face back to hers. "I want to see their swords and helmets. I want to hear of battles." "Listen to me," his mother hissed, and he flinched because her fingers were hurting him now. There were tears in her eyes, and he did not like that, and he began to feel afraid. "You mustn't come here until they are gone. Be anywhere but here.
Sleep in the barn and watch from afar if you must, but wait until tomorrow, when they're gone, before you come out." He clenched his jaw and balled his fists, angry at her for asking this of him, but he did not speak. "Arthur," she dipped her chin, her eyes riveted to his. "Promise me." He waited another 4 beats of his heart. "I promise," he said. Now he stood at the end of the tree-lined avenue leading to the outer gate of the villa, watching spear blades and helmets glint in the morning light as the warriors of Dumnonia approached, raising the dust of the road in their wake. At the head of the column was a knot of men on horseback, and these held the boy's gaze like some spell or charm. They shone in bronze, steel, and silver, these 6, and even from that distance the boy knew which of them was Uther. To the boy's mind, and he knew that sometimes his imagination flew away with him, the battle god, Bellaticadrus, the fair shining one, cast that man in a glow distinct from that cast by the rising sun. Or perhaps it was the Roman god, Mars, who watched over Uther. For though Rome was fading from these dark isles like a dream, that god of war must have recognized a worthy warrior, and been drawn to him, even in his own waning. Before he had run out to keep watch for the warband, Arthur had overheard folk giving their opinions as to the purpose of Uther's visit to the villa this day. "Uther has come from killing Saxons, and will choose more spearmen to take back to Tintagel," a young tanner had said, as though it was obvious. "He's just coming to bathe," Bruno the blacksmith had said, his own face slick with sweat and soot from the forge. "For no doubt he'll be red with Saxon blood and reeking of Saxon piss." "I know what he's come sniffing for," an old woman put in from her stool by the smokehouse, where she sat at the quern grinding her grain, her wrinkled brown arm pulling the stone round and round. "He's come to hump our lady." Her grin revealed a lonely tooth as the stones ground on, white flour spilling out from between them, dusting the cowhide beneath. "Even the biggest warrior's weakened for a woman like that. Aye, we'll hear the boards creaking tonight, mark my words." This got grins and nods from the others, but the thought sickened the boy, who affected not to notice when their eyes swung to him. He had heard such talk before, and had hated Uther because of it, though he had never met the man. The thought of the filthy, grizzled warrior lying with his mother always brought the heat of anger to his cheeks. He wanted to protect her, even pictured himself challenging Uther, warning him at the end of a sword to stay away. Not that he owned a sword, but a spear wouldn't be hard to come by. He did not think of such things now, though, as he watched the man approach at the head of his retinue. Did that make him a coward? Did it make him an unworthy son, to have put aside such thoughts so easily, now that he was filled with awe by the sight before him? They were less than an arrow shot away, perhaps close enough that Uther might make out his features, see the silver pin brooch at his shoulder, and know that he was not one of the slaves, or the dog boy, or the son of one of the families who worked the land around the Lady Igraine's summer villa. Best be away. "Just let me see his face," the boy silently asked. "Just a little closer, so that I may see him properly." A dozen or so folk who had come in from the fields lined the road further out, calling out greetings to the spearmen, showering them with blessings, and thanking them for defending Dumnonia against the Saxons, and against warbands from Powys, and the sheep thieves of Caer Gluie. Uther's men lifted their spears into the air in reply, grinning like conquering heroes. A little closer. He could see Uther properly now. The black beard and brows, the sharp nose and the hawk's eyes. He was broad and barrel-chested and thick at the neck, where a talk of twisted silver sat winking in the sun. His horse was as black as his beard, and he rode it like a man who would rather be walking, though his ringmail and helmet, and the big dragon-painted shield strapped to the beast, would have weighed him down considerably were he on foot. It was a cruel face, the boy thought, or maybe just a hard one. Lord Uther's brother was the High King, after all, and Uther was the right hand and sword of Ambrosius. Those Gerfalcon's eyes, which had been watching the road ahead, now seemed to fix on the boy, and for 2 stuttering breaths the boy held that fierce gaze.
Then he turned and ran back along the baked earth track, between the old stone pine trees, towards the villa. He had tried to stay away. He had promised that he would. So he'd run down to the stream and checked the wicker traps, and waded into the cool water to find they had caught 3 roach, 2 perch, and 4 gudgeon, though he left them trapped. He swam for a while, scaring himself by imagining that the tendrils of slick green weed caressing his legs were the fingers of some misshapen creature or water spirit sent by Aron to pull him down to the underworld. When he was shivering with cold, he climbed out and lay on the bank to dry, watching a hobby gliding high against the glare of the midday sun, and listening to the raucous chorus drifting to him from the rookeries in the near wood. After that, he had skirted the timber palisade at the west end of the villa, close enough to hear Uther's spearmen on the other side of the wall, noisier than the rooks as they took their ease after the march, already deep in cups of ale and mead. They were setting up camp in the villa courtyard, for the lady would not have so many filthy, rowdy men bed down in the house itself. She had said the noise would bring on one of her headaches, but the boy suspected it was because she did not trust them with the Roman mosaic that was still mostly intact in the main room. The last time she had hosted spearmen in the house, a delegation from neighbouring Caer Gwent Guic, they had prized up 24 of the little tiles when no one was around to see, so that when they had left, Igraine had discovered that the Roman goddess depicted in the mosaic had lost one of her breasts. "It will be a warm night, and they'll be used to sleeping outside," she had told the servants. "Will Lord Uther be sleeping outside, lady?" old Briccius had asked, one wispy grey eyebrow raised, and Igraine had given him the sort of look he deserved, for they both knew the answer to that. At the western end of the villa, the boy stood a while, listening to the rough voices within, hoping to hear Uther himself. He did not know Uther's voice, but he thought that he would somehow recognize it when he heard it. Yet no voice stood out above another, and he had promised his mother to keep away, so he had decided to go into the beech woods to look for sign of wolf or bear, though Iger the hunter had told him there had been no bears seen in Dumnonia since the legions. Still, he could not wander so far unarmed. His mother would scold him for going such a distance anyway, but going into the great woods without a means of protecting himself, he would deserve the sting of the hazel switch across the back of his legs for that. Best slip back inside the walls and fetch a spear from the store. How could he have known 2 of Uther's spearmen would be sharing a jug of beer by the door of the small brick building by the gatehouse, where the bows and traps and the rest of the hunting gear was kept? He had got past without them seeing him, knowing there was usually a spear or 2 in the larder, nestled between the beams of the low roof, and hung with hare and pigeon, plover and goose. But there had been too many eyes around the house, too many busy feet and hands, which was why he now found himself standing behind the ancient wall hanging of woven flax, which his mother had fastened in the dining room to keep out the draughts. His feet ached from standing still so long. His whole body itched to move, but he fought it and held himself inert, keeping his breathing measured, in and out through his mouth, because it was quieter. Even so, he could smell the greasy smoke from the fish oil lamps, and see around the edges of the hanging that the room was darkening as the diners feasted on all the treasures of the ladies' table. The boy had not eaten since daybreak, and his mouth was slick at the thought of the roasted meats and mead, the fresh bread and olive oil, cheese and honey. Yet his stomach churned, and he could not have eaten even were he at the table, because Uther was there, 12 feet away, no more. His voice a low rumble, the words smothered by the delicate, trickling water sound of the lyre being plucked on the other side of the flaxen sheet behind which he hid. The sound of that voice tightened the boy's stomach. 2 winters ago, some hunters had caught a bear in the forests of far-off Gwynedd. They had been bringing the beast south, a rare and precious gift for King Ambrosius Aurelius, and had stopped at the villa to pay their respects to Lady Igraine. The bear had lost much of its savagery on its journey across the cantrefs and round Britannia, half-starved and poked with spears and tormented by hounds, And yet when the boy had approached it, the creature had opened its pink mouth and given such a bellowing roar as had put ice in the boy's guts and clenched his heart. Hearing Uther's voice now had much the same effect. "Just keep still," he told himself. "They cannot sit here all night. Just keep still and quiet until there is a moment to slip away." Now and then he heard his mother, too, her voice the warm spiced wine to Uther's thick gruel. A few words here and there, though she and Prince Uther were not alone at the table, and there were other voices weaving in and out of the thrum and the lyre's bright melody, the thumping of cups on the board, and the scrape of knives on earthenware plates. Golathith, Igraine's younger sister, was there, and her husband, Killith, whom the boy liked very much, 'cause Killith would let him handle his sword and heft his shield, and sometimes would take him to Caer Gwent Guic to buy pigs and cattle for the estate, or iron to take back for Brunor to beat into sickles and blades, barrel hoops and arrowheads.
"Wine!"
he heard Uther rumble, and not for the first time. The boy sensed one of the slaves pass close by, disturbing the wall hanging with an elbow and making him hold his breath, because the lyre had fallen silent, and in that moment he felt sure that everyone in the room knew he was there, that they could see him as a dark shape perhaps, or see his feet beneath. Or else his mother's dog, Valor, was standing there, sniffing at the hanging, waiting for the boy to play with him, and any moment now one of the diners would pull back the sheet to see what Valor had found.
"General Gauss was an arrogant fool,"
Uther growled, killing all other conversation.
"He's a dead fool now," another man put in. "Him and all his pretty horses." I did not like the man, but I could not deny the effectiveness of his equites romani.
Uther said those last two words with scorn, and the boy resented it.
If he'd have waited for my brother's spearmen, he and his men would still be alive, and there would be Saxon blood in this bread, Saxon bone.
All other tongues were still then, and there was no sound in the room but that of a mouse scrabbling amongst the new sheaves of rushes on the floor.
And you know what some are saying? That the king would not send spearmen, so Gauss had no choice but to fight alone. I swear by Balor, if I had been in Dumnonia, I would have gone myself. I would have sent the Saxons screaming to their gods. Uther grunted. Too late now. Saxon warbands are coming east. King Derok cannot stop them. And without Gauss and his horse warriors riding along the southern shore watching for Saxon boats, it's too dangerous to stay.
I have my own spearmen, Igraine said. Uther laughed at that, a cold sound.
You think 24 old men can face down a Saxon wolf pack? 100 of Lord Gorlois's men didn't stop me taking Tintagel from him, and 10 fools with good shields ought to be able to hold that place.
Then leave some of your men here, Igraine said. The lyre's strings sounded again, 8 notes like sunlight spilling through new green leaves, until someone hissed and the instrument fell silent again.
I need every spear I can get, Uther rumbled. No, wife, you must come back with me. We leave in the morning.
The men will be happy to see you come home, my lady, one of Uther's men said. Tintagel is no longer my home, Lord Ector, Igraine told him. It swarms with soldiers, like flies on dung. Something, a fist, the boy thought, slammed against the table.
You cannot stay here, Uther said. This place is a rotting apple, a remnant of a time long gone. It will be nothing more than a pissing post for the Saxon dogs as they venture north from the Solent, and as they slink west from their ships on the beaches of Regin.
My lady, you will be safe at Tintagel, you and your people, Ector said. I was not safe from your lord at Tintagel, Igraine dared. The boy felt the air in the room change at that, felt the silence fall, bitter as smoke from the fish oil lamps. It was so quiet he was sure his own breathing could be heard.
Gorlois was weak, Uther snarled, or perhaps he did not think what he had was worth winning for.
You are cruel, Uther, Golathith said, a tremble in her voice.
You should be thankful for it, he replied. All of you, my brother too. My name is known throughout Britain, in Armorica too. The Saxons fear me, the Irish fear me, the Picts fear me. We have many enemies, but they all fear me.
I am your wife. Should I fear you? Silence again, but for the crackle of a reed in one of the lamps.
Wine,
Uther growled. The boy's thighs were trembling now. His heart was thumping in his chest, and his palms were slick. He needed to empty his bladder, and feared he could not hold it in much longer, so he put his hand down to his member and held it there, squeezing.
So, wife, how long will you make me wait? How long will you play this game?
What game, husband? Igraine asked.
There's another reason I have come, and you know it.
I don't understand, Igraine said. Uther sighed.
Where is the boy?
Uther,
bring me the boy.
He's not ready to—
Bring me the boy!
Uther demanded. He is not here. I told him to stay away, I swear it. He could be out in the woods or anywhere.
You let him roam around the place unguarded. He is my son. You'd have him taken as a slave by some raider from Powys, or skinned like a rabbit by some Jute or Saxon. I want to see him.
He doesn't know you.
Fetch him. I want him here in front of me before I finish this wine.
Please, Uther, leave the boy alone. He's happy here with me.
I will not tell you again, wife.
The boy was afraid, though more for his mother now than himself, and he reached out and pulled the wall hanging aside and took 2 steps, then stopped, his eyes finding those of his mother, who was sitting across the table from Uther. Arthur, she said, eyes wide, a look in them that he had not seen before, but which he knew at once to be fear. He looked from her to each of the other 5 people on the benches, his gaze snagging a moment on a man with wild eyes, before being drawn, almost unwillingly, yet inexorably, to the big man at the other end of the table.
What in the name of Tyrannus are you doing there, boy?
Uther said.
Hiding like a vole in the rushes.
His dark brows loomed above dark eyes.
Are you a vole?
No, lord, Arthur said.
Closer!
Uther beckoned him with a big hand, upon the back of which a livid scar ran all the way to the band of silver on his wrist.
Into the light, where I can see you.
The boy took a step, then another. He stood now in the golden bloom of one of the reed lamps, looking into those Gerfalcon's eyes. The face from which those eyes looked out was narrow and dark-browed. His cheekbones were high, his nose sharp, his lips thin. Black moustaches hung down either side of those lips, but did not touch his beard, which was thick, but combed and oiled into a point, like the blade of a spear used to hunt boar.
You look like your mother,
Uther said. Lucky for him, this other man said, this slightly built man with fire in his eyes. And to the boy's surprise, Uther half smiled at that, lifting his cup in the other's direction.
Were you spying on me, boy?
Uther asked. He had not taken his eyes from Arthur. No, lord. He straightened and lifted his head. I wanted to see you, lord. Uther tilted his head to one side, half glancing at Igraine.
Lord?
Father, Arthur said. Uther nodded. He stood from the bench, and he was big in that space, though not as big as the bard's songs had it.
A boy should want to see his father.
He lifted his chin with that blade of beard.
Closer. I won't bite.
The boy took half a step, and now he could smell the man, the sheep oil in his clothes, and the beeswax on his sword belt, over tunic and boots. The sweat, old and sweet, sunk deep into the warp and weft of his clothes, and new sweat, too, sour on his skin, and the wine on his breath which stained his lips and the corners of his mouth red. The boy could smell that, too. Uther reached out and took the boy's chin in his hand, which was rough as elm bark.
You mine, boy, eh?
Uther! Igraine stood and came to the boy and put her hands on his shoulders protectively.
What? I just want to see if there's any of Gorlois in that face, Uther said.
The boy made embers of his eyes and tried to make them burn the man, tried to hurt him for not treating his mother how he should have treated her.
Off you go, Arthur.
Igraine bent down and kissed his cheek.
Brisson will get you something to eat, but then go to your room.
Uther lifted a hand.
I'm not done with the boy.
His voice was a low snarl. Igraine squeezed Arthur's shoulder and lifted her chin towards the door.
Go on.
Arthur glanced at Uther, who inclined his head and lifted his eyebrows.
Stay where you are,
Uther said. He wanted to stay. How could he protect his mother if he left her alone with this man? But he could see in her eyes how much his mother needed him to leave the room. And anyway, as much as he wanted to stay, he also wanted to disobey Uther, wanted to defy him. He looked to the door.
Don't do it, boy,
Uther said, reading his next move, the way a good spearman knows when a thrust is coming. Arthur clenched his teeth and felt his hands become hard knots at his sides as he walked towards the door, his feet swishing through the floor rushes.
I said stay where you are,
Uther yelled, and in 2 strides he was on him, a big hand clamping onto his left shoulder like a falcon's talons, gripping a young hare, and Arthur was flying backwards.
Arthur!
The boy heard his mother cry out as he landed amongst the reeds, the breath driven from his stomach.
You'll do as I say, Uther bellowed. I'm your father.
Arthur glared up at him.
I don't want you,
he said. Uther came fast upon the boy, and loomed above him, his hand raised to strike.
Little bastard,
he spat.
No, Uther,
Igraine screamed.
Leave him alone, Uther,
said the man with the fiery eyes. Uther spun to face the man, pointing a finger at him.
Stay out of it, Merlin,
he said. Merlin glanced down at the boy, a faint look of amusement in his eyes, before he turned back to his lord.
No, Uther, he said. I don't think I will.
Chapter 3. Tristan and Isolde. Beren woke to find the boy gone. He clambered out of the hollow tree, feeling like a man climbing out of his own grave, and relieved himself against the old oak, blinking the sleep from his eyes until his vision cleared. Then he stood a while, pressing his hands into the small of his back, looking east through the forest, his breath rising in the cool dawn air. Pigeons greeted the day, cooing softly somewhere above. Farther off, a raven cronked. He shivered.
Where did you go?
He muttered. He took his time fetching his things from inside the tree, stopping now and then to bend and press his thumbs into the tight knots of his knee joints, wincing with the pain of it. The boy had taken his spear and left the axe. He wondered if the boy had woken early and gone hunting, hoping perhaps to spear something for them to cook over a fire. But as his body began to come back to him, the aches receding like the morning mist, Beren knew the boy was not coming back.
Where are you?
He slung his pack over his shoulder, gripping the axe beneath the big blade. A red glow from the east was creeping up trunks, and he felt the warmth of it on his legs. He knew he could not stand there, letting the day come upon him, so he turned and began walking north. Maybe he'd go to Powys, enough forest there to hide out the rest of his life, whatever was left of it. The boy had made his decision, and anyway, maybe the lad was better off without Beren slowing him down, just so long as he hadn't gone east in the dark. No, the boy was a fool, but even he wouldn't go back the way they had come and risk running into Nabor ap Nabor and the others. He'd head southwest, Beren was sure. No doubt he thought he could slip through Caer Lundain, Caer Calemian, and Caer Gwent Guic without finding himself molested, enslaved, dead, or worse.
Fool boy.
But the boy wasn't Beren's problem.
Saved his life. Don't owe him any more than that.
He's Constantine's son, a voice in Beren's mind said.
You know what that means. If Constantine was here now, I wouldn't owe him anything either. Beren said. Then he cursed, realizing he was talking to himself like some moon-mad old bastard. Not that the realization stopped him. Boy didn't choose his father, he mumbled a short while later, passing a patch of gorse upon whose barbs some thistledown clung like wool, shivering in the cool breeze. Not his fault Constantine was a treacherous turd in the grass. Your fault that you hit him, though, said the accusing voice. Didn't hit him, Beren replied. What if Nabor ap Nabor catches up with him? Not my problem. I'm just an old man. What if Queen Morgana gets her claws on him? She'll cut his throat and curse his spirit. I told him to stay. He left. What can I do?
He walked another 10 paces before he stopped. He turned and looked back along the way he'd come. The little thief had stolen his spear. A good spear, that. Beren had carried it many miles. The blade always took an edge, and the balance in the hand was just right, and he might not come across another spear like it for a long time.
Boy should learn. You don't take a man's spear without asking. He shook his head. Someone needs to tell the fool boy that.
Then he was walking, southwest.
Thieving little bastard, he growled, knowing it was going to be hot later.
For now, though, the forest floor was still damp enough that he could follow the boy. He stopped now and again to study the signs. The beech trunk still slick where the boy had emptied his bladder. The print of a shoe heel here, an overturned leaf, a broken cobweb still glistening with dew. Small indentations, barely visible, yet there all the same, from where the boy had struck the ground with the butt of the spear every 4th step. By midday it was harder to be sure of the boy's trail, so Beren kept an eye on the sun's passage across the sky beyond the woodland canopy, hoping the boy was doing the same. He was hungry, and knew the boy would be too, but there was nothing to be done about that now, not with Nabor ap Nabor coming for them. He had meant to set off before dawn broke, but he had slept longer than he'd intended, and there was every chance that Nabor had found where they had spent the night and was now close behind. Nabor could follow a leaf blown on the wind and find where it came to rest. In the late afternoon, he stopped by a stream and scooped handfuls of water across the cut beneath his collarbone, washing away the dried blood so that he could see if the skin around it was inflamed, which would likely mean the wound was infected. It looked clean, though he whispered a curse at Redtooth for the biting sting of it, hoping the man's shade would feel that curse in the afterlife like a foul breath across his cheek. It was early evening when he smelled smoke. The air was alive with the drowsy buzzing of insects. The undergrowth scratched and trembled with the activity of unseen creatures. But he had seen no sign of another traveller or hunter, nor any human but for the boy, until now. He looked up and spied a grey gauze through a gap in the trees. He knew where that smoke was coming from, and he knew he would find the boy there. When he came to the clearing, he stood for a while amongst the trees, watching the place, his stomach growling at the smell of roast pig, onions, and beans, which hung in the air like the smoke, barely rising from the roof to besmirch the reddening sky. It had been a shrine to some Roman god once, a place where long-forgotten rituals were enacted out of sight of others. Nowadays, the small Roman building of stone and brick was used as an oven, and beside it stood a timber and thatch building the size of a minor lord's hall, where travellers on their way to join the Roman road or cross the Tamasis River could find food, ale, and shelter for the night. He had been there before with Nabor and the others, more than once. The last time after they had killed a score of Saxons who had been raiding along the Tamasis Valley. And so he watched now to make sure none of his erstwhile companions were amongst the 6 or so folk milling between carts and horses by the building's open door, or one of those returning from the latrine pit behind the building. How this refuge was still standing at all beyond the protection of a guarded settlement was a mystery to Beren, although he knew that the man and woman whose place it was would serve anyone who could pay, be they Briton, Irish, Saxon, or Jute, whether they believed in Aron and Balor, Jupiter, the Christ, or Woden. And all men needed food and ale. Beren needed those things himself, so he stepped out of the tree line. stopped again, because spearmen were coming through the woods on the other side of the clearing, 4 of them, no, 5. He did not think they had seen him, and so he stepped back slowly and stood behind a snarl of bramble, gripping big Blandigan's axe in both hands. Those spearmen broke from the tree line, and now the folk outside the alehouse saw them, and some ran off into the woods, whilst others stood still and showed their palms in a gesture that told these newcomers that they were unarmed and sought no trouble. "We're looking for a man and a woman from Cornubia," one of the spearmen called out. With a gesture he sent 2 of his fellows around the rear of the alehouse, in case their quarry tried to make their escape through some other egress. "Young, both of 'em," he said. He wore a blue cloak and a good sword at his hip, this one. "She has golden hair, a fair complexion, and is known as a great beauty. The young man is about my height, though not as broad across the shoulder. His hair is dark and he wears it long." His 2 remaining men were taking up positions by the door, spears levelled, as if they expected a fight. "I know they spent the night at a round with a good turf wall half a day's walk west of here. I'm thinking they may be here now." Bluecloak tilted his spear towards the open door, then swept it back. "If they are inside, send them out. We have not come to spill blood. Send them out, and all is well. But if any man or woman aids these fugitives, he or she shall be my enemy, and there will be killing soon enough." A bull-necked man appeared at the door, showing empty hands, then stepped out into the late afternoon sun. He was followed by 2 women and 3 men, one of whom was so drunk he staggered and fell into the grass, slurring a torrent of curses. Still holding his hands wide, the bull-necked man approached the spearman, glanced back at the tavern, then spoke to Bluecloak. Beren could not hear his words, but he knew well enough the kernel of it. The soldier nodded and waved the man and his friends away, then signalled to his spearmen that they were about to go inside and pull the mice from their hole. "Tristan, son of Talak," Bluecloak called. "We have come far, as well you know, but I have run you to ground. Do not make me walk so much as another step." He got no reply, and so he lifted his chin. The other spearmen entered the tavern, and Bluecloak followed them. A woman's scream from within the building sent starlings wheeling into the sky from the thatch where they had perched. Beren could hear Bluecloak yelling commands and threats.
"You'd best not be in there, boy,"
Beren murmured. There was a clatter of cups and the sound of earthenware breaking and more shouts. Then the soldiers came back out, pushing folk before them at the tips of their spears. Among them, by Beren's reckoning, the dark-haired man and the beautiful golden-haired woman whom the spearmen had pursued all the way from Cornubia. The young man wore a mail hauberk over a pale blue tunic and rust-coloured trews. His sword scabbard hung empty. The woman wore a linen gown the colour of fresh cream, though dirty and frayed at the hem, and drawn in at her waist by a narrow leather belt. They were young, these 2, had perhaps seen less than 20 summers like this one, and they clutched each other's hands as they and the other 5 captives were pushed and jostled and lined up along the length of the alehouse. The 2 spearmen who had gone around the back now reappeared, and Bluecloak told them to go inside and fetch ale, or, better still, mead. "Mercy!" said a squat man in a stained leather apron, and Beren recognised him as the owner of the place. He was clasping his hands towards the nearest spearman. "We thought you'd come to rob us. That's why we didn't come out." He waved his arms towards the young man and woman. "We served them food and ale, but we don't know them. On my word, they're no friends of ours. Do what you want with them." One of the soldiers stepped in and thrust his spear stave against the man's throat, driving him back to the alehouse wall, where he held him, the man gasping and reddening and wide-eyed with terror. His wife, as squat and round as her husband, was begging the soldier to let her man go, but the soldier was deaf to her pleas. He looked to Beren to be enjoying himself. Bluecloak barely acknowledged the interruption, having eyes only for the golden woman and her raven-haired man. "Step away from him, my lady," he commanded. She shook her head and said she would not, but the young man told her she must. With reluctance, she let go his hand, and the young man took a step away from her, as though he knew what was coming. Blue Cloak spun his spear, stepped in, and drove the butt end into the young man's belly, doubling him over. The golden-haired woman cried out, but it didn't stop Blue Cloak, whose next blow struck the man between his shoulder blades and dropped him to his knees, where he gasped for breath. "Do you know how many mornings I've woken stiff and dew-soaked because of you?" Blue Cloak said, as the young woman crouched beside her companion, trying to soothe him with word and touch. "Damn traitor!" Blue Cloak strode forward and slammed the butt of the spear against the man's head. The woman screamed as the man fell sideways, and Beren thought he might be dead. Not my problem, Beren thought. He'd find something to eat elsewhere. The boy was not here, and whatever was going on with this couple and these spearmen from far-off Cornubia, it was none of Beren's concern. He turned away, thinking to skirt around the place and pick up the boy's trail further on. "Marek, look what I found!" Beren turned back, growled a curse under his breath. A spearman emerging from the alehouse had the boy, one hand on the scruff of his neck, the other gripping his shoulder. "I found a little lord!" the spearman announced, grinning as the boy struggled and fought in vain to break free. "Get off me!" the boy yelled. "Get your hands off me!" "Keep still, you slippery little bastard!" the spearman snarled, taking his hand from the boy's neck long enough to slap him across the back of the head. "Let me go!" the boy cried. The blue-cloaked Marek told his other men to keep their spears levelled at the prisoners while he considered the boy in the red cloak, who got another cuff around the head for all his wriggling. "A little Roman lord," the spearman who had caught him said, as though he had found some strange and mythical creature from the tales of bards. "Who are you supposed to be, boy?" Marek asked. "Says he's a prince," the other spearman said, wide-eyed. "Says King Constantine was his father. Says the Saxons have taken Caer-Colon." "I am a prince!" The boy was twisting and thrashing like a fish in a net. "And you will let me go!" "There you are!" Beren called out. He was walking across the clearing towards them, resting the axe on his shoulder like a man who has been splitting logs. "Where have you been, boy?" The boy was scowling at him. "You have my thanks. You can let go of him now," Beren told the spearman. "It's not the first time he's run ahead of me, but I catch up eventually. Boy's always hungry." He lifted his chin towards the alehouse. "He likes the pig liver and onions here. We both do." "He's told me he's a prince," the spearman replied, still keeping hold of the boy and eyeing Beren with suspicion. "Ha!" Beren came to stand before them, his brows hoisted. "A prince now, is he?" "I am a prince," the boy said. Beren batted a hand through the warm air. "Pay him no mind. Lad makes up stories like a damned bard." He tapped a forefinger against his own head. "Makes them up in his thick skull and tells them to himself day and night. I swear he ends up believing them." "My father was King Constantine," the boy proclaimed, still trying to free himself from the spearman's clutches. "The Saxons have burned Caer-Colon, I swear it. My mother and I and some survivors escaped." He stopped struggling and pointed at Beren. "That man and his band of murderers attacked us. They meant to kill me on Queen Morgana's orders, because I am the heir." "Best shut that mouth, boy," Beren told him. "Take me to Camelot," the boy pleaded with Marek. "Lady Iselle will reward you, on my word." Marek wore the face of a man who resents the interruption of his work, yet begins to smell an opportunity on the air. "Stories," Beren told him, shaking his head. "Good ones, mind." "If you ask me, he's telling the truth," the alewife put in, stepping forward and gesturing over to her husband, who had been allowed to breathe again and stood there holding his throat and wincing. "Show him," she said. The man shook his head, scowling at her. "Show him, or I will," his wife went on. The little man spat into the grass, then spat even fouler words at his wife as he reached under his apron and pulled out something golden which shone in the rosy light of the low sun filling that glade. It was the boy's golden fibula, Beren saw, and he looked at the boy, seeing now that his red cloak was fastened at his right shoulder with twine. "The boy had no coins, so paid for his food nail with this," the tavern owner said, holding up the pin brooch for Marek and all to see. "No boy I know would have a thing like this. Fool could have eaten for a year." Then he seemed to think better of showing the brooch off, and hastily secreted it away whence it came.
"That, and the red cloak," he went on, "like the spearman of Caer Colan wear."
He spat again.
"Don't ask me what he's doing here, but seems to me he could be who he says he is." "He's not," Beren said. "I found the cloak on a corpse. We sometimes walk the fields of the dead."
The Cornubian spearman did not seem to hear him. "We could take the boy to Queen Morgana ourselves," one of them suggested to his companions. He was a big man, and his face twisted, so that his mouth seemed to be on the side. "We've got our orders." Marek pointed his spear at the young couple kneeling on the ground beside the alehouse. The man was not dead, after all, but he was pale and bleary-eyed, and his head was bleeding, though the woman was tending to the wound, mopping at it with her skirt. "We have what we came for," Marek said, "and should be gone before the king of these parts has us dragged to his court by our balls."
"We'll pass a spear throw from Queen Morgana's hall on our way home," the other spearman said. "Why don't we take the boy and see what comes of it? We can sell him to Morgana for our trouble. Or if we meet Saxons on the road and things look bad, we can trade the boy for our lives. Either way, he's got to be worth something."
"Emirate is right," another of the Cornubians said. "If Morgana won't pay a fair price, we could take him to Camelot. Lady Azelle and Lord Galahad may have use for the boy if he really is Constantine's son. Wouldn't that make him the grandson of High King Ambrosius?" His eyes widened as though he was only now realizing this.
"Makes him an heir to Uther Pendragon himself." "The boy's heir to nothing but a pole lathe, some chisels, and our dwelling."
Beren held the axe out one-handed and pointed it at the boy.
"And I will take him now, for it seems his stories are jumping into your own heads like fleas from hound to hound."
The man with the twisted face spat in Beren's direction.
"This old bastard just wants the money for himself," he told the others. "Can't be the boy's father, old fuck like him."
"Well, then how can the boy be Constantine's?" one of the others asked. "He was as old as the sky when he died."
"Because when you're a king, you can hump whoever you like, you idiot," the one holding the boy said. "Constantine's queen was young and fair, so the bards have it. That right, boy?" He gave the boy a shake. "Is your mother still a good-looking woman? Wager the old goat tupped her 1,000 times before he croaked his last."
Tears brimmed in the boy's eyes now.
"I'm the boy's grandfather,"
Beren said, but no one took any notice.
"Let me go, or you'll regret it," the boy yelled.
"You came for us, not him," the young man on the ground said, palming blood off his cheek and looking up at his captors. The cut in his head glistened wetly amongst his dark hair.
"Let the boy go with his grandfather."
"Shut your mouth, traitor," Marek said, then jerked his spear at them.
"Up, on your feet."
The couple stood, he unsteady on his feet from that blow to his skull, and the golden-haired young woman taking his hand in her own again to help him balance. The spearman called Emirate took hold of the tavern owner and pushed him against the wall, his free hand ferreting under the man's apron until he found what he was searching for. He pulled the boy's fibula out and grinned, shoving the man hard backwards before secreting the little treasure somewhere on his own person.
"Thieving Cornubian bastard!"
the tavern owner spat, at which the spearman half bowed and went to stand by Marek. "We're taking these two, and the boy," Marek announced, gesturing at the young man and woman. "The rest of you, piss off!" The remaining alehouse customers scurried away, not looking back as they vanished amongst the trees.
"No,"
Beren heard himself say.
"You're not taking the boy."
Two of the spearmen looked at each other, eyebrows raised. One laughed. Marek regarded Beren in a way he had not before this moment. He was weighing him with his eyes. "The boy is not yours," he said, and lifted his spear and his empty hand. "We all know it."
"Even so, you will not take him," Beren replied.
"Go home, old man," Emmerich called across the clearing, putting some flint in his eyes. "We don't want to kill you, friend," Marek said. "Seems to me you had your chance to get rich, but you let the boy jump off the hook." He turned a palm over. "You're still breathing, yes? Turn around and walk away." He pointed his spear into the west. "Live to see another sunset. At your age, there can't be many more." Beren lifted the head of his axe towards the boy and the man still holding on to him.
"Let the boy go. I slept badly, and I'm tired. As you say, I am old. My bones hurt. I just want to be on my way with the boy."
"Last chance, old man," one of the spearmen said. "Go now, or I'll cut your throat." Beren looked at this man. He was young. So young.
"What's your name?"
Beren asked him. "Githrit," the spearman replied through a mirthless smile. He was puffed up with a confidence as yet unearned. Beren nodded.
"I've known good men from Cornubia, Githrid," he said. "I've stood in the shield wall with them. I've bled with them."
He shook his head once.
"I don't want to kill Cornubians."
The young spearman looked at his fellows, the Cornubians sharing grins or lifting eyebrows in surprise, perhaps even in admiration of the old man standing before them.
"He's got a pair of stones, this old bastard. I'll give him that," Githrit said.
Marek's eyes were fixed on Beren's. "You may have been something once," he said, "and you don't lack courage, but maybe you don't hear so well anymore." He turned his head and spat. "I'm a fair man, so I'll tell you one last time." His features hardened, the muscles in his cheeks tightening, lifting the beard covering them. "Turn and walk away now." Beren did not turn, did not walk away. The only movement he made was to straighten his spine and stand a little taller, though he felt the bones crackle within him. He expected to die there. What other outcome could there be? But he was not afraid. It would be a blessing, really. Marek looked at Githrit and nodded, and Githrit gave a wolf's grin and lifted his spear and came. The young spearman thought it would be easy. He did not break stride, but came straight for Beren. He feinted high, but thrust low, yet Beren read the move, sweeping the axe haft across to deflect the spear wide, before swinging the axe head up across the man's torso to take him under the chin with a crack and a spray of blood and gleaming shards of bone.
"Githrit!"
one of the other spearmen yelled, as Beren straightened. The movement had come to him as easily as breathing, the speed of it like a swift darting overhead, and now the young man reeled off sidewards, clutching at his ruined face, blood flying everywhere, teeth spilling from the gaping red ruin of his jaw. The man who had shouted glared at Beren, his eyes bulging, his face paling. Then he came in a fury. He thrust with his spear, as Beren knew he would, which was why he had gripped the bloodied axe haft in both hands and stepped forward at the last moment, closing the distance between him and his attacker. This the spearman had not expected, and Beren swept the haft up, deflecting the spear blade up and over his right shoulder before twisting at the waist and punching the poll into the spearman's temple. The man stumbled backwards, momentarily dazed, but somehow kept his feet and held on to the spear. Not that Beren would give him the time to gather his wits and use the thing, because in 3 strides he was on him, and gripping the big axe by the knob end of the haft, he swung it up and over his own head and brought it down, taking the man's spear arm off at the shoulder and cleaving his torso down to the cradle of his hips with a wet, tearing sound. The Cornubian keeled over and hit the ground, a dead weight. Blood spurted and pooled on the clearing floor. Beren glanced at his first assailant, who was on his knees now, choking and gasping wetly, his eyes bulging with terror. Marek had not yet moved. "Who are you?" Beren jerked the axe to get a slick gobbet of something foul off the head, then turned towards the leader of the Cornubians. "Give me the boy," he said. Marek pointed his spear at the young Cornubian, who was choking on his last weak breaths, blood foaming and bubbling at his mangled mouth and nose. "That's my sister's lad," he told Beren, "and you've killed him." For a moment Marek watched the young man struggle, his teeth clenched in a grimace. Then he brought his gaze back to Beren. "What'll I tell my sister?" "You'll tell her nothing, because you'll be dead," Beren said, walking towards the man, gripping the haft of the axe tightly. He would have preferred a spear. "We'll take him together," Marek called to his 2 remaining men, throwing one foot forward and crouching slightly, braced with the spear mid-height. Movement over the man's right shoulder caught Beron's eye, and he dared spare only a glance. Enough to see the brewer killing the spearman called Emirate, who had robbed him of the boy's brooch, sticking a knife into his back again and again. The commotion turned Marek's head, and in that moment Beron lifted the big axe by the pole end of the haft, drawing it over his head before hurling it two-handed. The axe turned a full revolution in the air, and the blade buried itself in Marek's chest with a thunk, throwing him backwards off his feet. A choke, a noise that may or may not have been a word, and he was gone. The grizzled spearman holding the boy looked suddenly lost and afraid. He shoved the boy aside so he could take hold of his spear with two hands and face Beron, who drew the long knife from the sheath at his belt and gestured with it, inviting the Cornubian to come at him. But Beron knew he would not get the chance to fight him, for the handsome young man with the dark, bloody hair, whom these spearmen had come looking for, had fetched Emirate's spear and now strode towards the last of the Cornubians. "You should have let us be," he told the man, who turned to his erstwhile quarry, realizing that his death was upon him. "Why couldn't you leave us alone?" The Cornubian had no chance to reply, and their spears clashed. A blur of quick thrusts and parries, the clacking of the staves and the metallic scrape of the iron blades, but the younger man was the better. "Kill the Cornubian bastard!" the tavern keeper called out from where he knelt, pilfering from the man he had stabbed to death. His wife was searching the ones Beron had killed, and some of the folk who had been hiding amongst the trees came back into the clearing to see how the thing was going to end. It ended when the younger man jabbed high twice, then thrust down with his spear too fast for his opponent to block, and the blade pierced him in the thigh. The Cornubian shrieked and jumped back, looking down at his leg where his trews were wet with blood. "Don't kill him, Tristan," the golden-haired woman said through her hands, which she held against her face. "I know his family, his wife and children. Don't kill him." The Cornubian looked up at Tristan, perhaps hoping to see pity in that handsome face, or else perhaps he saw a moment's hesitation, for he turned and hurtled away across the clearing, trailing blood on the worn ground as he went. "No, Tristan!" the golden woman called. But Tristan was already moving, pulling his spear arm back as he took 3 long strides and let fly. The shaft streaked, flat and fast, to take the man in the back between his shoulder blades, the spearhead burying itself somewhere inside him. No shriek this time, just a grunt as he fell forward. He flapped on the ground like a caught fish, the spear shuddering, and then went still. "Cornubian bastards!" the tavern owner said again, pulling a coin from the clothes of the dead man he was robbing and holding it up to the light. "We'll take them into the forest and bury them deep." Beron looked at the boy. The boy looked at Beron. "I was hungry," the boy said. Beron glanced at the young Cornubian lovers, who had thrown themselves together again now, like the surf to the shingle. They clung to each other as if they might never let go. Beron looked back at the boy. "Where's my spear?" he asked. Beron ate a plate of pig's liver and onions, and washed it down with a cup of beer, while the boy, who had eaten earlier, chewed on a hunk of bread with butter and honey, which the alewife had given him to take his mind off the blood that had been spilled outside. "A nasty business," she said, ruffling the boy's hair as he sat on a bench beside Beron. "We've not had a killing here since winter." "You've cost me, stranger," her husband said from where he stood by the hearth, scrubbing at the blood on his hands with a scrap of cloth. Some of the tavern's erstwhile customers had drifted back in and sat drinking in the gloom and talking in low voices about what had just taken place. "Those men lying dead out there would have eaten my food, drunk my ale." The man spat onto the cloth and rubbed with it, frowning in concentration. "I didn't kill them all," Beron replied, putting his cup to his lips and draining it. "That's as may be," the man admitted, "but no one was killing anyone before you washed up here." "You've done well enough out of me," Beron said, and the man could not deny that, for everyone had seen him flapping over the dead like a crow, scavenging finger rings and coins, knives and brooches, and belts and cloaks, and anything of value. The bodies of the Cornubians outside were near enough naked now, lying there under dark palls of flies, because the tavern keeper said they would be easier to move in the morning when they were stiff. "Like shifting timbers, then," he'd said to his wife, who'd nodded her agreement. "Now I think of it," Beren went on, "you've done well enough to give the boy his brooch back." He wiped his lips with the back of his hand. The beer was good here, always was. Some of the other drinkers went quiet, their eyes turning to Beren. The tavern keeper had stopped scrubbing at the blood and now looked up. "The boy gave it freely in return for his food," he said. Beren looked at the boy, who gave a slight nod. "I did," the boy said. Then he turned those young eyes on the tavern owner. "But I want it back." A heavy silence fell over the place. The tavern keeper's lips twitched, his eyes narrowing. Beren nodded. "You heard the boy." For a moment the man hesitated, perhaps weighing up the possible consequences of denying the boy's request. But then he mumbled something foul under his breath, and came over to the table and slammed the golden fibula down on the worn surface. They ate quickly, and Beren paid with a bronze sestertius, which also bought them provisions for the journey, including 4 flasks of ale, 2 loaves of bread, a cheese, some strips of smoked mutton, and the silence of the tavern keeper and his wife, should Nabor ap Nabor come asking questions. The boy headed outside to keep watch on the trees beyond the clearing, while Beren washed his wound with wine and smeared upon it a poultice of honey and crushed yarrow leaves, which he had gathered that morning. He was putting his tunic back on when a shadow fell across the room. He looked up to see the young Cornubian called Tristan standing in the doorway, blocking the last of the daylight. Gods, but he was even younger than Beren had realized. His beard was wispy and patchy in places, and his shoulders still had some filling out to do. "Thought you two were long gone," Beren said. The young man came in and sat on the bench across the table from Beren. "My name is Tristan ap Talak," he said. "I heard." Beren put the last of the food into his knapsack on the bench beside him and pulled the drawstring tight. "And you are?" the young man asked. "What's it to you?" Beren growled, placing the knapsack on the ground by his feet. Tristan looked back towards the open door and the approaching dusk beyond. "That boy out there, is he who he says he is? The son of King Constantine?" "He's just a boy," Beren said. "Makes up stories like a damned bard." "His people were ambushed while fleeing Caer, Tristan went on. "His mother was killed." Now he had Beren's attention. "Keep your voice down," Beren warned him, glancing around to see who might have heard. "What else has he been telling you?" Tristan raised an eyebrow and tilted his head towards the door. "Singing like a little bird he is." He smiled. He was a cocky one, this lad. Beren would give him that. "Isolde has a way with people," the young man said. Beren grunted. "She didn't manage to stop you spitting that man out there, did she?" Tristan ignored this, sliding Beren's beer cup aside and leaning forward. "The boy says you're taking him to Camelot, to Lady Iselle." "Again, what's it to you?" Beren asked. "We can travel together," Tristan said. "You fight well." Beren waited for an old man, but it did not come. "And as you have seen, I know one end of a spear from another." Tristan sat back and turned his palms uppermost. His hands were smooth and unscarred. "Safer to travel together," he said. "At night you and I can take turns on watch." He nodded towards the open door. "Let them sleep." Beren picked up his cup and drained it, then stood up from the table and picked up his knapsack. "You have spearmen after you. Spearmen all the way from Cornubia, meaning you've made an enemy of King Mark. Why would I travel with people who were being hunted by a king?" He took his spear from where it leant against the wall and walked to the door. Good to have it back. "Got enough enemies of my own." "You can't keep watch all night, and you can't trust it to the boy." There was a little urgency in Tristan's voice now. "Lad's just lost his mother, and needs a woman to care for him.
Not an ill-tempered old bear who knows more about killing than he does about a boy barely 10 summers old. You're not much older than he is, Beren said, and walked out of the tavern. He stopped just beyond the threshold and looked at the sky to judge how long they would have before nightfall. He breathed in the still, warm air, which was sweet with honeysuckle and thyme, and the smoke from the alewife's cook-fire, and laced with the rich, fluting song of a blackbird. "Come on, boy! We need to go!" The boy was standing with the golden-haired woman. They were talking, both smiling. Beren realized he hadn't seen the boy smile before. "I told you," Tristan said, coming up behind Beren and regarding the boy and the woman. "Isolde has a way with people. The boy likes her. Anyone can see it." The boy and the woman were walking over to them now, still in conversation. Beren was aware that he was staring at the woman, but he did not look away. "Prince Urban thinks the four of us should travel to Camelot together," the woman said. Barely a woman. Just a girl, but 3 summers ago, Beren reckoned. "Prince Urban," he said, hauling his eyes over to the boy, who gave a slight nod. It struck Beren that he had never asked the boy's name. "And I don't get a say?" Beren asked. The golden woman pursed her lips and lifted her chin. "Are you a prince?" she asked. Gods, but she was beautiful. As weary as he was, as old as his eyes were, Beren could still recognize a beautiful woman when he saw one, and he doubted then that the Cornubian spearmen stiffening outside would be the last to lose their lives over her. Whatever the reason King Mark had sent men to bring these 2 lovers back to Cornubia, he would send more, until this fair-skinned, golden-haired woman stood beneath his gaze once again. Who was she to him, he wondered. "The boy is my charge," Beren said, "but he's not my prince." He lifted the head of Blandigan's axe towards the woman. "Who are you? And why are you running from King Mark?" The woman's eyes flicked up to Tristan, and Beren turned just in time to see the young man shake his head at her. "A madness has come over the king," she said, looking back to Beren. "He sees enemies where there are none." "There are always enemies," Beren said. "More likely a king does not see them where he should." "What is your name?" the woman asked. "His name is Beren," the boy said. She nodded. "We are grateful to you, Beren." "I'm just here for the boy, nothing more," he said. "But we'll be safer together, Beren," the boy said. Those eyes fixed on Beren's own were full of hope. Beren almost despised it. "You saw Tristan's spear throw," the boy went on. "He is a great warrior." "Takes more than a lucky throw, boy," Beren said. But despite himself, he was thinking about what Tristan had said, about how he could share the night watch. There was something to be said for that. Many was the night when Beren could find no sleep, for the aches of the body and the mind, too. But when sleep did come, wouldn't it be of some comfort to know that someone was tending the fire? That he wasn't going to wake up on the end of a Saxon spear, or with Nabor ap Nabor's blade at his throat? It wasn't the dying that would trouble him, but the things Nabor ap Nabor would do to him first would be disagreeable. He grunted. "I need to go to Caer Lundain first." He looked from the woman to Tristan. "There's someone I need to see. Someone I need to say goodbye to. After that, I'll take the boy to Camelot." The boy frowned. "It's not safe in Caer Lundain." "It's not safe anywhere, boy," Beren said. "We go to Caer Lundain. I do what I need to do there, then I'll take you to Camelot. Because that's what your mother wanted." The boy considered this. "And my friends can come?" he asked. "Friends now, are they?" Beren asked, glancing at Tristan and Isolde. The boy nodded, his expression firm. Beren shrugged. "Who am I to stop them?" He hefted his knapsack, axe, and spear, and set off towards the tree line at the edge of the clearing, far beyond which the sun was setting, the molten copper light of a summer evening ebbing from the world. And the boy, the golden-haired woman, and the dark-eyed young man went with him. Chapter 4. Morgaine.
They made camp beside the old Roman road to Caer Lundain. Its cracked and ancient stone burst through with weeds and grass, and tugging at Beren like a fractured memory. The boy seemed beguiled by Isolde, the two of them having walked much of the way hand in hand, and chattering like birds, which had amused Tristan. Beren did not begrudge them their new-found friendship. He was just glad to be spared the boy's questions, though he wished he could stop his ears rather than having to listen to half a dozen tales of King Constantine the Great Warlord, Constantine the Scourge of Saxons, Constantine the Brave, who held Britain against the invaders in the years since Arthur fell at Camlan and vanished like a dream. Darkness was in the trees now, only kept at bay by the small fire which crackled and popped as Tristan sat on his haunches beside it. The younger man fed sticks to the flames, but was always watching the trees. They had not eaten since the alehouse, preferring to save the food till morning, and now Beren sat running a whetstone along the crescent blade of Blandigan's axe. "He's a sweet boy." Isolde was looking down at the boy, who lay asleep with his head on her lap, his pale cheek bronzed in the fitful copper firelight.
"He's a thorn in my arse," grumbled Beren. "And if he talks about the great Constantine all the way to Caer Lundain, I'll cut out his tongue and feed it to the crows."
"Shh!" Isolde frowned at him, laying a delicate hand over the boy's ear. "What have you against the boy's father?" Tristan asked, tapping a curved piece of bark on the ground to knock the woodlice off before adding it to the fire. "He's been dead 4 years."
"Constantine thought he was the new Caesar," Beren said. "You Cornubians fed his ambitions. Your own king was the first to bend the knee to him."
"King Mark had little choice," Isolde said. "Cornubia cannot make an enemy of Dumnonia, whoever rules there. And in those days Constantine was riding around Britain getting oaths from every lord who sat in a hall, years before he threw the Saxons back and made his court in Caer Colan." Tristan snapped a stick and pushed both pieces into the fire. "Isolde is right, Beren. By then King Constantine was the only battle-lord keeping the Saxons at bay. If not for him, King Cerdic and a handful of lesser Saxon kings would have driven us all into the Western Sea." He looked over at the young prince, sleeping in his lover's lap. "And Arthur, for all his victories, was never proclaimed, never made king in Dumnonia." He nodded at the boy. "That boy's father was the last hope, a battle king, when we needed one."
"What do you know of it?" Beren asked him. "Fought the Saxons, have you?"
Tristan looked back into the flames. "No," he said.
"No," Beren echoed. "I didn't think so."
He spat onto the whetstone.
"Constantine was an arrogant bastard, and any man who trusted him was a fool."
"You knew him?" Tristan asked.
"I met him."
Beren held the stone still against the cheek of the axe. Satisfied that the fire had taken, Tristan scrambled back onto his cloak, which he had spread on the forest floor, and lay on his side watching the flames and the night beyond, his head supported by his right arm. "Then why are you helping the boy?" he asked Beren. Beren wanted to close his eyes.
"You ask a lot of questions for someone who hasn't told me why he's being hunted by the King of Cornubia."
The young man and woman shared a look, and Beren saw Isolde give a slight shake of her head. Beren shrugged.
"It's your business,"
he said, examining the axe's edge and testing it on his thumbnail. "So, why risk your life for him?" Tristan asked, nodding towards the boy. "You couldn't have known the innkeeper back there was going to stab that soldier to death, or that I would fight, come to that."
"You call that fighting?"
Beren asked. Tristan's brow lifted. "The man made a run for it. I'd wager you weren't inclined to chase after him." Beren grunted. "You know what I think?" Tristan said.
"I don't care what you think,"
Beren said. Tristan ignored this. "I think that without our help, those men would have butchered you. And you know it. Why would you get yourself killed for the son of a dead man you hated?" Beren lifted the whetstone to his mouth and spat on it again.
"Keep asking me questions, and I'll take the boy and go. Leave you two to find your own way to Camelot."
"You're doing it for silver," Tristan said. "I understand that. They'll make you a rich man. A great reward for saving a prince, a boy who may be a king one day, who may be a famous warlord like his father before him." Beren owed this young man nothing, least of all an answer. He held his tongue. "No, my love," Isolde said, slowly shaking her head as she watched Beren. "That's not it. Beren is not doing it for silver. Don't ask me how I know, but I do. I know that much." Beren lifted his head and looked at her, and for a moment he wondered if she had the sight, if she could read him the way he had seen priests of long-dead gods divine the future from the livers and glistening entrails of beasts. This way might not require a death, but it was deadly enough for all that. He felt some shadow of the old ache pass like a cold breath through his guts. This young woman across the fire from him would not be the first to weevil into his thoughts, into his soul. He had known others with that talent. Tristan frowned, lifting his chin. "What is it then, Beren, if not for riches?" His eyes were narrow in the flame glow. "For hope. For Britain." He jerked his head towards the boy sleeping soundly on Isolde's lap, as she stroked his unkempt hair. "Do you look at the boy and see the saving of Britain?" Beren knew he was being teased, being goaded by a stripling in his first beard, who not so many years ago was doubtless wetting himself and crying at bad dreams. Still, he looked at the boy, this son of Constantine, and his mind summoned the image of the child's mother, despoiled and lifeless in that Roman carriage. "I see a boy," he muttered. "Just a boy." A breeze rattled the oak leaves above their heads, and Beren looked up at the sound. A shiver ran through him, so he returned his focus to the axe and ran the whetstone along its edge. "Just a boy," he said, under his breath. Arthur watched Prince Constantine through the haze of dust which the fighters' feet raised from the sun-baked ground. Standing at the High King's shoulder, chin lifted as though he sought to smell a different air than those around him, Prince Constantine looked like a younger version of Ambrosius. Arthur did not know his cousin's age, just that he was several years older than himself, 15, 16 perhaps, taller than Arthur, and broader across the shoulder, so that Arthur was curious as to whether the body beneath that breastplate of boiled leather matched the stomach and chest muscles represented on the armour. Perhaps so, and perhaps it accounted for the arrogant set of his cousin's face. That, and being the firstborn son of the most powerful king in Britain. "See there, Arthur," Ector said, pulling Arthur's attention away from Prince Constantine and back to the spectacle before them. Ector nodded at the shorter of the two fighters circling each other, swords and shields raised. "Absent is being played like a liar. He'll lose badly if he keeps letting Calabras draw him in like that." Arthur had already noticed this, and other flaws in Mabsant's style. Even so, his father's champion had not lost this fight yet, for all that High King Ambrosius's man was terrifying to behold, with his ox's shoulders and those small boar's eyes in a face that had been broken once and hated the world since. "See his sword arm, how he overextends the wrist." "But he is fast," Arthur said. "Aye, rushing to defeat," Ector said, though not loudly, because Prince Uther himself stood but a little way off amongst the crowd, his teeth bared, flashing white against the dark of his long moustaches. "Calabras is as fast, and stronger too. More importantly, he has that which can't be taught, a knowing. It's in him, deep as marrow in bone, like the way a stag knows to begin the rut when the first leaves turn to copper and gold. He's a killer, is Calabras." The adversaries drew apart from each other, breathing hard and arming sweat from their eyes. Mabsant was winded, his broad chest heaving, face flushing red with exertion and heat. Arthur knew that real fights, where men sought their own survival by another's death, rarely lasted so long. A flurry of blades and a thump of shields, and one man would land a blow that sealed the other's doom. Unless, of course, those men were clothed in fish-scale armour or ring-mail coats, as worn by those horsemen Arthur had watched ride to their deaths with General Gauss when he had been but a young boy. Such armour was rarely seen nowadays, though he had been close enough to one such coat to run his hand down the bronze scales, captivated by it. By the feel of the little plates, innumerable in their overlapping rows, and cold as water. Awed by the skill of the craftsman who had made it when Britain's oaks swayed beneath the breath of Roman gods. The scale coat belonged to his father, but Uther would not wear it in battle. He said that dressing like a Roman would offend the old gods of Britain, to whom men owned veneration, and in whose name he fought the Saxons. Still, Arthur had loved it. "Watch carefully now, lad," Hector said, "and bear in mind what I've been teaching you, about keeping your sword close to your body when you parry, and not leaning forward so your heel lifts and puts you off balance." The fighters came together again in a fast flurry of limbs, and the ringing and scraping of steel, as Mabsant parried Calabras's blow, then struck his shield boss. The warriors slammed their shields together and stood, legs braced, each bearing the other's weight and holding there, taking a moment to rest, their faces close enough that they would smell the previous night's wine on the other's panting breath. "Take him, Calabras!" Prince Constantine called, and those around him cheered and began striking their own shields with their spears. "Show him what you showed that sack of shit Acquellen when the sky turned red!" shouted one of the High King's spearmen, as more of the crowd hammered their shields, so that a thunder rolled across the gathering, making rooks in the far trees rasp in chorus. They had all heard the story, how Calabras had challenged King Hengist's champion to single combat, as the war host of High King Ambrosius faced the Saxons by the sea in southern Caer Gwent 2 summers past. The way the bards sing it, Belatacadrus, that god of war whom even the Roman soldiers had worshipped in Britain, appeared to Calabras, telling him to challenge Hengist's man before all the greatest warriors of the land. And the sky had reddened, an omen of the Saxons' blood which Calabras would spill. Men spoke of it still, in Lord Uther's hall and in the wheat fields as they swung their sickles, in the training yard where they practised sword and shield craft, and in the forests as they hunted boar and stag. For the fight had lasted the time it takes to fletch an arrow, so that by the end both men had been almost too tired to stand. But Acquellen had bled a river from his many wounds, and when the two men had stepped back to catch their breath, the Saxon had paled and fallen sideways like a great ash after the last bite of the axe. This fight, though, was getting stale by the reckoning of some, and Arthur supposed it was because there was no blood yet to brighten the late summer day. The fighters were using blunted swords, for neither Lord Uther nor High King Ambrosius would risk serious injury to his man in an exhibition fight. Still, a broken arm or rib, or a shattered cheekbone, or some other wound was more than possible, despite both men being swathed in wool, mail, and iron helm in the sultry heat, which had hung idle for days, so that only a storm could scrub it from the world. "Enough games, Mabsant!" Prince Uther yelled. "Put my brother's man on his arse where he belongs." This got rumbles of agreement from some, and Mabsant glanced at Uther and nodded. But there was something in his face. Arthur saw it, even with his boy's eyes. "Mabsant knows," Arthur said, in a voice barely above a whisper, not taking his eyes off the big man. "He knows he's outmatched." "What's that, boy?" Hector said, but Arthur had not meant the words for him, and he watched Mabsant's face, seeing the defeat there even before the decisive blow. Then, as if by some unspoken agreement, the two men threw themselves apart again, each resuming his fighting stance in readiness for the next clash. "When I am a warrior, they will never see my fear," Arthur thought. "Finish it!" the High King called to his man. Calabras hammered the pommel of his sword against his shield and strode forward, and the crowd roared. Mabsant went to meet him, turning Calabras's sword aside once, twice, the crowd clamouring like rooks across the stubble field. But then Calabras took a step back and dropped his shield a hand's breadth. Perhaps Mabsant believed he could win then, for he pushed off his back foot, thrusting high. But Calabras brought his shield up and over, hammering it down onto Mabsant's sword. Had Uther's champion's feet been firmly planted, he might have stepped back and recovered. Instead, he stumbled forward and threw up his shield. But Calabras had already swept past him, and now swung a back-handed cut which struck Mabsant on his back, sending him sprawling, face first, into the dust. The High King's men jeered and laughed, while Uther's men cursed or grumbled, one of them even hurling his cup across the makeshift arena, wine spattering in the sunlight like a bard's depiction of blood.
"Get up!" Uther bellowed. "Up, you mutton-headed bastard!"
Mabsant climbed to his feet and turned, but Calabras was on him, driving him back with a savage combination of strikes, several of which beat Mabsant's desperate defences, hitting his left shoulder, his right forearm, and the last tonking against his helmet. Arthur winced, and some around him oohed, because that blow would have shattered Mabsant's face bones had it struck a hand's breadth lower. Yet, to his credit, Uther's man kept his feet.
"Hold, Calabras! Enough!"
The High King's voice cut through the roars, stilling every tongue. Calabras nodded and stepped back from Mabsant, rolling his shoulders as if he was only just warming to the task at hand, though the fight was won.
"No! Keep fighting!" Uther yelled. "Fight, damn you!"
He turned to his brother. "My man does not yield," he said. Then he spun back to Mabsant.
"At him, or I'll fight him myself!"
Mabsant turned his head and spat blood and growled a curse, pummeled his shield, and took a purposeful stride towards Calabras. But Ambrosius's champion kept his feet planted and looked at his lord, awaiting the High King's orders, and his alone.
"This isn't good,"
Ector muttered, as others in the crowd shared dubious looks or watched King Ambrosius and Lord Uther. Arthur sensed a change in the air. It was still and heavy and threatening, like the feeling before a summer storm.
"It's over, brother,"
Ambrosius said.
"I can still fight, Lord King."
Mabsant rolled his big shoulders and lifted his chin. Ambrosius ignored him. He was looking at Uther, and he raised a hand to still the murmurs amongst the spearmen around him.
"Your man is beaten. He fought well, but no one wants to see him maimed." "Mabsant tripped," Uther countered, pointing to a tussock of grass amongst the worn, sun-baked earth. "There, lost his balance, nothing more. Or is your champion the kind of man to claim another's bad luck as his own skill?"
Uther turned to face his own men.
"Perhaps that Saxon sack of shit Acwellen tripped and fell too, eh?"
The High King's spearmen did not like this, and there arose amongst them a rumble which Arthur felt in his guts. Calabras, too, had taken offence, judging by the flint in his eyes as he regarded Uther. Yet he was wise enough to hold his tongue, knowing that this had little to do with Mabsant or himself. Whatever now tainted the air was between brothers.
"Calabras has earned his wine, and will not fight again today,"
High King Ambrosius announced, his voice raised for all to hear, so there could be no misunderstanding. Uther threw out his big hands.
"Someone else, then," he said. "If not Calabras, let us have another contest. We have all gathered for it. What about Prince Constantine?"
All eyes turned to the prince, who lifted an eyebrow, but gave no other outward sign of what he thought of Uther's suggestion.
"My son will fight him," Uther went on. "Where's Arthur? Where's my son?"
It did not surprise Arthur that Uther had not noticed him, though he stood but 10 paces away. Yet enough of Uther's spearmen knew where he was, enough heads turning in Arthur's direction to cause their own breeze. He heard Ector curse under his breath.
"There you are,"
Uther said, his dark eyes finding Arthur at last. And Arthur felt the scorch of his father's scrutiny, as he had on every occasion of their meeting.
"You'll fight Prince Constantine, won't you, Arthur?"
"No, Uther," Ector growled, though not loud enough for Uther to hear it. "No, don't do this." Arthur was aware of men moving around him like a tide, and then Uther was there, looming before him, all muscle and leather, sweat and ale and strangeness.
"He's a little older and taller, your cousin," Uther said. "Stronger, perhaps. But you are my son, Arthur." Uther reached out and gripped Arthur's shoulder with a powerful hand. "My son." "He's not ready, Uther," Ector said, loud enough this time to be heard. Uther took his hand from Arthur's shoulder, crossed his arms over his broad chest, and glared at Ector. His chin lifted, so that his long moustaches bristled in the warm breeze. "Not ready?" he said. "Then what have you been teaching the boy these last years?" Ector frowned. "I only mean he's not ready to fight Prince Constantine. Not here, Lord. Not like this." Arthur felt the heat rise in his cheeks at that, and glanced at his cousin through the crowd. Constantine was looking back at him, a half-smile warping the tight lines of his lips. "Listen to me, Ector, and listen well," Uther went on, his voice like the rolling snarl of a dog before it gives to barking. "You and Merlin swore to me, you to instruct the boy in weaponcraft, Merlin to—" he flapped a hand. "Do whatever it is a druid does. You swore that between you would make a man of the boy while I'm off killing Saxons. Now, you tell me he's not ready." "I won't see the boy hurt," Ector said. Arthur knew his foster-father was risking Uther's famous wrath with that, and he admired the courage in the statement. Stronger than any admiration, however, was the resentment he felt at the implication that he was not up to the match. "I'll fight him, father," Arthur heard himself say. "I'll fight Prince Constantine." Uther grinned savagely, then spun back around to face the High King. "You hear that, Lord King? Arthur wants to fight your boy." The spearmen of both lords cheered and clamoured, and the far-off rooks in the tall trees imitated them. "What say you, brother?" Not that Ambrosius could stop the thing now. For all that he had won a score of great battles, had received the acclamation of a dozen kings of Britain, and was, men said, beloved of the gods. Ambrosius Aurelius, the High King, this warrior defender of the Dark Isles, looked at his son, who nodded as men slapped him on the back and growled words of encouragement. Then Ambrosius turned back to Uther and lifted his hands to show his palms. "If they want to fight, they can fight, with my blessing," he said. Uther nodded, still grinning even though he must have heard the big spearman beside Constantine telling the prince to knock the scrawny little turd's head off quickly so they could start on the wineskins awaiting them in their host's hall. "My son!" Uther bellowed, gripping Arthur's shoulder again and shaking him like a man disturbing an apple tree to see the fruit rain down. "My son, Arthur!" Resigned now to that which he was powerless to stop, Ector inclined his head to Arthur, the way he did whenever the words that would follow carried particular import. "You can stop this foolishness, lad. You don't have to do this." Rather than tell Ector he was wrong, Arthur clenched his jaw, turned, and strode to where Mabsant still stood waiting to see how things turned out. The big warrior nodded and handed Arthur the blunt sword and his battered shield, without saying a word, then walked away as the crowd moved as one, recreating the small arena as it had been before. Men were cheering again, half of them for Arthur, half for Prince Constantine. But as Arthur locked eyes with Constantine across the empty space, the sound receded until it could have been the distant sea throwing itself upon the Tintagel shore. "Here, put this on," one of his father's men said, offering him a padded woolen tunic which stank of sweat and lanolin, and which drowned him when he pulled it over his head. "And this," the warrior added, handing Arthur a rust-spotted iron helmet, a helmet borrowed from a smaller warrior than himself from the look of the thing. Arthur put the helmet on, catching the stale sweat smell of the yellow-stained quilted linen liner. The world around him receded further still, all sound muffled now but for his own breathing, the volume of which was louder, and the pulsing gush of blood in his ears, an effect which was new to him, because in his practice bouts with Ector he wore only a skull-cap of hardened leather. He turned his head this way and that, getting used to the weight of the helmet.
the crowd blurring past his eyes in a sea of faces and bright-coloured tunics, silver brooches, talks of twisted metal, and slender cloak-pins. And he thought he heard Uther say, "Don't you disgrace me, boy!" But the words might have sounded only in his own head, as he made a series of practice cuts with the sword, whose leather grip was damp with Mabsint's sweat. Constantine had given his own belt and scabbarded sword to a retainer, and now stood holding the champion of Dumnonia's sword and shield as naturally as if they were his own. The helmet which Constantine wore was his own, though, and there was not a spot of iron rot upon its surface. Indeed, the sun glinted from it now, the way it always did, in the songs and tales which bards spun on ale-drowned nights in the halls of the kings and lords of Britain. Arthur had learnt such things from Ector, who, being sworn to Uther, shared wine at his lord's table. And he'd heard tales from Merlin too, for being a druid, Merlin travelled the land, receiving hospitality at any hearth or cook-fire, be it that of a king or a mendicant, Briton, Pict, or Irish. There were always songs of warriors, just as there were always songs of battle and beautiful women. And though Arthur did not like admitting it to himself, his cousin, standing there tall and broad-shouldered, feet hip-width apart in a fighting stance, looked as much a warrior as almost any amongst his uncles or father's retinues. He lacked only their beards and battle-scars, Arthur thought, and that distant look he had recognized in some warriors who had seen terrible slaughter and played their part in it. The absence of these made his cousin look even more like the young hero in some fireside tale. "Are you ready, cousin?" Constantine asked him. Arthur nodded. The thick tunic was much too big for him. It was heavy, and the arms were stiff, so that he feared they would slow his sword work, but it would serve well against the impact of a glancing blow, and he was quite confident that his opponent's blunt sword would not bite through it to cut his flesh. "It ends when one of you throws his shield down and says the words, 'I yield,'" Ector said, loud enough to be heard above the thrumming crowd. "My son will not yield," Uther said. But Ector had not finished. "Or else it ends," he called out, "when either Prince Uther or King Ambrosius says so." "Enough talk, Ector," Uther told him. "Let us see if you have taught the boy anything useful." Ector raised his hands and stepped back, and Arthur drew a long breath and took 3 steps towards Constantine. His mouth was as dry as ash, but it was too late to get a drink now, and he watched his cousin's eyes for any indication of what his first move might be. Would Constantine be aggressive, coming at him like a crashing wave, or would he choose caution, getting Arthur's measure before fully committing to the fight? "We're counting on you, boy," a spearman called, one of his father's men. For all his size and the years he had on Arthur, Constantine came forward slowly, sliding his booted feet across the ground, his shield held close against his body, the flat of his sword kissing the leather-bound rim of that shield, its point accusing Arthur, or condemning him. "He's over here, Arthur ap Uther!" a man behind Constantine called, rapping a knife hilt against the metal boss of his shield. Men on both sides laughed at that, because the helmet was so big on Arthur that its rim kept falling over his eyes. "Careful, Prince Constantine! If you hurt the boy, his mother will have your balls between 2 rocks!" This raised more laughter. Arthur felt the fire in his blood, hating these men for bringing his mother into it, hating his father too, for taking him from her and yet not wanting him either, but sending him away to be raised by other men. These laughing spearmen, who drank his father's mead and shared his hearth and fought for him and loved him, did not know his son. Arthur knew he was a stranger to them, a boy who had spent too many years being mothered, and now was nestled beneath a druid's wing, which made them resentful of him. Well, they would not expect this. Neither would Constantine, who was still 2 spear lengths away, edging left and eyeing Arthur over the top of his shield. Arthur rushed him, putting his shoulder against the inside of his shield and slamming it into Constantine's shield, hoping to throw his cousin off balance and cause an opening. But Constantine had set his feet in time, and he was the heavier, so Arthur felt no give in him, and his own bones rattled under the impact of the collision. Constantine anticipated the sword which Arthur swept low beneath their shields, their dull blades ringing in the bright day. Arthur pulled his sword-arm back, and this time brought it up and over his shield, bending his wrist to reverse the strike, and again the sword sang. But then Constantine shoved against his shield, throwing Arthur back, and now Arthur was retreating, his opponent hammering his shield, so that Arthur felt the marrow in his forearm quivering with slow pain. He would feel it keenly enough later. "You made a mistake, cousin," Constantine said, in between strikes, still forcing Arthur back under the weight of the onslaught. Arthur had no strength to waste on words. He pulled his shield away and slid to the right, and scythed his sword at the passing blur of his adversary. But Constantine got his own shield round in time, then punched the pommel of his sword into Arthur's face, sending him spinning, as the crowd cheered or gasped or cursed, and Arthur's legs turned to water. He staggered and fell, a furnace-like heat raging in the bone on the right side of his face. "Up, boy! On your feet!" His father's voice. He got up. Through the aqueous blur of his vision, he saw Constantine coming for him, so he swung wildly, but his cousin sidestepped and countered with a low blow that filled his right thigh with crushing pain. Arthur struck out again, missed again, and a new pain flooded his back, blooming from a point on his left shoulder blade. He staggered forward, his right leg tingling, numbing, rejecting the commands he gave it, and he knew he would be dead by now had their swords been edged. "Say the words, Arthur!" Ector called. "Say the damn words!" "Stay out of it!" Uther commanded Ector. "The boy is not beaten yet!" Arthur straightened, turning back to face his opponent. The shield felt impossibly heavy in his left hand, dragging his arm down towards the ground. He could barely see out of his right eye, and he did not know why, and so he lifted his sword-arm, touching the back of his hand to his face, and realized the flesh of his right cheek had already swollen horribly, forcing his eye closed. "What are you waiting for?" Uther called, his voice the only one on the warm breeze now. The other men were silent. Their rowdiness subsided. It seemed they had seen enough. "Fight him, boy!" Uther bellowed. Arthur had to turn his head full round to regard Ector with his good eye. Ector shook his head. Arthur turned to look at Constantine, whose brows were drawn together in a disapproving expression as he gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Arthur shifted his weight, testing his right leg, and was relieved to find it would bear him. He grimaced at the pain in his shoulder, leg, and face, leering at his enemy through his left eye. Then he lifted the sword and charged. He did not even see the blow that put him down. He lay there, coming back to himself and the world, like a swimmer kicking upwards to break the surface. And with this reemergence came pain, flooding his whole body at once, though it was nothing compared with the dragging weight in his stomach. Humiliation. "You're alive, lad. You're all right." Ector's voice seemed far away. "Let's have a look at you." He lifted his face from the dirt, which was also in his mouth, so that he turned his face and spat brown saliva. He raised his good eye and saw the High King's spearmen congratulating Prince Constantine. Saw many of them, including his father's men, walking away to find new diversions in the hall and sluice dry throats with ale. Which was worse, he wondered? That they had seen him lose so badly, or that it seemed they had already forgotten the whole thing. "The boy has embarrassed me," Uther growled at Ector, "and I blame you." "We will work harder, Lord," Ector replied, helping Arthur up onto his feet and carefully removing the helmet. "Given time, it'll be a more even match, hey, Arthur?" Arthur lifted his chin and glared at his father, but Uther would not look at him. Or could not.
"I need wine,"
Uther said, turning away from them both.
"An amphora to forget what I've just seen, and another to drown out my brother's crowing. Damn you!"
He strode away after the king and the rest of them.
"I expect better from you,"
he called as he went. Whether to him or to Ector, Arthur did not know. Ector muttered something under his breath and tossed the helmet to the spearman who stood awaiting its return. The man caught it, nodded, and turned to follow the others.
"Shouldn't have fought him, lad,"
Ector said. He lifted Arthur's chin and turned his face to examine the injury. Arthur having to close his good eye against the glare of the afternoon sun.
It's not pretty, but you're young. It will heal. No damage to the eye itself, lucky for you."
He let go of Arthur's chin and grunted.
"Shouldn't have fought him, Arthur."
"I had to," Arthur said, but there was little conviction in the words.
"Did you? Well, I expect Uther's Lunacer gift will be lighter by a swine and a cask or two of ale because you had to."
With only a handful of days before the late summer ceremony, Arthur doubted Lord Uther would take the trouble to see to it that Ector received a thinner harvest gift than usual, just because he, Arthur, had been beaten with the practice swords by his older cousin. But then Ector knew Uther better than he did.
"Next time I'll win,"
Uther said. Ector's mouth moved to form a reply, but then his lips clamped shut on it, and he just stared at Arthur, who held his foster-father's gaze with the eye he could see out of.
I need a drink too,"
Ector said at last, as though a good cup of ale was the only thing that could rinse away the whole sorry business.
"If I were you, Arthur, I'd stay out of his way. The pity of it is that I don't have a choice."
With that, he shook his head again and turned and walked towards the hall, from which the sound of boisterous men rose like the smoke leaking from the golden thatch. Arthur was glad when they had all gone, leaving him alone beneath the low summer sun, as a warm breeze billowed a cloud of dust up from the stubble field. He screwed up his face, lifting a hand to his swollen right cheek and feeling the heat from it. Slowly he rolled his left shoulder, wincing as pain lanced in his back, then lifted his shield arm, which ached terribly from his cousin's thunderous blows.
"That was not a fight the bards will sing of, Arthur,"
he muttered to himself, the various pains in his body eclipsed by the wound to his pride. Then he saw something, or someone, through the blur of his slitted right eye, and turned his head. His good eye made out a girl, a young woman, leaning against the rail near the stables, watching him. Her hair was a tumbling mass of copper curls, which looked like flame in the late sun. Her skin was pale, white as the patch on the stola of the Roman goddess Juno at his mother's villa, where, over the years, hands had rubbed off the blue paint. He could see her aquiline nose and deep eyes, and the shadows pooled beneath the knife-sharp cheekbones, and he knew he had never seen her before. But now he felt an invisible twine stretching across the distance between them, tight as a lyre string. It played a note in his mind, that string, and he could no more ignore it than scorn his own body's need to breathe, so that he realized he was walking towards her before he had even thought why, or what he would say when they came face to face. Not that the red-haired girl had any intention of letting him speak first. "I have never seen someone lose so badly. You didn't land one decent hit on Prince Constantine."
"He's taller than me," Arthur said. "He has a longer reach."
"And he's stronger, obviously," the girl said. "So why didn't you keep your distance? Circle him, and keep him moving. Keep him guessing while you dart in and strike his forearm, here." She flattened her left hand and chopped it against her right arm. "That would hurt, make him angry, more likely to make a mistake, which would give you an opening."
"What do you know about swordplay?"
Arthur could feel the scowl on his face.
"Not much,"
the girl admitted. Then she lifted her chin. "But I know how to bring down that swelling. You won't be able to see anything with that eye if we don't." I saw you well enough, Arthur said, immediately fearing he had sounded too eager with that. But this girl was striking. He had never seen her before, nor anyone like her. I mean, you stood out because, well, everyone else is gone, he said, lifting his right arm in the direction of the hall. She almost smiled at that, a slight pursing of the lips, which lifted those sharp cheekbones higher still. I can make a poultice with snakeweed. She looked to the west. There is some growing in the river meadow, and there is betony at the margins of the stubble field. We'll boil it in milk, if you can get some. Drinking that will help with the pain. She pointed at him, and he felt more conspicuous than he'd ever felt. And it will help with that, she added. Betony is good for the eyes. I told you, there's nothing wrong with my eye. Arthur turned his face, not wanting her to see the swelling, which he could feel growing still, the skin tightening, pulling at his nose and twisting his already misshapen right eye. Damn Constantine. So, you don't want to go down to the river meadow with me? She asked him. His stomach tightened. Her eyes looked dark, almost black, because the low sun was behind him now, casting her in shadow. But those eyes were in him like fishhooks. Well, I suppose if you can stop this turning purple and black, I would be grateful, he said. I don't want to give my cousin the pleasure of seeing it. The girl's hands vanished into the mass of curls, and she swept the flames back, tying them behind her head with a cord he had not seen her holding. I said I could help with the swelling, not the colour. She tilted her head and regarded him, though perhaps a paste of wheaten flour and rose-water would hide it a little. Thank you, he mumbled, gingerly rolling his left shoulder in its socket. Where are you from? Caerlot, far to the north, she said. A long way from here, Arthur ap Uther. Her use of his formal name surprised him, but more than this, there was something in the way she spoke it. A taint, as though it had not tasted good in her mouth. And do you have a name? He asked. She lifted one thick copper eyebrow. Yes, we have names in the north. Of course, I'm Morgaine, she interrupted. Morgaine? He had never said the name, but he had heard it said, heard it whispered, mostly, by his mother or her steward, old Briccius. Even once by Merlin, when Arthur had found the druid in one of his dreaming awake states by the fire one black winter night. He had not known who this Morgaine was, or why her name was never spoken aloud. But now, here she was, close enough that he could have reached out and touched her. And if he had already found himself caught in her spell, like the roach and perch in his wicker trap, knowing her name only tightened her strange hold over him. Your father killed my father, Arthur, she said. I was curled up in my bedfurs, fast asleep one mist-shrouded night, when Uther came. He slaughtered my father and took Tintagel from us. Her eyes narrowed. I was too young to know what was happening, but I have dreamt of it since. Of blood, of screams lost in the suck and plunge, of waves breaking on the shore. Arthur felt her words like one of Constantine's sword blows. Only he felt this in his stomach, a twisting blow that left him short of air. He knew nothing about that of which she spoke. He had never even questioned how Uther had come to be Lord of Tintagel. All his life it had simply been so. I was not born until after, he said, as though in defence of his own part in whatever wrongs this girl believed she and her people had suffered at the hands of his father, Uther ap Constantine ap Tahalaeus. Uther the Flame, Uther the Cruel. I know that, of course, she said. She spoke further, but Arthur did not hear it because his mind was racing. So, my mother is your mother? He said it as a question, but he already knew the truth of it. It explained the whispers, though there was much he still didn't know. Morgaine nodded, her eyes never leaving his. Her fierce stare felt like a weight on him, though it was not unpleasant. more like a thick blanket on a cold night. At last, she looked away to the west and started walking. "Come, Arthur," she said without looking back. "Let us go down to the river meadow and find that snakeweed." For a moment he watched her. She seemed to float across the worn grass like late evening mist. For several heartbeats he wondered if he might still be face down in the makeshift arena, some blow to the head having summoned this red-haired girl like a fever dream. And then he followed her.
Chapter 5. In Honour of Mithras. It was a rain-flayed night when they came to the walls of Caer Lundain. What moon there was barely hazed the thick cloud veiling it, lighting the world no more than can a flame behind a sooty horn lantern illuminate some long-abandoned hall, where fires once leapt to melodies played on lyre and flute. When he had come here as a younger man, Beren had found himself intoxicated by the possibilities of the past. He had tried to picture in his mind how Londinium had looked when the Romans ruled in Britannia, when coin and wine and expensive oils and Rhineland glass and fine red tableware and imperial edicts flowed into the ancient capital, and legionaries patrolled the walls. Now, the buds and vines of civilization which the Romans had cultivated in these dark isles were ashes and ruin, and Caer Lundain little more than a doomed enclave, a greasy, guttering flame in a land which was forgetting. And Beren had all but forgotten too, which was how it had to be. "How will we get in?" Tristan asked, above the ceaseless hissing of the rain. They had stopped to take in the section of wall protecting Caer Lundain's northwest, the four of them soaked to the marrow and shivering in the chill, murky night. Even in the gloom they could see shapes moving atop the wall, the handful of militiamen who guarded this section, some of them holding skins over their heads against the downpour. "You can climb if you want, young man like you," Beren said, walking on, the old wound aching as it always did in wet weather. "I'll use the door." He led them down into a stinking ditch and up the other side, slipping on mud and half falling and cursing at his sludge-covered hand. Then, over rubble, the remains of a once great building that had been pulled down and piled onto Caer Lundain's defences. They climbed and stumbled over the bones of the past, and the rain lashed down as though its purpose was to wash away the last remnants of Rome from this part of Britain. Then the boy stopped and grabbed hold of Beren's sleeve, pointing up at the wall with his other hand. "They've seen us," he said. The others looked to Beren, and Tristan stepped in front of Isolde, holding his spear across his body. "Who's down there?" a voice from the wall called. "Announce yourself!" Somewhere, out in the dark, a dog was barking. "Cynric, king of the Saxons!" Beren growled up at the night-shrouded figure. There was a moment's silence, but for the seething rain and the dog. Then, "Beren, you old shit!" A bronze glow chased the night from that section of the rampart, the flame faltering in the downpour. Beren could smell the pitch feeding that firebrand. "Another step, and we'd have put spears in the lot of you," said the voice. "Balls, Collar!" Beren called back, lifting his chin to the south. "You couldn't hit the river if you fell out of a boat. Open up!" Collar leant over the wall, thrusting the sputtering torch further out as he peered down at them. "Who's that with you? And where's Nabor and the others?" "My friends have come to honour the god," Beren replied. "I haven't seen Nabor for days. Expect he's somewhere up to his eyes in whores or Saxons. Now let us in before we drown out here." The boy was still staring at Beren, the whites of his eyes bright as coins in the flame glow. "It's all right, boy," Beren breathed, low. The flaming torch disappeared. Collar barked a command, and they heard the clump of heavy beams being lifted from their brackets, behind a door so barely visible in the darker shadow beneath the stone wall that the others seemed surprised it was even there. The iron hinges of that stout little door wailed as it opened. "Welcome to Caer Lundain," Beren said, and they followed him into the city. He led them through the ruins of Londinium, The young woman and the boy holding hands, Tristan following behind, alert, hackles raised, ready to fight.
"Grip that spear any tighter, and you'll find yourself unable to hold a cup later," Beren told him. "Easy, lad. You're safe enough here."
He found the younger man's vigilance irritating, not least because it clearly unsettled the boy. But mostly it rankled because Beren could not remember that feeling himself, of being so possessive of life, of wanting above all to endure, either for himself or for someone else. After 20 paces he glanced at Tristan again, seeing the man's knuckles still chalk white around the spear shaft, his eyes sifting the rain-slashed dark for enemies. And Beren shook his head, but held his tongue. As irksome as it was that the young man did not take him at his word, Beren allowed that he and Isolde must have felt like hunted animals since fleeing Cornubia. Beren knew that feeling well enough himself, from his days with Nabor ab Nabor, being dogged by Saxon warbands through the forests. That life could wear a man down. Or else it could make him taut as a drawn bow and liable to jump at every rustle in the leaves. That was Tristan. But there was fire in him. That was clear enough, and Beren had not been gone from the world so long that he did not see that King Mark would have to kill this young man before he could take Isolde back. Yes, Beren knew who she was. The truth of it had seeped into him like the rain in his bones. It was in her bearing, young as she was. She wore it like an ermine robe. Beren had known of her by another name, Isildt, which was the way the bard who had sung of her and King Mark had it last Imbolc, when Beren watched the folk of Caer Calemian celebrate the end of winter with cups of white ewe's milk and cleansing fires. And perhaps he had not realized before now, because he was an old fool. "I have never seen anything like this," Isolde said, looking this way and that as they navigated paths through the rubble and between the empty shells of buildings that yet stood. "How did men build such things?" "You should see Camelodunum," the boy said, gesturing with his free hand. "We have roads like this, only without so many holes. We have stone houses and temples, and much of it looks as it did before the legions left, not like—" He cut himself off as he remembered Caer Colon's fate. The Saxons had burned it. Men from across the Mori Maru had stormed the Roman walls and slaughtered its people, and men of Britain had murdered his mother. The boy fell silent, turning over the still smouldering ashes of all this in his mind. Beren thought he should say something to fill the sudden silence, but he could summon no words of comfort, and so they walked on amongst the innards of that dead place, the only sound their footfall on the broken path they trod. Besides, perhaps it was better that the boy could see the darkness all around, and feel the chill in his very bones. Better that he had never known the time before, of hope and courage, when men yet dared to talk of throwing the invaders back into the sea, when Beltane fires licked the skies to ensure that the sun would always return to ripen the crops, and bards travelled from hall to hall, singing the songs of Britain, and druids yet dreamt to the gods. All gone now, all of it gone, like a field of flowers and morning mist from a childhood memory. A pair of spearmen were walking towards them, shoulders hunched against the rain. Beren felt Tristan behind him tense, could all but hear the young man's heart thumping, but the guards walked past without paying them much heed, though they nodded to Beren, who nodded back. They passed the headless statue of some long-dead Roman official, and a house half swallowed by briars, and took a wide berth around two snarling dogs fighting over some scrap of flesh. Somewhere to the east, a woman was screaming in the night. It was a sound to chill the blood, and Beren heard Tristan telling Isolde that he would not let anyone touch her.
"Careful here,"
Beren cautioned, as they walked between the ruins of two houses which were both taller than the height of 5 men.
"A child was killed here last winter."
He lifted Blandigan's axe, pointing with it.
"A tile slid from the roof and smashed her skull."
He snapped his fingers.
"Just like that. She was gone."
"Poor thing," Isolde said, the 4 of them looking up warily. though it was too dark now to see those overlapping tiles of fired clay which had always put Beren in mind of the fish-scale armour so rarely seen these days.
"Aye," Beren sighed. "Here's me, can't seem to die, and that poor girl barely gets to live. The fates are cruel bitches."
They walked on, but for Isolde, who lingered in that place for a moment, as though she were trying to commune with the girl who had lost her life there. Then Tristan turned and called softly to her, and she hurried to catch them up.
"Stay together,"
Beren told them, as they came to a camp comprising a dozen tents of goat leather, which she could smell even through the rain drumming against those hides and hazing the lamplight glowing at the entrance of each.
"This lot will take heads first and ask who they belong to after."
A man emerged from the nearest tent, breath fogging in the cool night air as he mumbled curses at the rain, thrust his spear's butt into the ground, and relieved himself against a plinth of glistening marble.
"Whose men are they?"
Tristan asked in a hushed voice, sweeping his sodden hair back from a face which Beren suspected had not been so gaunt before he had made an enemy of his king and been hunted for it. The thought soured Beren's guts, like some memory of a rancid meal.
"They're the men who hold Caer Lundain, or what's left of it," he said. "Men of Regin and Caint, who have fled the Saxons. Some men of Powys and Caer Glui, who came for the coin. Even a few Saxons man the walls nowadays."
"And who is their lord?" Tristan asked.
"The spearmen of Caer Lundain don't have a lord," the boy answered before Beren could. He had spoken with distaste, as well he might, being the son of a king, Beren thought, for kings and lords need to call spearmen to their banners, and those men gave their blood to the soil, father and son, father and son.
"They serve the council," Beren said. "Old men who still think this is Rome, and they the Senate. They negotiate, now and then, buy peace between us and the Saxons south of the river, even trade with them across the bridge."
"Trade with the Saxons?"
the boy said, looking horrified.
"Aye, sometimes," Beren said. "If they can remember which warlord they've a treaty with, mind. But we're killing each other again before long."
He swept the long axe towards the clutter of tents.
"These men are paid to hold the walls, so that's what they do."
The sound of Caer Lundain's defenders laughing and shouting as they ate and drank and played dice hung like fog in that place, muted by the deluge, yet drawing Beren's memory back and back to long ago. He had fought with men like these, soldiers, not murderers and thieves like the men he had lived amongst these last years.
"Right,"
he said, lifting Blandigan's axe again, this time pointing with it to the ruin of a Roman temple, whose entrance steps were guarded by a pair of ivy-sheathed columns.
"Here we are."
"What is this place?"
Isolde's voice sounded flat and dull as the door clumped shut behind them, a peal of thunder rumbling in the world beyond as they descended, their progress lit by flickering lamps placed on every third step.
"A temple, once,"
Beren said, relieved to be out of the rain.
"For Mithras."
The reeking smoke from the fish oil lamps was making the boy cough, though he had buried his nose and mouth in the crook of his elbow.
"A warrior's god,"
Beren added, watching his footing in the gloom, his eyesight far from what it had once been. There was a time he could watch hawks soaring high above the world and follow them in the stoop, arrow swift as they took some prey on the wing. A lifetime ago.
"The legions brought Mithras to Britain. His cult endured long after they returned to Rome."
"My father was an initiate," the boy said, "of the lion class. He had a cup with the lion's head on it. A bowl, too."
"That does not surprise me,"
Beren muttered, sweeping the last of the rainwater from his face and ducking as he descended the last few steps, coming to a place where the ceiling of damp, crumbling plaster was low and the passageway more narrow.
"That you, Beren?"
a voice said. A man rose from a stool, stooping slightly as he brought a spear to bear, but he straightened and lowered the weapon as his eyes confirmed the identity of the shadow-played figure before him.
"Haven't seen you for 2 moons or more,"
he said, then grinned.
"Hope the Saxons might have got you at last. Age will get me before a Saxon blade will."
Beren swept an arm behind him to introduce the others.
"My friends have come to lighten their purses in the name of Mithras."
The guard frowned.
I haven't seen them before, he said, his gaze lingering on Isolde. And I would remember a face like that. Still staring at the young woman, he said, Lord Givret know you're bringing them? Move aside, Ulfin, and he'll know soon enough, Beren said. The guard considered this, perhaps thinking that Lord Givret did not pay him enough to get on the wrong side of Beren. Suppose he will at that, he said, turning to thump his fist against the door 5 times and growling at whoever was on the other side to open up. When the door opened, smoke billowed about them, fragrant and sweet, tendrils reaching into the passage down which they had come, and filling Beren's nose to vanquish the stench of his wet woolen clothes. They stepped into that place, and Beren turned to the others. Don't touch anything. Don't offend anyone, he said, seeing how their eyes were wide with awe and bright with reflected flame. A soft whistle escaped Tristan's lips. I have only seen one other place like this, he said. A house near King Mark's Hall, where the Christians gather. Beren grunted. You won't find many Christians here, he said, his gaze following theirs to take in this shadow-pooled, windowless chamber, with its 2 lines of columns like sentinels either side of the central aisle, its stone benches sitting in between those columns, and its strange statues. One depicted a man armed with a sword, standing within what might have been an egg, and another was a warrior with sunbeams emanating from his head, and the largest sculpture, at the end of the chamber, raised on a pedestal altar of marble and torchlit, so that by the flickering light it seemed to move, of a man wrestling a bull, one arm around the massive animal's neck, the other holding a blade to its throat. The man and the bull were painted in colours that were still bright after so many years. His flesh-coloured limbs and green tunic, his red cloak and brown cap, and the bull in his grasp, as white as the full moon. Beren was trying to see the old temple anew, as if through the eyes of his 3 companions. Not for the first time, he reflected that he had seen many wonders in his life. The great wall far to the north, palaces of marble, baths of steaming water wider than a lord's hall, in which he and his wife had bathed together. Proud stallions clad in shining leather, snorting and pawing at the summer grass, tossing their manes, eager to run. Great arenas built by long-dead emperors, where champions fought for the entertainment of thousands of imperial subjects. A library crammed with books and scrolls, the combined knowledge of great minds. Warbands glittering in mail and scale armour beneath a low winter sun. So many wonders. Yet even the memories of them were tainted now, unclear, like the image in an old mottled mirror. It feels like we are in the earth, the boy said in a small, breathy voice. I mean, deep in the earth, in a place of gods. There are no gods in Britannia, boy, Beren said. Not any more. Yet, even as he said the words, he felt the weight of that cave-like place, of the ancient and worm-holed roof beams, and the earth above pressing down on him, of the strange rituals and mysteries that must have taken place where they now stood, and which took place still on occasion. For all that he believed the gods had flown these dark isles, or faded like a bloodstain in the soil, he yet felt there might be some danger in saying as much, though he was long past fear on that score. The boy frowned at him. But you told that spearman on the wall that we had come to honour the god. His words trailed after themselves in that cavernous space. Beren cocked an eyebrow at the boy. Just an expression. You'll understand soon enough. He set off down the central aisle, the others walking at his shoulder, Isolde and the boy touching each of the columns they passed. Thought I said don't touch anything, Beren mumbled. There's no one here to see, Isolde replied, stopping beside the statue of some Roman deity and pressing her palm against the god's cheek. Well, that's about to change, Beren said, as he led them behind the pedestal altar with its sculpture of Mithras slaughtering the bull, and took hold of the iron ring handle of a stout door. Keep hold of the boy. He turned the handle and pulled the door open. Ahead lay a narrow tunnel upon whose white-plastered walls shadow and light danced to the silent tune of a through-draught that tickled the flames of rushlights. Where are you taking us?
Tristan asked, moving aside to allow a staggering drunk coming the other way to pass. Beren did not reply. There were other passages leading off on either side, but he led them along the main one, towards the clamour of voices and the stench of sweat and piss, cooked onions and garlic, and acrid fish oil smoke, and people. They had to step over a man slumped against the passage wall, snoring into the cup which he held on his chest, and soon after the tunnel ended. They emerged into the main chamber, which was thronged with men and women, and foul-smelling, and ill-lit by tall iron tripods, whose oil-filled bowls spewed black smoke to the low, soot-stained ceiling. Beren glanced back and saw the boy was pressing his hands to his ears.
"Stay close, boy."
Beren was pushing through the clamorous crowd, forcing a channel for the others to follow. Some swore at him as he muscled his way amongst them. Most did not seem to care, so intent were they on the spectacle for which they had all gathered, and for which silver, coin, and wine had been wagered.
"Finish him, Melis!"
A woman's voice shrieked above the din.
"End the old black bastard!"
A man yelled. Beren shouldered his way to the forefront of the press, pulling the others into the space he had made, and the three of them stood there beside him, taking in a scene which Beren knew they would never have expected down there in that underground vestige of some Roman cult. A man with skin the dark brown of chestnuts and short, iron-grey hair was fighting a younger, broad-shouldered, bull-necked opponent, the two of them naked but for loincloths and linen knuckle-wraps, their skin glistening with oil and sweat. The men had been grappling, but neither had gained the advantage, and so they broke their hold on each other and drew apart, breathing hard, wiping sweat and blood from their eyes, as the crowd bayed for violence. The dark-skinned man noticed Beren and gave him a bloody grimace, and Beren nodded back. Then the other, bigger man lumbered forward and swung his fist, but the dark man ducked the blow and scythed his right fist into the big man's left ear, to the obvious delight of many in the crowd.
"Who is he?"
Tristan asked. The big man shook off the blow and came again, throwing a combination of punches which his opponent took on his raised forearms and ribs, before the two grabbed hold of each other again and clung on in the roar from the ring of bodies around them.
"His name is Palamedes,"
Beren said.
"He's a Saracen," the boy said in awe.
"The Saraceni formed the Equites in the army of Theodosius the Great," he told Tristan, who seemed equally captivated by the dark-skinned fighter.
"My father said they were great warriors."
Beren grunted.
"Tell that to Melis here."
The bull-necked man had wrapped his brawny arms around Palamedes and was lifting him off the ground. Those great arms and powerful chest and shoulders began squeezing the life out of the Saracen, so that Palamedes was gasping for breath, and Beren half expected to hear the snapping of his ribs even above the noise in that chamber.
"I've something to do," Beren said. "Stay put. I'll find you after."
He looked down at the boy, who was looking at him, eyes suddenly betraying fear.
"You'll be safe with Tristan."
Isolde put an arm around the boy's shoulder and gave Beren a look that said, "You'd better not be lying. You'd better not abandon him now."
"I won't be long,"
Beren told her, eyes scanning the crowd as someone bellowed at the bigger fighter to knock the dark-skinned man back to whatever sun-scorched land he had come from. The faces around them were twisted in savage glee, or in anger at the thought of their anticipated lost wages, or pinched with grim sympathy for the man being crushed so that his eyes were bulging in his paling face.
"Just stay put,"
Beren told the others, before turning his shoulder into the press of bodies. "You're not going to wait to see if your friend wins?" Tristan called after him. Just then Palamedes created enough room in the other man's grip to lean back and whip forward, slamming his forehead down onto the big man's nose, making his opponent cry out in rage and let go of him. Palamedes dropped and scrambled on hands and knees across the straw-strewn floor, out of the other's reach.
"I've seen it 100 times,"
Beren called back, gesturing to Tristan to keep his eyes on the boy. He pushed on around the inner edge of the throng, towards the man who would make the most money this night, whoever won the bout taking place before him. A man who might easily go unnoticed amongst such a crowd, but once noticed was rarely unremarked upon, and not only because he was no taller than a child of 7 summers, but because he was the lord of this subterranean place, this mostly forgotten temple to a long-vanished god. Givret the Small, some called him. Others called him the Little King. And when he saw Beren twisting and shoving his way towards him, the Little King did nothing to disguise the foul words that Beren read on his lips. "Not here," Givret said, turning away from the contest and hurtling off on his stout little legs. Beren had to lengthen his own stride to keep pace, easy as it was now to pass through this rough rabble of Mithras, because two men cleared a path for the dwarf lord, pushing folk aside with the shafts of their spears. They walked through a knot of grizzled-looking warriors, gathered around a man on a stool playing a cruth, his stubby fingers surprisingly nimble across the strings as he sang along. An old tune, but new words. Something about the great warlord Arthur, and how he had not died after the great battle at Camlan, but would come again, a flame relit in the darkest time. Shouldering his way through, Beren fished a bronze coin from the pouch on his belt and tossed it to the man, whose hand jumped from the instrument to catch the coin. He nodded at Beren. "Sing something else," Beren growled, walking on. Behind him, the tune changed to a merrier one. They were soon in another tunnel, this one so low that Beren and the two spearmen had to bend over and walk stooped as old men. "I am an old man," Beren thought, touching the blade of Blandigan's axe to one of the many low columns of thin red brick that lined this tunnel, a passage which had long ago carried hot air to heat the building that once stood above their heads. Givret came to a crude door and opened it, and Beren followed him into a cell which had been carved out of the bedrock itself, its arched ceiling high enough for Beren to stand tall again, his back already complaining from being bent. The ceiling and walls were damp as always, as though the Temesis was slowly seeping into the place, and the rock was scarred here and there with Roman writing, names of the long dead, perhaps, or prayers, or even curses, Beren thought, whose meanings were lost now, though once, perhaps, they had held power. The spearmen did not follow Beren into the room, instead making their way back along the passage, he presumed, to take up guard positions where they and their spears could stand straight. Beren watched Givret approach a table, upon which a loaf of bread sat beside a jug and 4 wooden cups. Beren could smell that the bread was freshly baked, even over the stink of his wet clothes and the stench of the main chamber that lingered yet in his nose. He said nothing, his stomach rumbling as Givret lifted the jug and filled 2 cups, pouring the wine from a height so that the stream of it was the colour of garnets by the light of the beeswax candle behind. In the shadows cast across the far side of the room, a bare-breasted woman lay half-swathed in skins on a Roman lectus genialis, watching Beren with sleepy eyes. He had never seen this one before. Dark skin, hair as glossy as a black stallion's mane, and lips the same colour as the wine. Not that any of this would hold Givret's attention for long, he knew. The lord of the Temple of Mithras put the jug down and lifted both cups, extending one towards Beren, an eyebrow arched in suspicious disapproval. "What I lack in height, I make up for in cleverness, Beren. Few around here would disagree. So tell me, if you would, why am I wasting good Galician wine on a dead man?" Beren leant the axe against the rock wall and took the cup, nodding in thanks and bringing it to his nose to breathe in the wine. Berries and plums, oak and leather. He closed his eyes, and for a heartbeat he was young again, and strong, and in love. He opened his eyes and watched Givret over the rim of the cup as he tasted the wine, let it wash over his tongue and around his mouth a moment, before he swallowed. "You know, then?" Givret glared at him. "Of course I know. Bad news travels fast." He swirled his own wine around in the cup, watching it as a druid might watch some potion he was mixing. "Nabor paid a boy to ride here while the bodies of the men you killed were still warm." He sipped his wine. "He thought you might come back here. Said that if you did, I am to string you up by your feet until he comes." He shrugged his solid shoulders. "The men you killed work for me as often as not. Your actions will cost me dear, Beren." Beren felt a chill in his stomach
in spite of the wine. "Is that your intention, to hand me over to Nabor?" He feared for the boy, he realized. He feared that he had made a terrible mistake by bringing him here. Givret eyed Beren and scratched his bearded neck. "I don't take orders from cutthroat scum like Nabor ap Nabor. Besides, he can deal with you himself. I expect he's not far behind you." He drank again, dragged his hand across his lips, and pointed a wine-stained finger at Beren. "But I would like to know why you betrayed your own men." "They are not my men," Beren said. "You know what I mean." Givret tilted his head to one side. "Who is the boy?" "Just a boy," Beren said. He went over to the table and picked up the loaf and tore a hunk off. The little king frowned. "If you're going to drink my wine and eat my bread, Beren, then do me the courtesy of not treating me like one of your half-wit sellsword companions." Seeing Beren chewing must have whetted Givret's own appetite, because he hurried over to Beren, snatched the loaf from him and bit into it. "Who is the boy?" he asked through a mouthful. "He's of good stock, well-fed and bright-eyed, haughty as a little prince, you might say, even half-drowned by the rain and sloshing about with a miserable old wretch like you." He could read people, could Givret, and more than once Beren had wondered if the little man could read him. "He is the son of King Constantine and Queen Brendana," Beren said. Easier to be honest. "We were supposed to kill him, on Queen Morgana's orders." Givret's brow furrowed. "So, he could be a king one day. With that blood in his veins, maybe even a new Pendragon." He lifted his chin and scratched his thick neck. "Of course Morgana wants him dead. The old witch still burns a candle for Britain where her grandson sits on the high seat." His lip curled as he said, "Melahan ap Mordred ap Arthur. That smug fool seeks to rule above all the kings, including the Saxon ones." Then he half smiled with the satisfaction of having seen it all clearly, whistled. "That boy out there is their only blood challenge to the line of the High Kings, Uther and Ambrosius before him." He bit off another hunk of bread, thinking whilst he chewed. "I wasn't expecting this when you washed up like a turd on the foreshore, Beren." His squared-off jaw was working hard on that bread. "Some teary-eyed bard out there is squawking that this boy of yours could be the one who unites Britain and throws the Saxons back into the sea." Beren had never known Givret to nurse such grand hopes for Britain, nor even much hatred for the Saxons come to that. But the man had an Agassian hound's nose for opportunity, and Beren could see silver glinting in the little king's eyes now. "Or he could just be a boy who grows into a man," Beren said, "which can't happen if he ends up as dead as his mother in some forest hereabouts." But Givret was still thinking as he chewed. "So, you decided to kill everyone but the boy?" he asked. "Not everyone," Beren shrugged. "Just those that would have killed him and me." The dwarf flapped a dismissive hand. "You risked your life for this boy. You betrayed your own for him, and now you bring this trouble to my door." "I don't kill children," Beren said. His mind spooled back to the ambush in the forest, and the greybeard who had been Queen Brendana's bodyguard. He had known Beren for what he was, and for who he was. "How could you do this? Why?" His stomach soured at the memory, or perhaps it was just the wine on an empty belly. "And the other two out there?" Givret gestured with the half-eaten loaf to the door. "The young lovers. Who are they? What have they got to do with it?" He raised an eyebrow. "She is a beauty, eh? Even an old bear like you can see that. Perhaps I can convince her to stay here. She would live like a queen." The girl lying on the Roman bed made a sound that told them what she thought about that. But Givret ignored her. "They're nobody," Beren said. "But yes, they're in love. They like the boy, and the boy likes them. So I said they can travel with me." "The boy is tempting." Givret scratched his cheek. "The girl, too." He shook his head. "But I'd struggle to stop Nabor killing the little prince. And the girl," he sighed, "seems to me she likes tall, pretty men. It would be upsetting if she didn't yield to my charms." With a look, he dared Beren to mock him, but Beren held his tongue, let his eyes say nothing. "No,
I need you gone, Baron. Gone like you were never here.
Baron nodded.
Came to get my things.
You can't come back.
I won't.
He finished his wine and placed the cup on the table.
We'll be gone by first light. Can you get us across the river?
Givret nodded.
If it means I can be sure I've seen the back of you. He frowned then. Emmeline will take it hard, though I've never known why she's so fond of you.
Baron grunted.
She's better off without me.
Givret gave a snort of agreement.
Where will you go? What are your plans for the boy?
Before Baron could weave the lie, the little man waved a hand through the air, now fragrant with the earthy aroma of honey from the expensive candle.
Don't tell me. Better if I don't know.
Baron fetched the axe and gripped it by the throat. Givret lifted his chin. He knew that weapon well enough.
So, Blandigan is dead?
He is, but I didn't kill him,
Baron said.
Shame,
Givret said. Whether he meant it was a shame that Blandigan was dead, or a shame that Baron hadn't been the one to kill him, Baron didn't know. And he had no time to ask, because echoing down the tunnel from the main chamber came the sound of people shouting. Because the Saxons had come. Chapter 6. The Black River. Baron thumped on the door.
It's me! Open up! Hurry!
The door opened, and Emmeline stood there, her grey hair swept back from her face and bound tight, so that all the years of her life lay easily there, mocking him with their honesty. "What's happening?" she asked, her creamy white eyes seeing nothing, though she knew well enough who had come. She took his arm and ushered him into the dark room she had shared with him nights beyond counting over the last years. He found the flint and steel and tinder where they always kept them, and soon an oil lamp crackled with a new little flame. A bowl of oats, butter, milk, and honey sat on the table, a spoon standing up in the mixture where she had left it. A shame they would not have time to wait for the oat cakes to bake, he thought.
The Saxons have crossed the river. A lot of them,
he said. Her face tightened.
Too many? I don't know.
Baron was already on his knees, opening the chest containing his belongings, which Emmeline had allowed to take up space in her little room down there in the catacombs, beside the temple of Mithras, ever since he had come to Caer Lundain, returning to the world like a shade on Samhain Eve. He took out a frayed cloak.
Maybe the garrison will push them back across the river. Maybe not. We won't be here to find out.
Then a pair of trews and 2 tunics, one of wool, the other of bleached linen. He laid these garments aside. Then came a belt, a leather flask, a sheath and knife whose blade had all but forgotten the touch of a grindstone, a waxed leather hood, 3 woolen socks, and a shedding wolf pelt. He could hardly see by the one small lamp flame, but he knew these things by touch. When the chest was empty, he drew the knife and used it to ease up the boards of the false bottom, removing them one by one until he found the purse of coin, rings, and precious stones, all that remained of his earnings. Not much for the blood he had spilled, he thought, weighing the purse in his hand before tying it to his belt and tucking it away.
"Is it true, Baron?"
Emmeline asked.
"There's a whisper that you turned against Nabor, that you killed his men." "I've done worse,"
he said. Emmeline knew that, of course. She had scrubbed enough blood from his clothes. And yet she had fed him and washed him. She had trimmed his hair and beard and given him more than he deserved. He had never known why.
"Get your things," he said over his shoulder. "We travel light."
"If not for the Saxons, you'd have left me here, wouldn't you?" she said, an accusation from the shadows. "Would you have even said goodbye?"
"I'd have said goodbye,"
he said. Though now he was there with her, he did not know if that were true. It would have been easier to spend the night, then slip away in the dawn. "And if I'd chosen to go with you, what then, Baron?"
"I wouldn't have expected you to come with me," he said,
sweeping his hand across the bottom of the chest.
"Not out there."
"And now?" she asked. For a heart-stopping moment, he could not find what he was looking for.
"Now, neither of us can stay.
he said, reaching for the lamp and bringing it closer. He could feel her thinking in the gloom. After a moment, she said, "You know they will come for you. A man like Nabor, he'll kill you, Baron." "Not if the Saxons kill me first." He saw it then, the thin strip of green ribbon folded long ago around its secret. He could hear men shouting, could hear the hobnail of shoes against the flagstones of the temple floor. Perhaps even the clash of blades, yet he could not be sure, for that was a sound often in his ears, whether real or not, like the distant crashing of waves always being in a seashell. "Where will you go?" she asked.
"We'll go west," he said, "to Camelot."
He reached down, but stopped, not daring to touch that last remaining thing, as though it were a flame.
"There's a boy. I've given him my word that I'll take him there."
A boy? What boy? He steeled himself and closed his hand around the folded ribbon. She grabbed his shoulder. "What boy, Baron?" Just as well she could not see him now, he thought, holding the past tightly in his hand.
"A boy who didn't deserve what Nabor had planned for him,"
he said.
"But Camelot, Baron," she said. "I can't go all that way. Not fast enough. Nabor will catch up with us and he'll kill you. You know he will. Sure as ice in winter."
He lifted the thing to his nose, and he closed his eyes and breathed it in. It still carried her scent, faint now, almost not there at all. But it was her. His bones ached these days, and his eyes were dimmer than they were. He needed to piss 3 times every night, and food did not taste as he remembered it. But his sense of smell was still sharp, and now it had talons that tore through his chest and took hold of his heart, near stopping it. Slowly he unwound the ribbon. There was no need to do it, but why not rip his heart clean out now he had started? It had been years since he had felt anything at all, other than the aches of his old body, so this was almost exquisite, unknown, and yet so familiar, like the lingering emotion of a dream whose images have faded away.
"You need to go, Baron,"
she said. "Need to go now." She took up her blackthorn staff from where it leant against the wall. "Leave all that," she said, gesturing with that staff, though she could not know what he held.
"Can't go back, Baron. Can't ever go back."
Perhaps she was thinking of the man she had lost years ago, not killed by Saxons, but taken by some fever. Everyone had their wounds.
"I know," he said. "Don't think I don't know that."
Emmeline loved him in her way. He knew that, too. She had taken him in when he was nothing but the burden of his own ghosts, when all he had to offer was violence. The times she had stitched his cuts, her fingers all the more nimble perhaps because of her blindness. And as those wounds closed, so he had opened up to her a little. They had kept each other company whenever Beren found himself in Caerlundain. The blind woman and the old man, like the thin ends of old roots, entwining in the dusk. The ribbon unwound now. He looked at the silver ring gripped between his finger and thumb. Warm, as though it still held the heat of the flesh it had caressed for so many years. Burnished and smooth, yet sharp as a blade to him.
"Come on, let's go,"
he said, standing and wrapping the ring back into the green ribbon. As green as it had ever been, that ribbon. It had not faded as he had faded, but was as fresh and bright as when it had tied hair, as black as a crow's wing, blue as a beetle's shell, the burnished copper of beech leaves at the season's turn. He had come back to say goodbye, and for the meagre coin he had earned, and not yet spent on food and drink and other things. For the ring, too, perhaps. But he knew then that he could not take the ring, could not carry such a thing as that, even now, after so long. With a subdued sigh, he put the ribbon-bound ring back into the chest. tucked into the corner where the silver-grey hairs from the molting wolf's pelt had gathered, and pushed the boards of the false floor roughly back in place before closing the lid. He stood, turning to Emmeline. "Come," he said, handing her his old wolf's pelt, which she put around her shoulders, deftly tying the leather thongs which she had woven into it herself. "My flask," she said, turning back into the dimly lit room as he opened the door. Cries of panic and alarm coursed through the tunnels, washing over him. He listened intently for 30 beats of his heart, trying to discern any telltale sounds of violence between and among the voices. No metal clash, no nearby hammering of fist or weapon on barred door. There was time yet, but barely. He turned to urge haste, and found Emmeline close beside him. She took the hand he offered her, and they left the small room, following the tunnels back the way he had come. They met Tristan and Isolde and the boy coming the other way, their eyes wide in the gloom. "We have to get out, Baron," Tristan said. "The Saxons are everywhere." Baron saw an unspoken accusation in the boy's face. "What is it?" he asked him. "I thought you'd left us," the boy said. "You thought wrong, boy," Baron said. "The guard, Ulfin," Tristan went on. "He was shouting that the spearmen of Caer Lundain were building their shield wall a spear throw south of here. Said there were Saxons already in the ruins above our heads." Baron muttered a curse. "Follow me," he told them, "and stay close." They nodded. Then he turned to Emmeline, putting a hand on her shoulder, feeling the bony nub of it beneath that old wolf pelt. "I'll guide you," he said. She shook her head. "I want to stay, Baron. I'll only slow you down." "No, you won't," he said. "You're younger than me, remember?" He forced a smile, which Emmeline would never see, though she had once told him she could hear a smile creaking in his lips. "And Tristan here is from Cornubia, where he has been living a soft life at the court of King Mark. If anyone is going to slow us down, it will be him." Tristan frowned at him. "You know who I am?" he asked. "I know," Baron said, "but now's not the time for all that." He took up his cloak and Emmeline's hand, closing her hand around a fistful of the cloak's hem. "Don't let go." It had been a long time since she had left the ruins of Caer Lundain, and Baron knew that the world beyond was terrifying, infinite, and unknowable to her. "And trust your footing," he told her. "I'll keep to even ground where I can." He led them a different way this time, through the main chamber, which was all but empty now, then along a tunnel which had long ago carried water from the Tamesis to the important villas and baths nearby, where they had to progress on hands and knees through damp weeds and ancient sludge. The boy found it easy. The young lovers made light enough work of it too, but for Baron and Emmeline the going was slow and arduous, and Baron wondered if his knees would ever allow him to stand straight again, assuming they ever came to the end of that shaft. At last they spilled out into the night, a long way from the Temple of Mithras, all of them squeezing water from their cloaks and trews. Baron and Tristan seeking any dry corner of cloth upon which to wipe blades, lest the iron rot set in. The rain had stopped, but the sky was thick with cloud still, so that it was very dark, and there was a swirling wind which had the boy shivering in his wet clothes. That wind gathered up the sounds of fighting. The clash of blades, the thump of shields, and the cries of men, scattering them into the night like leaves of sound, making it almost impossible to tell where the battle was unfolding. Baron knew, though. He had told the men of the Caer Lundain garrison where their defences were most vulnerable. Down by the old docks, he had said, where the river had silted, and folk walked out across the mud with their eel traps. That silting made the crossing narrower. With a good elm bow a man could shoot an arrow from bank to bank at that point, in the Tamesis' snaking course. He had once known a man who could have thrown a spear across it. The old Roman wall there should be repaired, he had told them, for that is where the Saxons will make their big push when it comes. But they had not listened. Not to him. And why would they? He was just an old man. He was like a rusty blade himself, some hard thing of iron, but ragged and worn and unneeded. "Where now?" Tristan asked. He gripped his spear and he gripped Isolde, their clasped hands making a pale knot in the gloom.
The wind gusted, whipping Isolde's hair across her eyes and bringing with it a ragged cheer from the throats of warriors on Caer Lundain's walls or amongst the ruins. Beren looked back to where he knew men were hacking and stabbing, pushing and panting for breath, every living one of them, be he of Regin or Kent, Powys or Caer Glui, or some mouth-warping Saxon village from across the grey sea, driven to butchery so that he might live to see another sunrise, or hold a lover again, or a child. "This way," he told them, setting off, bats whirring above their heads. To the west of them, dogs barked incessantly. Beren had once had a dog himself. He knew that a dog's senses were sharper than a man's, and that they would know there was trouble long before their owners did. "We're going down to the river," he said. Tristan stopped, and so Isolde and the boy stopped too. "But the Saxons hold the land south of the river." Beren stopped and turned and looked at him. "You want to go back that way?" He pointed Blandigan's axe to the north. Another shout went up. Perhaps one side had broken the other's shield wall. Perhaps not. Tristan looked at Isolde, who gave a slight shake of her head. "No," Tristan said. "Didn't think so," Beren said, continuing on, Emmeline at his left shoulder, holding onto his cloak with one hand, her staff with the other. After a heartbeat, the others followed. "We'll go upriver, get away from all this," Beren told them. "Either the Saxons will be thrown back to their palisade on the other side of the Tamasis, and will be licking their wounds until Samhain." He reached out and took hold of a twig, which had become snarled in Emmeline's hair. "Hold still," he said softly, easing the thing free. "Or they'll win," he continued, tossing the twig away. "In which case they'll be looting, rotting themselves senseless, and using Caer Lundain as a pissing post come morning. Either way, they won't care about a little boat making its way upriver in the dark." He hoped that was true. "A boat?" the boy asked, through shivering lips. He was looking at Beren with round eyes. Isolde pulled her cloak tighter round her neck against another gust, her own eyes boring into Beren's, so that he cursed inwardly at this new life that would have him explain his every quiet thought to others. "We need to get upriver," he said, "and I don't swim like I used to." He was peering into the south, wondering if his old eyes were missing things, the whites of a man's eyes, a polished iron blade, dull in the night, the copper glow of a campfire around which men would be huddled in the damp dark. Anything that would tell him there were Saxons down on the river's edge, guarding the boats they had crossed over in, perhaps. Or older men, waiting as a reserve, should they be needed at the walls. "I can swim." The boy looked from Tristan to Isolde. "Like a fish, Mother used to say." His face hardened then, as though he had just remembered that his mother was dead, the knowledge catching him by surprise, like a kick to the stomach. "Then, if there's no boat, you'll have to swim for the both of us, boy," Emmeline said. Her face turned in his direction, her eyes white as pebbles tumbling in on the tide. "There'll be a boat," Beren assured them, leading them on through the dark. They passed a clutter of half-collapsed timber-framed buildings, whose mossy, mouldering thatch bristled in the wind. Then came onto a wooden wharf, whose thick pilings disappeared into water which was flecking white under a racing sky. "Careful, it's slippery," Tristan said. "Rotten too," Beren warned, guiding Emmeline around a jagged hole where someone's foot must have broken through the timber quay. There had been a time when vessels came up the Tamasis, laden with Spanish olives and Syrian wine. Once he had even seen a great ship with a white sail which had somehow navigated the treacherous shifting sands of the Tamasis estuary. As a boy, he had stood amongst scores of men and women who buzzed like bees as they watched dark-skinned crewmen unload the precious cargo onto this very wharf, the ship rising at its mooring to reveal its green-slimed belly. Now, the tide ebbing as it was, the wharf looked more like the skeleton of some great and ancient beast, washed up onto the shore. "There," the boy hissed, "down on the strand." He was pointing, but Beren could only see the black Tamasis mud and the black water beyond, and beyond that, the indistinct line of the far shore, where the shivering shape of trees met the charcoal sky. "I see them," Tristan said, to Beren's irritation. "Saxons?"
Beren looked at Tristan rather than trusting his own eyes in the darkness. "No, a man and a boy, I think," Tristan said. "Look, they have a boat," Isolde said. Beren swore under his breath. He crouched at the edge of the wharf, his knees popping, then jumped down onto the muddy foreshore, his boots sinking deep. "That's no boy," he said, gently helping Emmeline down onto the strand beside him. "That's the man whose boat we're getting on." "Don't just stand there, Beren! Help us with this!" the little king called, flapping his short arms in Beren's direction. He and Palamedes were floundering in the mud, trying to pull the small boat round as they dragged it towards the lapping fringe of the wind-rippled river. Tristan and the boy plunged through the mud to help, but before Beren could follow, Emmeline tugged on his cloak. He turned back to her, the wind whipping her hair, the same colour as the wolf pelt, back from her pale face. "I'll not be going with you, Beren," she said. "Of course you are," he said, taking her by the arm. "No, Beren. Listen to me now." She thrust the staff into the Tamasys mud, and it stuck there like a branchless tree. Then she grabbed hold of Beren by both arms, and he felt the strength in her. "There's nothing for me out there," she said, lifting her chin and her sightless eyes to the west. "Nothing but tripping on your heels and slowing you down." "You're no slower than I am these days," he said, though he knew she was right. She would slow them down, and somewhere, perhaps in the woods, or maybe at some round at which they'd stop for shelter or provision, Nabor ap Nabor would catch up with them, and he would kill Beren and the boy. "Sure as ice in winter." "You go now, old man," Emmeline told him, her voice competing with the wind. "You promised that, boy, and now you must keep that promise, do you hear?" Beren glanced over his shoulder. They had dragged the boat down to the water, and the little king was already aboard, Palamedes and Tristan holding the ropes, while Isolde and the boy looked back at Beren, waiting for him and Emmeline to join them. Beren lifted his free hand and pressed it gently against Emmeline's cheek, and she pushed her face against that hand, hard against the tough calluses on his fingers, as though greedy for his touch, as though she knew she would never feel it again. "I'll take you back. Find somewhere safe," he said, lifting his chin in the direction from which they had come. "A place to lie low until you know who holds the walls." She shook her head. "You're old, but you're no fool. They're waiting, and you must go. I found my way in this dark world before I met you, Beren, and I'll find my way when you're gone." He did not know what to say to her then, though he knew he must let her go back alone. He opened his mouth to speak, but now she pressed her fingers to his lips. Even in the wind-whipped night, he could smell the honey from the oat-cake mixture on those fingers. "Before you go across Britain with this boy and these 2 young Cornubians," she took hold of his right hand in both her own, and pressed something into his palm, and he did not need to look to know what it was. Her white eyes seemed to search his. "I know what I said, that you can't go back. And it's true, none of us can. Still, we take the past with us into the future." She turned at the sudden rasping call of a corncrake, which had burst from a clump of reeds and taken to the air, all rufous wings and long trailing legs in the murk. "For we carry it with us, Beren." She brought her sightless eyes back to his. "We must," she said, "or else we cannot know who we are or how we came here." She squeezed his closed fist. "Do you understand?" "No," he said. "I don't." And yet he held tightly that ribbon-bound ring, though it could have been an ember spat from some baleful fire, singeing his skin, and his soul too. "I think you do," she said. "Beren, we are leaving with or without you," Givret called, and Beren turned his head to see the lord of the ruined temple balancing in his little boat, waving an arm. "Go," Emmeline said, letting go of Beren and stepping back. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. "Go north, keeping the wind on your right cheek. Find shelter and wait. The Saxons won't linger in the ruins. They'll go back across the river.
He did not know if that were true, but he hoped it was. She nodded.
Never known you to talk so much. Go on now.
She flapped a hand towards the river. He nodded in turn, took that hand and kissed it again, and turned, and plunged down the muddy strand, his knapsack over his shoulder, Blandigan's axe in one hand, and the ribbon-bound ring in the other.
"And look after that boy," she called after him. "You were a little boy yourself once, Baron. Try to remember that." "Aye, when Iocca was born of sea foam,"
he mumbled into his beard, doing everything he could not to slip in the sludge and fall on his backside as he made his way towards the boy, who was watching his progress keenly, Isolde holding him close, her hair flying like a war banner. "You're just leaving her there?" Isolde asked him as he threw his sack into the boat.
"It's none of your concern," he said. "Get in. Tide's ebbing still, and we'll be rowing against it."
The boy jumped aboard, the boat tipping dangerously as he sat down in the thwarts, because it was not properly afloat yet, but still half-cradled by the Tamas's mud. Beren gestured for Isolde to follow, but she found her way blocked by Givret, who stood with his legs planted shoulder-width apart, one hand on the hilt of the long Saxon knife, which hung in a scabbard from his belt on 2 straps. "Never said I'd take these 2, Beren. Just you and the boy." He lifted his free hand and fluttered stubby ringed fingers at Isolde and Tristan. "Not unless they pay me. They're trouble. I can smell it on them."
"Where will you go?"
Beren asked him. Givret gestured vaguely to the south. "To my horses first, then down to Portus Adurni, and to Benwick. Cross the sea with us, Beren. I'll pay you well, and I could use your sword." He tilted his head towards Palamedes. "The Saracen will be pleased with the company."
"I doubt that,"
Beren said. The little king looked from Beren to Isolde. "Silver, or you and your handsome friend will have to find another way." "I can outrow Beren," Tristan said, still holding the stern rope. "I don't doubt it," Givret said, "but Beren and I are old friends."
"Don't give me that horse dung," Beren said. "You and your boat would have been gone had the boy not seen you."
Givret threw an arm up in the direction of Kerlundain's walls. "How was I to know the Saxons would attack? I could hardly go looking for you in the middle of all that. And anyway, when I agreed to get you across the river, I was drinking my second-best wine and trying to get rid of you so that I could enjoy the company of my new friend." He glanced from Isolde to Palamedes, who was already sitting on a row bench gripping a pair of oars. "Did you know she was born in Carthage?" he asked. Palamedes shrugged, as if to say maybe he did, and maybe he didn't.
"They're coming with us,"
Beren told him. Givret narrowed his eyes at Beren. "For a price." Beren turned to Isolde and Tristan.
"Get in."
The little king pulled the Saxon knife from its scabbard and pointed it, first at Isolde, then Tristan. "I said no! This is my boat, not his!"
"Put that away before you hurt yourself,"
Beren growled. Givret's eyes bulged, and he turned to Palamedes. "Why are you just sitting there? Do something, you savage! What do I pay you for?" Palamedes looked at Beren, who saw that one of the Saracen's eyes was swollen, almost shut from his fight in the temple chamber.
"If they want to come, let them come," Palamedes said. "But we need to go now."
He nodded towards the shore, where flames were flying in the night.
"Saxons,"
the boy said. Those flames were torches, and they were coming down to the river. "Get in," the little king told them all. And so they did. Tristan used an oar to push them out into deeper water, and then the little boat was free. He sat on one of the 2 benches and rowed, keeping time with Palamedes. The boy and Isolde huddled in the stern, whilst Beren and Givret crouched in the bow, their quarrel forgotten now that the enemy was close. They all watched the shore and those bobbing firebrands, and the rowers had barely made 6 strokes when warriors appeared on the wharf, the rumble of their voices shredding in the wind as they looked across the water. Beren's gaze lingered on Emmeline, who yet stood just beyond the water's edge, the dark shape of her lingering just beyond the fitful glow of those torches. He wanted to shout to her, to warn her about the spearmen who were but a stone's throw from where she stood,
It seemed they had not seen her yet, though surely Emmeline must know that the men were there. "Not even Saxons would hurt a blind woman standing in the mud on a night like this," Gibret said. "Why get their boots filthy?" Beren knew the little king was trying to put his mind at ease, yet his stomach knotted this way and that as they slipped away on the dark river, leaving Emmeline behind. The night had fallen across her like a black cloak now, so that she was lost to his sight. He felt that loss like a weight of guilt, like something tainted in his gut, and sickened, he looked in vain for her still, as the flames from those men's torches tore at the gloom. It was slow going because the great river was still flowing back into the sea, but Palamedes and Tristan were strong, neither man wanting to be the one to let his oarstroke wane. Now was Beren glad for Tristan's company, because he knew he would have been puffing already, and dead soon enough from a burst heart, if he had tried to keep up with the Saracen. There were some other boats on the dark river, small craft pushing westward, filled with the families of garrison men, Beren supposed. Families who had decided to risk escaping Caer Lundain by water, which told Beren that the Saxons must have breached the river palisade in numbers, and were likely killing and looting amongst the ruins north of the Temple of Mithras. After another 10 dips of the oars, the boy said, "They're following us, Beren. Look!" No doubt they all knew the truth of it, but the boy was the only one who chose to say it aloud. For the wind-flayed torches were still visible now and then, glimpsed in the gaps between the warehouses, wharves, and quays of the waterfront. "They'll give it up soon," Beren said. But they did not give it up, and Beren knew that despite the muscle which Palamedes and Tristan were giving to the oars, they were not moving fast enough against the current. Givret knew it too. "They'll have us at the bridge." The little king was careful not to let the others overhear. "They might," Beren admitted, "and with any luck they'll see that we're not men of the garrison, or merchants, fleeing in a boat, piled with amphorae of wine. We're nobody." Givret gave him a wry look. "Speak for yourself," he said, "and don't forget, I know who the boy is." "You do, but the Saxons don't." Beren twisted to look over the bow in case he could see the old, rotting Roman bridge in the gloom. "Just a little further," Givret said. Palamedes and Tristan rowed hard. Sometimes their oars chopped at the river when the wind whipped furrows that rolled past their little boat in the dark. But mostly their strokes were long and true, pulling against the dark water, defying the easterly flow towards the great estuary. Beren had not been on this stretch of river since he was around the boy's age, before the Saxons had grown in numbers, and when the Tamasis was still thronged with flat-bottomed boats which could beach on the foreshore at low tide. Boats which swept down river, to Rutapiae or Dubris, and the larger ships waiting to export the treasures of Britain. Wool and cloth, silver and lead, bears, fierce hunting dogs, and cowed slaves. And vessels which had crossed the dividing sea in the summer to sweep up the Tamasis, laden with bronzes and sculptures, pottery, ceramics and glassware, silks, and even marble of various colours, imported by those rich lords who yet clung to dreams of a Roman Britannia that was already crumbling around them. All gone now. All of it of no more substance than a memory, which may just have been a dream. Hadn't they been fools to think they could cling to the past? How many men had died for it fighting the Saxon tide? How many women made widows or taken as slaves? How many children left to play in the ashes? "What shall we do?" Tristan said, through gritted teeth, as he leant back in the pull. "They're faster on land than we are on the river." "Should we cross over to the south bank?" Isolde asked, looking from Beren to Givret, then peering across the white-flecked, wind-furrowed water. "Can't even see the other side," Palamedes said. "No," Beren said. "The south bank will be crawling with Saxons, thick as flies on blood. The river narrows soon. If we make it past them at the bridge, they'll leave us alone." "You hope," Tristan mumbled. "We'll find out soon enough." Givret was pointing ahead. "There it is." Beren saw the old bridge looming in the murk, could smell the burnt charcoal tang of it,
where more than one fire had tried to consume its stout timbers. And whilst that bridge was mostly a ruin, like so much of Roman Londinium, it yet spanned the river from bank to bank, low enough to prevent tall-masted ships from venturing any further west. The boy stood in the boat and pointed. "There they are! Look, Baron, there they are!" There was a gash in the fast-moving cloud, so that a wash of moonlight lit the landing stage where vessels moored to be loaded and unloaded. And it was onto this timber deck, protruding far into the river, that spearmen came running, their shouts and the clump of their feet on the boards carrying across the water. "They can't reach us," Givret said, gripping the side of the boat and watching the men on the landing stage who were cast in the bronze glow of their own flaming torches. "Get down, boy," Beren growled. "Stay low." "I've seen that one before," the boy said. "Do as he says." Palamedes cursed in his own tongue. "Down, boy." An arrow hissed past the boy's head, and another plunged into the water a spear's length from the boat. The boy dropped back down into the thwarts, looking at Beren with wide eyes. "Listen to Beren, Prince Urban," Isolde said, pulling the boy into her and placing a protective hand on the crown of his head. There was screaming in the night, a sound to curdle the blood in one's veins. They all hunched into themselves, keeping their heads low, though Tristan and Palamedes did not stop rowing. "But I've seen one of those men before," the boy said. "In the forest, when they ambushed us. I looked through a crack in the carriage and saw him." "You sure, boy?" Beren was peering at the indistinct shapes on the landing stage. "Young eyes, Beren," Palamedes said. "Lad sees like a hawk compared to us." "But are you sure, boy?" Beren repeated, frustrated that the distance was too great for either flame or moonlight to help his own eyes make out their faces. "Beren!" someone shouted across the water before the boy could answer. "Beren, you traitor! You dog!" "Not Saxons, then?" Tristan said. "Just row," Beren murmured. "Who are they?" Isolde asked. Beren wished they had a shield or two then. "Everybody stay down," he said. "Beren, you old fuck!" yelled the voice. In the distance there was a great crash, as of oaken beams collapsing, followed by a roar of flame, and sparks flying up into the night sky above Caerlundane. "You can't outrun me, Beren!" the man bellowed. Ignoring his own advice, Beren stood to get a better look, his legs braced, tightening the core of muscle that still sheathed his stomach after all the years. "There you are, traitor!" Nabor ap Nabor was pointing his spear at Beren. He held something in his other hand, but Beren could not make it out. "There you are, you old bastard traitor!" His men now stood at the edge of the platform, two of them loosing arrows which streaked in the dark, their white fletchings catching the moonlight. "You left something behind, Beren! Here!" With that, Nabor took 2 steps and swung his arm, and hurled something out across the river. For a heartbeat, Beren caught a glimpse of moon-silvered hair and pale skin. "Was that—" Isolde could not speak the rest of the words. She looked pale and afraid in the moonglow. "Don't look at it," Tristan hissed at her. "Don't look, my love." Beren's guts had drawn tight. "I'll kill you," he said under his breath. "I'll kill you!" he bellowed at the near dark. "I'll kill all of you!" Nabor threw his arms wide. "Here we are, old man," he shouted. "Come ashore, Beren. We'll end this. On my word, the boy won't suffer." Tristan's bared teeth showed in the murk as he rowed. "Who would do that? What kind of man?" "Nabor ap Nabor." Palamedes' voice was a low rumble. Beren watched Emmeline's severed head bob amongst the rolling black water, her face turned up to the night sky. But soon, thank the gods, if there were any gods that remained in the Dark Isles, it was lost to his sight. He looked at Nabor, who was striding along the landing stage, more than keeping pace with their boat. "I'll kill you for that, Nabor," he said, his blood hot beneath his skin and prickling in his scalp.
his pulse gushing rhythmically in his ears. There were others on the wharf now, too. He could see them, men, women, and children, clinging to their belongings and climbing into small boats and pushing off into the river against the flow. Behind them, Caer Lundane was aflame, the clouds stained with fireglow, as though steeped in blood. The tang of smoke was in the air. Fear, too. But none of that mattered to Beren. He would give the Saxons Caer Lundane in return for Nabor ap Nabor. Not that he was anyone to make such a bargain. "Get down, Beren," Isolde said, but he did not get down. He was deaf and blind with rage. His old heart was thumping in his chest, a drumbeat demanding that he attack, that he jump over the side and swim to the shore and kill Nabor ap Nabor. One foot was already up on the sheerstrake, and he gripped Blandigan's axe by the throat, and he burned to spill blood. It was the old rage, the one which had at times writhed in him, like a malevolent creature, the two of them wading through blood together as crows croaked in leaden skies, and the earth shook with the battle clamour of thousands. "Sit down, Beren, you old fool!" The little king was pulling at him, trying to get him back down into the boat. "Step over the side and you'll sink like a quernstone. You know it as well as I do." He was squat and strong, was Givret, and he took Beren's cloak in 2 hands and yanked on it, hauling Beren backwards so that he fell down into the thwarts with a thud, the boat bucking and rolling with the disturbance. "They have a boat," Palamedes said, and Beren saw that they did. Nabor's men had pulled a knot of townspeople from an old Roman hippago, the sort of vessel used to ferry horses across the river. 6 men were taking to the 3 pairs of oars, eager as hounds after a stag. Nabor himself was climbing aboard, yelling orders that were lost in the wind. Givret punched Beren's shoulder. "What was I thinking? I should have let you jump. We're too heavy. We'll never outrun them." "Lay a hand on me again, and I'll throw you into Nabor's boat from here," Beren said. But the little king seemed not to hear. He was looking at their pursuers, his eyes hard, his face pinched with the knowledge of what would happen to him if Nabor caught them. "Row faster," he told Tristan. "Row faster, and I'll pay you when we get to my farm." "You don't strike me as a farmer," Tristan said, bending forward, plunging the oars, hauling them through the dark water. The promise of silver was as nothing to him. What added draw were riches to any man whose lover's life was a spear throw from the grave? He pulled and pulled, his oars clutching the Tamasis and dragging it past their hull as though he could do it forever. And Beren looked at Isolde, who sat in the bow with the boy, her eyes round with fear, her hair almost white beneath the wash of moonlight that silvered the water. The young man rowed for her, and her alone, Beren knew. Tristan was young, and his heart was strong, and he loved Isolde. And Beren envied him for that. Chapter 7. A Fate Sealed. "Look there!" Lysanor pointed with one hand, whilst gently pulling on her reins with the other. Her little bay mare snorted twin plumes of freezing breath, and tossed her head in the fog of it, as Lysanor dismounted, her boots crunching the stiff grass. It was bitterly cold, a crisp day beneath the startling blue sky, and thin as a skein of ice on a pail of water. He had waited for her by the holly thicket, where only a few berries remained, red droplets of blood amongst the glossy green spines. His legs shivered with the expectation of what was to come. He watched her now walk across the clearing, in awe even of every dark footprint amongst the hoary tufts, his throat thick with desire and guilt. "We came out for mistletoe, not bones," he said, lifting his hands from the reins of his pony, cupping them around his mouth and huffing warm breath into them. "What is it? Polecat?" "Fox," she said, squatting by the white skull and running a finger across the arch of the gaping eye socket. The bearskin drowned her, and she had wrapped a pine marten pelt around her neck, covering the lower part of her face, so that from a distance she looked like one of King Uther's hunters,
or some grizzled woodsman, but for the braid of hair which lay upon the dark pelt like a golden rope. "Well, I suppose Merlin will find some use for it," he said. She stood and carried the skull back to her horse, which waited patiently, steaming in the raw day and doubtless enjoying not being plagued by flies. He had given her the bearskin at the season's turn, and Merlin had raised an eyebrow at Arthur the first time he saw it around her shoulders, but had not shared his thoughts on the gift. "Let me see." He gestured at the goat-hide bag suspended from her saddle, into which the fox skull was bound. He urged his mount forward, and she opened the bag so that he could see inside. There was a roe deer antler, a yellow brain fungus, cones from pine, larch, and alder, and a pheasant's feather, and the blue and black feather of a jay. "Such treasures," he said. She closed the bag and slapped his leg. "Don't tease me, Arthur ap Uther." She was frowning up at him. Her nose was red with cold, and her breath clouded between them, and he could smell in it the honey and oats she had eaten before riding out to meet him. He grinned. "I'm not teasing," he said. The blood rushed to the part of his leg where she had touched him, and gushed up to his groin. "But if you don't find his precious mistletoe, he'll make some foul potion with that fungus and make you drink it as punishment." She pulled herself up into the saddle and clicked her tongue, and her bay mare walked on. "Not if we leave tonight," she said, looking straight ahead. Perhaps his ears were iced over, for it took a moment for that to seep through. He heeled his mount forward to catch her up, the thump of his heart in his chest as loud to his ears as their horses' hooves on the iron-hard earth. "Now you're teasing," he said. "Why not?" She turned to look him in the eye. "Have you changed your mind? You've been asking me to leave with you since last Beltane." Her expression gave nothing away, but part of him thrilled to the idea, even if she was just toying with him. "Of course I haven't changed my mind," he dared, then leant out of the saddle and took her hand in his. "You are all I think about. You make my blood tremble like a butterfly's wing." She laughed at that, and the blood that was in his groin flooded his cheeks. He let go of her hand and returned it to the reins. "I'm sorry," she said, trying to tame her smile. "Don't look so hurt, Arthur. No one expects you to be a bard with honeyed words and the voice of a song thrush." She hardened her face in a way that he suspected mirrored his own expression. "You are the son of a warrior lord. You must be strong and brave and fierce in battle," she said in deep and serious tone. "You are a prince of Dumnonia. You may even rule one day if your cousin dies or cannot lead spearmen in battle." "Not if we leave Dumnonia," he said. "I won't be a prince or a king. I'll live as a tanner or a blacksmith's apprentice. Perhaps one day I'll have my own forge." He could imagine himself in the leather apron, hammering red-hot metal on a good anvil stone. "Are you sure you would be satisfied with a soot-stained smith for a husband, instead of a prince? Meet me by the hut at the old hawthorn tonight, when the night guards light their fires. Then you'll know whether or not I will be satisfied to leave Merlin's hall and run away with Dumnonia's worst bard." Ector's farmstead was a fair distance from Merlin's hall, and there was no direct line of sight because of the beech woods, but Arthur reckoned the night would be clear, so he would see the glow in the sky from the sentries' fires. "What about Merlin?" he asked. "What if he sees you sneaking out?" "Merlin will be in his cups on such a night," she smiled. "Hot spiced apple wine. He won't notice me." Her smile seemed sincere, and his stomach rolled like the breakers at the foot of Tintagel, where the great Uther ruled. "There!" She pointed to a skeletal apple tree whose gnarled and leafless branches were white with frost feathers. Amongst those branches there was what appeared to be a green nest, some miracle of verdant life flourishing in defiance of winter. "What does he need it for?" Arthur asked. "Has he got sores on his arse again?" "Arthur, have some respect," she chided him, clicking her tongue and walking her mare towards the old apple tree. "There's a girl in Morridunham who is tormented by some god," she said. "I have seen it, Arthur." Her eyes were wide now. "This poor girl, when the god is in her, she jerks and shakes, and no one can stop it. her whole body like a mackerel on a hook. "Which god comes to her?" he asked, trying to imagine a girl shaking like that. "Merlin doesn't know," she said, "but the mistletoe makes it harder for the god to hold to the girl for long." He looked up at the mistletoe. It was rich in berries, as white as milk. "Merlin wants her to live in his hall, so that he might speak with this god in his way." She shrugged, "and do whatever a druid does." "Well, I don't believe it," he said. "Why would a god do that?" His father had spoken of being visited by Aron, king of the other world, who had told the child Uther that he would grow to be a great warrior and that no blade would kill him. More than once, Arthur had secretly hoped that Aron's prophecy would be tested. "What use has a god for a little girl?" he asked, exhaling hot breath into his cupped hands again, a shiver running from his lower back all the way up to the top of his head. "Don't ask me. I'm not a druid." Lysanor slipped off the mare's back and looped the reins over a low branch of the apple tree. "I do know that we must be careful cutting it free," she said, drawing a sharp little knife from a sheath on her belt and pointing with it at the mistletoe. "None of it must touch the ground, or else that is a bad omen. I don't believe in gods taking up in little girls, and I don't believe in omens either," Arthur said. He smiled as he watched her climb up into the tree. "What use has a blacksmith for omens? He needs a strong arm, a good hammer, a hot flame." "Well, you just sit there daydreaming about hammers while I do all the work," she said, pulling herself along one of the stouter boughs. No easy thing with the bulk of that bearskin catching on the crooked branches around her. Frost floated down from those branches, glittering in the clear day, and he watched Lysanor reaching out towards the mistletoe, her breath clouding around her face, a face that he would kiss before she returned to her tasks at Merlin's hall, and he to Ector's barns, where he should have been helping Kai gather up all the dung from the stables to be mixed with marl and piled up for spreading on the fields. He could imagine the look on Kai's face even now as he shoveled steaming dung into a handcart, cursing Arthur for his absence. Time alone with Lysanor was worth Kai's ire. Was worth anything, Arthur thought, as he dismounted and walked his fell pony closer. "Be careful," he said. "It's not the first time I've climbed a tree," she said. Finding her balance, one leg either side of the bough, she reached out with both hands, her left seeking in the clump of mistletoe for the stem, her right gripping the knife, whose blade misted with Lysanor's breath on that frigid day. "Got it," she said, making the cut. But she had reached too far, and now she overbalanced, her body half rolling off the branch. He shouted her name as she dropped the knife and let go of the mistletoe in order to grab hold of that winter tree, and he flung out a hand for the falling green tangle and caught it. "Well done, Arthur," she called, easing herself back along the bough until she was low enough to drop the rest of the way, her boots thumping on the frozen earth. "Would you have caught me?" she asked, her cheeks flushing red. She came to him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders and kissed him, and his blood gushed in his veins, and the muscles in his thighs trembled with it. "Of course," he said, and meant it. They stood entwined by the winter tree for a long time, the fog of their breath mingling and drifting on the thin air, but they were not cold. "We'd best be getting back." Her words were hot on his lips and sweet in his mouth. "We can stay a little longer." "No, we can't. But I'll meet you tonight. I promise." His stomach tightened at the thought of the two of them leaving Dumnonia together, shedding their lives and the expectations of others, of Merlin and Ector, of his father, even of himself. Lysanor broke the embrace first and took his hands in hers. "When the guards light their night fires," she said. He nodded, and they mounted and turned and rode west. He did not mention the single white berry, white as a blind eye, that had broken from the mistletoe and still lay where it had landed, disguised against the frosty grass. His teeth were rattling in his skull, despite the 2 cloaks he had wrapped around himself before riding out into the biting night. His progress slow now, because he would not risk the ponies sweating,
and then getting too cold. The sky had not stayed clear as he thought it would, but the low cloud that had brought flurries of snow in the late afternoon had reflected the glow from the fires at Merlin's hall, so that he had known when to set out. Now he turned his face up to the sky and felt the soft sting of ice, and he hoped Lysenor was warm enough as she rode to the hut by the old beach. "Are you glad for the extra blanket, girl?" he asked the pony, rubbing her neck. The pony was hardy, and her winter coat was thick, and she snorted, as though treating his comment with derision. "Ha! You don't mind the cold, do you, girl?" he said, patting her with his other hand, trying to get the blood into his fingers. Steaming breath shot from her nostrils, and she snorted, and he smiled at her pride and told her that he would give her a few handfuls of oats when they got to wherever they were going, because his mother had once told him that a fell pony stays warm so long as it is fed. "Did you hear that?" He turned his head sharply, eyes sifting through the dark. It had not sounded like a man. A badger amongst the firs, perhaps, or even something smaller. Yet it served as a reminder to remain vigilant, lest he arouse the curiosity of some shepherd by his huddled flock, or another traveller abroad in the winter night. Not that any traveller was likely to be out here on a night like this. He sat up and twisted in the saddle to look behind him. Then he looked to the east, at the great swathe of dark beech forest and the glow from Merlin's fires bronzing the low cloud, his alertness giving way to a pang of guilt twisting in his stomach at what he and Lysenor were doing. "The old man is not so hardy," he thought, rubbing the horse's flank again. Not that Ector was old, not really, but he had complained some days ago of the cold sitting in the walls of his house, and of the damp seeping into the bones of his flesh, and this midday had taken to his bed with some illness. His eyes had been clear, and there was no fever, and Ector himself had said the illness would pass. But Arthur knew the man deserved better than for him to slip away at such a time, and without saying goodbye. Since taking him in at Uther's command, Ector had treated Arthur with kindness and respect, beyond even that owed to the son of a lord and grandson of a great king of Britain. Still, there had been no choice. Ector would not have allowed Arthur to leave any more than Merlin would brook the idea of Lysenor and Arthur fleeing to Dumnonia to live in the woods together like a pair of swineherds or cutthroats, or like forbidden lovers hiding from the eyes of men and gods. No, this was the only way, he knew, and the thought of Lysenor was enough to subdue that writhing serpent in his belly. He grinned, despite the cold hurting his front teeth. "We'll be warm soon enough," he mused, imagining the two of them under thick furs, her flesh touching his, a fire crackling nearby, her scent, her pale skin smooth to the touch, her breasts both soft and hard against his cupped hands, and the secret parts of her, hot and silken and just as eager as he. He shifted in the saddle. There, he could see it now, the old tumble-down herder's hut and the lone tree beside it, that had somehow survived the axe of the folk who had sheltered in that hut over the years. He could see no light from flame or horn lantern, but that did not worry him. Lysenor would be careful. It was not unheard of for Merlin or Ector to send spearmen out, should a sentry report a flame in the night. For raiders from Dyfed or Gluising were known to cross the Hafren in search of cattle or folk to take back to their misty strongholds as slaves. And sometimes Saxon boats stalked Dumnonia's southern coast, landing hot-blooded warriors who came to test the spears of Britain before vanishing like the ebb tide on a shingle beach. He came to the place and dismounted and tied the pony to the hawthorn by halter and lead rope, murmuring soft words to the animal and rubbing its back to straighten out the blanket. Then he stood a while beneath the bare and brittle branches of that spreading tree, huffing warm breath into his hands and recalling the first time he and Lysenor had met in that hut. Hard to fully grasp the memory now. It had been early summer, after the Beltane fires had lit the night, their great flames flapping like war banners of ancient heroes, and they had lain amongst the long grass beneath the hawthorn's tangled crown and white flowers. They had each shared confessions. Lysanor to having taken it upon herself to run messages from Merlin to Ector, just so that she might catch a glimpse of Arthur at his labours. And Arthur to feigning interest in the gods, and in Merlin's stories of the history of Britain before the Romans, in order that he might lay eyes on Lysanor at the Druid's hall. They had laughed at each other, the breeze fragrant with the sweet smell of cut grass, and carrying the lowing of cows in full milk, the cattle roaming the pastures again after the sparse winter fodder. Hard to imagine the sun's warmth on his skin now, on such a night as this.
"Where are you?"
he said to the darkness in the south. She should have been here by now. He clasped his arms around himself and rubbed his flesh, telling himself that Lysanor was simply delayed. Perhaps she had been given some task, such as making up Merlin's hearth-fire or fetching the Druid's spiced apple wine. Or perhaps there had been a spearman near her place of egress, and she had been forced to wait, shivering in her bearskin, until the way was clear. But she would come. She had promised she would. And so he waited. Lysanor did not come. He waited through the heart of the night, and only when the new day crept upon the world in a pale cloak far in the east did he give up hope and mount the pony, his body as stiff as a spear, his flesh numb, and his heart sick. He was no longer shivering, as though even that animal part of him, which he could not control, had given up and abandoned him. He could not hold the reins with his unfeeling hands, nor grasp at some small hope that she had broken her promise unwillingly. Not now. She had not come. She was false. He meant nothing to her. The pony carried its leaden burden through the pre-dawn stillness, remembering the way, or perhaps following some scent of wood smoke and habitation which the young man on her back could not discern. She does not love me. Sleet arrowed across the darkling world, and he all but closed his eyes against it, sitting astride his horse like a dead weight, his thoughts confused, blurry, unformed. His world now as tenuous and as vulnerable as the feeble day bleeding into the eastern sky. What now? If she is false, what now? They saw him before he knew he was home, recognizing the pony and its rider's red cloak. Two spearmen hurried from the gate, one of them taking off his own cloak and throwing it over Arthur's hunched shoulders, whilst the other took the bridle as though the pony would lose its way without him. "You've been out all this night?" the cloakless man said. Arthur did not look up, but he knew the voice belonged to old Cleo. "Cold enough to freeze your piss," the one leading his pony said, the fog of his breath trailing behind in the gloom. Even half-frozen and in the dark, Arthur would have known Galehout by his limp. "Where have you been, Arthur?" He did not answer. "And what's all this?" Cleo said, patting one of the bulging leather bags which Arthur had stuffed with clothes, food, and the other supplies he and Lysanor would need to start their life together. "Lad's spit has iced up," Galehout said. "A cup of hot wine will loosen his tongue." They passed through the gate, and Arthur lifted his head for the first time and saw, through the sleet and blurriness of his vision, Merlin. He was swathed in pelts, and standing by a brazier which hissed and spat, its ailing flames casting the Druid's face in a bronze glow as he held his hands towards them. "What's he doing here?" Arthur said. His first words, and they came out slewed, each running into the next, like the muttering of a drunkard. "Merlin! He's here with his draughts and potions for Lord Ector," old Cleo said. "Came last night. You must have been gone before he turned up." They stopped a few feet from the fire, and Arthur climbed down. His legs almost gave way, because he could not feel them beneath him. But he steadied himself against the pony, which snorted and tossed its head. "I need to feed her," he said, rubbing the animal's flank. "Leave that to me, lad." Galehout lifted his chin in the direction of the hall. "You need to warm up." With that, he led the pony off to the stables, and Cleo headed back to the gate, leaving Arthur standing there staring at the flames in the brazier. "The kind of morning that makes you wish you'd stayed in your bed first, hey, Arthur?" Arthur lifted his own hands to the hissing fire, but said nothing. "Arthur, there you are." He turned to see Morgane coming from the doorway of Ector's hall, holding a cloak above her head against the icy rain.
"Have you been outside all night?"
she asked, coming to him and letting the cloak drape around her face, so she could put her hands on his arms and rub them back to life.
"You poor thing, you're stone cold."
Her hair spilled out from beneath that cloak in tendrils of flame, and he looked at her.
"I'm fine,"
he muttered, wanting nothing more than to get to his room.
"What are you doing here?"
She glanced at the druid behind him.
"Merlin brought me, to help tend to Lord Ector." "Morgane's knowledge of Herblord is prodigious," the druid said, "but then she is a far more willing student than some others I could mention."
"Come, Arthur, let's get you warm,"
Morgane said. He nearly asked her if she had seen Lysanor the previous evening, for she and Morgane were friends, but he did not want to give Merlin the satisfaction, and so he said nothing.
"Come."
Morgane took his hand as though to lead him back towards the hall, but Arthur held his ground and lifted his chin towards the hall in which Ector lay shivering.
"Does he know?"
he asked. Merlin was rubbing his hands together above the fire, his eyes reflecting the flame.
"That you spent the night out there looking for cherry and willow bark to help ease his coughing? No, we don't need to bother him with that. Besides, Morgane and I brought everything we need."
He looked up from the burning brazier, and their eyes met.
"Get warm, and then get some sleep, Arthur," Merlin said. "You and Kai will be at your weapons later, spears, I believe, and it seems Kai is angry with you for some reason, so you'll want to have your wits about you."
Arthur held the druid's eye a long moment. Then he turned and went with Morgane.
"Put her out of your mind, Arthur,"
Morgane said, filling his cup once more. The spiced apple wine was no longer hot, but it was still good, and so he drained the cup again, watching Morgane as she kneaded the muscle in his calf.
"Does this feel good?"
she asked him, her eyes lifting to glance at him through a wavy veil of red hair.
"Yes,"
he said. His throat was thick, and his head was swimming from the cold, or perhaps it was the wine. She had told him that the best way to warm himself was to take off his damp clothes and get beneath the furs, and so he had done it, though he had not expected her to stay with him, or to burrow beneath the pelts and put her hands on his benumbed flesh and try to impart sensation and life to it.
"You are sure you did not see her?" he asked. "Do you not both eat at Merlin's table, sleep in the hut beside his hall?"
Her thumbs burrowed into his slowly softening calf. He winced.
"Why do you want to talk about her now?"
Morgane asked, sinking her thumbs deep into some grisly knot. He growled a curse.
"I preferred it when I couldn't feel anything," he mumbled.
Her lips bowed a little. Not a smile, but almost.
"You have soot," he said, "above your right eye."
She lifted her head and flicked her red hair away from that eye and leant forward, wordlessly inviting him to deal with the sooty stain. And so he licked his thumb and gently swiped at the mark until it was gone. She didn't thank him, just went back to work on his calf muscle, letting her hair fall across her face once more. "Well?" he said. He leant over for the jug on the table and filled his own cup, and hers too. Now he could taste a bitterness that he had not before. Wormwood, perhaps, to balance the sweetness of the apple and honey.
"Did you see her?"
he asked. Beneath the furs, her hands moved up, working into his thigh, gently stroking the big muscle upwards, then retreating lightly down the sides of the leg.
"I saw her," she said, "but we spoke only of the weather, and of how she had nearly fallen out of a tree whilst picking mistletoe for Merlin."
Her hands went still.
"Forget about Lysanor," she said. "You don't need her, Arthur. Gods, but you are like a bee in the lavender about that girl."
She reached out one hand to lift her cup and take a mouthful of wine. Her bottom lip glistened with it by the rushlight. Her hand returned to his thigh, and he felt the ghost of the cup's warmth.
"You could have frozen to death waiting for her. You're a fool, Arthur,"
she said, her hands sweeping slowly up, then down again. She was right. He was a fool. He had waited all night, like some hound, obediently awaiting his master's return.
but Lysanor had never intended to meet him. Her words earlier in the day had been lies woven to humiliate him, because she knew that she was the lavender and Arthur was the bee. He was a plaything to her. Well, no longer.
"Does this feel good?"
Morgaine asked, not looking up at him now. He swallowed. "Yes," he said. Her hands moved up again, just a little. "And this?" she asked. He cleared his throat. "Yes." His head felt heavy, and so he lay back on the furs and listened to the crackle of the rushlight flame and the scrabbling of a mouse in the thatch above, and the rhythm of Morgaine's breath. "This?" she said. Her voice was soft and quiet. "Yes," he whispered. Afterwards, he had fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, the rushlight was out, but there was daylight leaking in through the cracks in the walls, where the timbers had twisted over the years. Lord Ector's dogs were barking in the courtyard. The steward, Orry, growling at them to stop because his skull was throbbing from too much ale. Arthur knew how the man felt, grimacing at the thought of the empty jug on the table by the bed. He sat up and pushed himself back against the wall and looked down at Morgaine sleeping beside him. Waking now, coming upon the world slowly like a winter sunrise. Her hair lay thick on the furs, and there was a flush in her cheeks, blooms of pink fellwort in snow. An impossible thought. A thing that could not be, could never be. "Did you sleep?" she asked, smiling up at him. He felt sick. "A little," he said. He stopped at the sound of footsteps outside, but whoever it was continued on their way to Ector's hall, and before he could speak again, she said, "We drank too much wine." Then she pushed herself up so that she was sitting beside him. "We did," he agreed. "It was good, though, wasn't it?" she asked, turning to look at him, dipping her head, wanting his eyes to find hers. She was not talking about the wine. He would not give her that. He knew it was petty, cowardly even, after what they had done, but he could not give her that. "Arthur," she said, "why won't you look at me?" "I have to go," he said. His limbs were all his own again, and they demanded movement, and he obeyed, throwing off the red deer hides and sheepskins, and fumbling for his trews where they lay on the wattle mat beside the bed. They were still damp, but he put them on. "It's early. Ector is abed, and Merlin will be close to his hearth," she said, sweeping those copper waves back from her face. "Meaning we are as free as birds a while longer." "I have to go," he said, slipping his tunic over his head and sitting on the edge of the bed to pull on his boots, which were still sodden and cold. "You're going to see her, aren't you?" Her lips were a tight line, and the bones of her cheeks might have severed a strand of hair or two had she not brushed it back. "I have to see her," he said. "Why?" She spoke the word like a challenge, and he resented her for that. "I need to know why she lied, why she promised to meet me if she had no intention of coming." She sighed. "It doesn't matter now, Arthur." "It matters to me." He had one boot on but was struggling with the other. "You can't see her," Morgaine said. "She'll be at Merlin's hall. I'll set off now, before anyone misses me." "You're not listening, Arthur," Morgaine said. With a grunt, the boot was on, and now he stood up and turned and looked at her. "You can't see her because she's gone." Her breath misted silver in a chink of pale daylight lancing through the wall. His stomach lurched. He felt suddenly dizzy, as though the hut was spinning around him. "What do you mean, gone?" Morgaine shrugged, then pulled the bed furs up to cover her shoulders. She frowned. "I don't know, but you will never see her again. Merlin made sure of it." "Merlin?" His mind whirred like a thrush in a cage. "What has Merlin to do with it?" "He has sent Lysanor away," she said. "Believe me, Arthur, you will never see her again. But you will be happier for it, I know you will. So, He broke off and closed his eyes for a moment as he reordered his thoughts. "She would have come," he began again, opening his eyes and fixing them on Morgaine. "Would have met me, like she promised." Morgaine nodded. "Yes, but—" Arthur raised a hand, and she fell silent. "Merlin stopped her," he said. "And now he's sent her away." The sickly feeling had passed, and in its place was anger, swelling and twisting and seeking a way out. "Merlin knows what's best for you, Arthur. You didn't think he would allow the two of you to run away together, allow you to cast aside your birthright and everything he has dreamt for you." She held her hands clenched on the furs over her knees. "He has dreamt of your future. He says the gods speak to him of you, Arthur." "Damn him, and damn the gods!" he said, then pointed at the bed on which they had coupled in the dawn. "And what will the gods say of this, of what we have done?" She folded her arms and looked up at him. "It just happened," she said. But he wasn't listening now. He was thinking about Lysenor and how she was not false after all, but would have met him by the hawthorn at the old shepherd's hut, would have kept her promise. "How did he know?" he asked her. Morgaine held his eye, but also held her tongue. "How did he know?" he said again, this time giving each word the same weight and tone. For 3 heartbeats, Morgaine seemed unsure how to answer. But then her eyes hardened, and she lifted her chin, and Arthur thought he had never seen anyone look more like a queen, and that included Queen Amina, his uncle the High King's young wife, whom he had once seen in the great hall at Tintagel. "I told him, Arthur," she said, casting it at him like a blade, though she was sitting in his bed, naked beneath the pelts. Arthur was reeling now. "But you said you had not spoken to her about our plans." "She said nothing about them. But I am not blind, Arthur. I knew the two of you had met yesterday. It was in her face when she returned." Her lip curled. "I could smell you on her." "You craven witch!" he snarled, and stepped forward, and backhanded the empty wine jug, sending it smashing against the wall. Morgaine flinched, but the movement was minimal. "Where has Merlin sent her?" he asked. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at her. "Tell me, Morgaine." She shook her head. "I don't know. I swear it, Arthur. Why would Merlin tell me?" He stood there, not knowing what to say or what to do, knowing only that he felt as though his guts had been ripped out of his belly. "I will never forgive you for this," he said. "Never." They held each other's eyes a long moment, tears in hers, rage vying with contempt in his, he knew, until he could look at her no longer. He turned and opened the door and stepped into the pallid, unmade day.
Chapter 8. The Saxon Lands. The Roman hippargo was faster than Givret's boat, its 6 oars chopping into the river and driving it on, so that it was not much more than a good spear throw behind them when the gash in the fast-moving cloud healed over, plunging the world into darkness again.
"Lord Givret! Where are you going?"
It was Nabor's voice, coarse enough to tear through the gush of the river around the boat's prow and the uneven breath of the wind across the water.
"You owe me silver and wine. I won't be forgetting that,"
he called.
"Don't think you can scamper away from me, you little bastard rat. Silver and wine, little king."
Givret's hand fell to the white hilt of the Saxon blade at his belt. "Fool if he thinks he'll ever piss my wine up the wall again," he said, and pulled the long knife from its sheath, then stood and pointed it across the water, though Nabor and his boat were invisible in the murk.
"Come and get it, Nabor! I'll cut out your eyes and shit in your skull, you pus-filled maggot!"
He hawked and spat over the side of the boat.
"I'll open your guts and send you screaming to the afterlife!"
Beren thought he heard laughter in the dark off their stern, through the hiss of the wind and the splash of oars in the foam-flecked river.
"I'll cut off his balls and give them to him in a wine cup,"
Givret snarled, sliding back down onto his backside lest he be thrown overboard.
"These horses,"
Beren said, as the little man sheathed the sacks with quick hands.
I'll buy 2 from you.
He glanced at Tristan, who was sweat-sheened and grimacing, his stroke never faltering.
I'll buy 4, he corrected himself. Don't need hot bloods or coursers, so long as they can get us to Camelot.
Givret was still peering into the dark, trying to discern how close Nabor and his men were now. "Buy them with what?" he asked, turning to Beren now. "You seem to be travelling light."
"I have money,"
Beren said, thinking of the chest of coins and silver and precious stones, which he had hidden in the forest the day he made an enemy of Nabor ap Nabor.
"More than I could spend in the life I have left."
"You have that much?" The dwarf's eyes were narrow. Beren nodded.
"But not here."
Givret tilted his head and scratched his bearded neck. "You'd best not be lying, Beren," he said.
"There!"
the boy cried out. He was on his feet, pointing over the stern, but he ducked as an arrow streaked in the night and was lost to the river beyond.
"They're so close! Can't go any faster,"
Tristan growled through his teeth.
"At your age, I could have rowed faster with one arm,"
Palamedes said, heaving for breath, his dark skin glistening with sweat. The 2 of them breathed like forge bellows, a relentless rhythm that was answered by every chop of the oar blades in the dark water. Beren couldn't see the Roman boat, but he took the boy's word for it. Nabor was gaining fast.
"Palamedes! Palamedes ab Esclabor!"
Nabor's voice carried on the wind like the rasping of a crow.
"My fight is not with you! Give me Beren! He's nothing to you! Give him to me, Palamedes! Or kill him!"
Palamedes' eyes met Beren's in the gloom.
"Kill him for me, Palamedes!"
Nabor yelled.
"Whatever the little king is paying you, I'll pay more! Hear me, Saracen! Kill Beren! Do it now!"
Palamedes plunged the oars into the tamises, leant back in the pull, bent forward and plunged them again.
"I can't do that, Nabor!"
He called over the stern as he pulled, sweat dripping from his beard.
"You want him dead? You'll have to kill him yourself."
The Saracen held Beren's eye for another 3 strokes, then looked back to his task. Words were not needed between them.
"Then you'll die with the rest of them!"
Nabor bellowed. Beren looked at the north bank and back towards the old Roman heart of Londinium. There were 3 distinct gauzes of copper light hanging in the night sky, spreading west like a false dawn. The Saxons were burning Caer Lundain, setting fires in the timber dwellings, storehouses, and granaries, and Beren's mind flickered with the cleansing flames of 100 Beltane fires. Perhaps all the land of Britain would have to burn, he thought, before the old gods would return and raise a people from the smouldering embers. He could imagine his old friend saying such a thing, and he wondered if there was any chance the man could still be alive somewhere under the same dark sky. "We're coming up on another boat," Isolde announced. She was on her knees, looking out over the bow, the boy beside her.
"Saxons?"
Beren asked. He could see the boat with his own eyes now, the great swathe of sail paler than the night around it, the stern darker. It had to be twice the size of Givret's boat, larger still, perhaps. "No," she said. "I don't think so." Beren nodded. He would trust her young eyes.
"Put that boat between us and Nabor,"
he told Tristan and Palamedes, who adjusted their stroke accordingly, turning their bow to favour the south shore, so that they would come up on the other vessel's port side.
"I see you, Beren!" Nabor shouted. "You're a dead man! You and the boy are dead!"
Tristan and Palamedes hauled on the oars, and before long they drew alongside the bigger boat, close enough to it that Beren could have reached out with Blandigan's axe and touched its hull. He saw faces peering down at them, women and children, and an old man with white hair. From the shouting aboard that vessel, he knew there must be some men too, but it seemed they were busy fighting with the sail, trying to harness the wind. No easy task on a night like this, where it seemed to gust from different directions. That wind was a murmuration of starlings, swooping and twisting and whirling.
"Closer! Bring us closer!"
Beren told the Cornubian and the Saracen, as he made his way from the stern to the bow, clambering around the men, trying not to ruin their stroke. "What are you doing, Beren?"
Givret blurted. "Any closer and we'll foul the oars." Beren ignored him. "Closer," he told Tristan and Palamedes. "Get us alongside. That's it. Nearly there." He steadied himself against the side of the boat, Blandigan's long axe in his right hand. "On my word, ship oars." "What's happening, Beren?" Tristan was rowing as hard as ever. "Tell me what's happening, damn you!" "Just do as he says," Palamedes growled. Beren waited 4 more strokes, then said, "Now!" and they pulled the oars into the boat, and Beren leant over the side, holding out the long axe, and hooked the beard of the blade over the other vessel's sheer strake, and pulled, grunting with the effort. "Beren!" Givret was on his feet now, looking up at the other boat, the Saxon knife in his hand, looking up at the faces of the people looking down. "Who are you? What are you doing?" one of those folk said. It was the old white hair, and he was jabbing a spear down at Beren. "Let go of our boat!" he demanded, in a voice as creaky as the ropes on his vessel. "Keep your voice down, old man," Beren hissed, his arms straining, one leg braced against the side of the boat as he pulled. "Ha! Who are you to call me, old man?" Whitehair said, thrusting weakly with the spear. "We mean you no harm, but we're coming aboard," Beren said, pulling his head out of reach of that jabbing blade. "And get that spear out of my face," he told the man. And this time he could hear in his mind his old friend laughing at the thought of him being finally sent to the afterlife by this feeble old goat. "Our boat is holed, so we're coming aboard. We have a boy and a woman. We mean no harm. May the gods curse me if I lie." The spear blade withdrew, and so he turned to the others, lifting his chin at the boy. "What are you waiting for? Up you go." "We can't just board their boat," Tristan said, though he'd already discarded the oars, and had one hand on his knapsack and the other on his spear. "I told you, do as he says," Palamedes purred in his deep voice. "And be quick." Isolde, who was holding the boy's hand, nodded at Tristan, and they all gathered their gear and stood in the thwarts, balancing as best they could, as Beren kept the 2 boats kissing, and the larger vessel's sail pushed them on against the Tamas's tide. "You're the little king," said a voice. One of the younger men had joined the women and children and the old man at the side, his long moustaches trailing in the wind, as he stared down wide-eyed. "Lord Givret," he said. "The same," Givret admitted, then patted the purse at his belt. "And I have coin, if you will have us." The man disappeared, and Beren thought he might return to the side with a spear of his own, but he did not reappear at all. Instead, a big man with big shoulders came and reached down to Givret, who lifted his hands and allowed himself to be pulled up and into the boat. "Hurry!" Beren urged Isolde. Up she went, followed by the boy, then Tristan, then Beren himself, and lastly Palamedes, who hauled himself up as the little king's boat drifted away into the dark. The folk whose boat they now sailed on kept their distance, their eyes on Givret mostly, for he had earned a reputation in Caer Lundain, even amongst those who did not venture into his underground world. Besides which, Givret's small stature had always drawn people's gaze, as surely as a pure white foal or a dancing bear, so that he was long used to it, and it had been some years, by Beren's reckoning, since anyone had bled or had a bone or 2 broken for staring. The man with the long moustaches, who seemed to be the leader of these folk, came to stand beside Beren, Tristan, and Palamedes, at the starboard side, the 4 of them looking out to where the oar blades of Nabor's unseen rowers bit the river, lacing the dark water with ribbons of silver. "It's working," Palamedes said. The moon was veiled, and they sailed through a shadow world, yet Beren could see that Nabor's boat was turning to port, because Nabor had seen Givret's boat racing north, back towards Caer Lundain, and perhaps he thought Beren was trying to outrun them by letting the ebb tide carry their smaller boat down river. And so Nabor had no choice but to turn his own boat around and go after it. "You knew they would follow it?" Tristan asked. "How could you be sure they would even see it?" Beren shrugged. "I didn't know," he said. "But what choice was there? They would have caught up with us. There would have been blood, most of it ours." Nabor's boat had turned with the river's flow and was already slipping out of sight, swallowed by the darkness. "And even if we couldn't outrun them on this," Palamedes said, "we'd have the advantage of height." He grinned. "We would kill them as they tried to board."
Beren nodded, and Palamedes slapped Tristan on the shoulder.
"I told you to listen to Beren," he said.
The two of them were still breathing hard, drawing the night air into their lungs and looking out over the Tamasis.
"Didn't I tell you?"
"You did," Tristan admitted, glancing at Isolde by the mast. She was talking to one of the womenfolk, her arm around the boy's shoulders. "But I'm beginning to think we were safer before we met him," he added, pressing his thumbs into his palms and blowing on the pads of his fingers, which looked raw and swollen from gripping the oar. Not for the first time, Beren marvelled at the soft life Tristan must have lived down in Cornubia, far from the Saxon warbands, protected by King Mark's spears. Tristan had never stood in the shield wall, had never chased a pack of wolves from the forests where the dead lay in heaps, or ridden into the blood fray on a war-horse and scythed men down like summer wheat. How different a man's life could be.
"Isolde says you have the Morrigan on your shoulder, Beren,"
the young man said softly, as though that goddess of war was even now perched there in crow form, and he feared offending her. Beren glanced at Isolde, and though he outwardly shrugged off her observation about him, as one might rid a waxed cloak of rain, yet the words chilled his insides.
"The boy is my charge, not you, Tristan ap Tulloch," he said, turning back to the young man. "You're free to go your own way whenever you choose."
Tristan looked over at Givret, who was staring eastward, downriver, perhaps regretting the loss of his little boat. Beren guessed what the young man was thinking, that he and Isolde would travel not to Camelot after all, but to Portus Aderni, and then across the sea to Benwick, where they could go to ground, and King Mark would never find them, and they could love each other in peace. Benwick. Beren had been there many years ago, had loved the son of a king of Benwick as a brother, and hated him like a sworn enemy. His thoughts of that land across the dividing sea were curtailed by the man with the long moustaches.
"You lied," the man accused him, "about your boat being holed."
"I did," Beren said, thinking that if this man wanted to make something of it, he would soon be sinking to the bottom of the Tamasis. And perhaps this thought somehow jumped flea-like from Beren's mind into his accuser's, because he glanced at a young boy and girl who were sitting huddled together amongst a coil of rope amidships. His own children, no doubt, and he frowned.
"You're still going to pay me?" he asked. "Not me. Him."
Beren pointed the axe at Givret. The man lifted his chin, finding his courage now he knew he did not have to deal with Beren and that axe.
"You'll pay for your passage, lord or no lord, just as you said you would," he called to the little king.
Givret pulled his thick beard through a little fist. In Beren's experience, he was a man of his word, but that did not mean he tolerated being spoken to like that. "I'll pay you to take us as far as the river goes before it turns north," he said. "The valley, where a smaller river pays into the Tamasis. There is a place there of ancient earthworks, which once guarded the north bank."
"I know it," the man said, "but we're not going as far as that."
Givret's hands went to the purse at his belt. He examined what he had pulled out, then tossed it towards Moustaches, who caught it deftly, though not before Beren had glimpsed a dull gleam of silver in the dark night. "The earthworks," the dwarf said. The man nodded.
"Yes, lord."
He closed his fist around the coin before returning to join his companion at the tiller. Beren and Givret looked at each other, both acknowledging with nothing more than a nod that they had, between them, bought some measure of respite. Then Beren felt a presence at his back, and turned to see the boy standing looking up at him with narrowed eyes beneath protruding brows.
"I heard what Tristan said. About the Morrigan," he said. "My mother told me a story of that goddess. There was a great hero who had fought against the Romans. He won many battles and earned great fame. But after many years he grew weary of war and turned his back on the world, choosing to live a hermit's life. But the Morrigan found him. She took the form of a beautiful woman, begged him to return to battle, to lead as he once had. She promised him there would be peace in Britain after one more fight."
Beren grunted.
"There will never be peace in Britain," he said.
The boy raised a hand to ward off the interruption, and in that gesture Beren saw Lord Constantine in all his proud arrogance.
And so the hero went to war again, the prince said. But it was a trick. He looked suddenly very grave. We all know that the Morrigan is greedy only for death. Beren nodded. The boy continued. The battle lasted 3 days and nights, but it went badly for the hero. At the end, he saw a crow picking at the dead littering the field, but the hero knew it was really the goddess, taken crow form. The boy threw an imaginary spear. The hero cast his spear, killing not the goddess, but a real crow, which was pecking at the eyes in a corpse beside her. The Morrigan was angry that a mortal man had dared to make an enemy of her. She flew up into the grey sky and came down and landed on the hero's shoulder, so that all the Roman soldiers would know that here was the leader of the Britons. 100 spears flew then, and the hero was slain. Beren had heard the story before, or a version of it at least, though he did not say as much to the boy, who stood there, frowning still, waiting for Beren's reaction.
"Get some sleep, boy," Beren said. "It will be morning soon, and we've a long way to go."
They sailed the rest of that night, following the snaking coils of the Tamasis through a dark land that belonged to neither Saxon nor Britain, but ebbed and flowed like the river itself between warlords. Beren slept deeply and well, soothed in slumber by the gentle motion of the boat, and even the usual aches and pains of his body were quiet, as though his very bones were grateful for the chance to rest, safe upon the wide water. He woke in the pale dawn, thinking he had emerged from the claws of a dream about the Morrigan. Then, as the fog of sleep drifted from his mind, he realized it had not been a dream of the goddess of death, but the raucous "caw" of rooks in a small wood of elm and ash along the south bank, coaxing him awake.
"We thought you had died."
Palamedes tossed Beren a hunk of bread, which he would not be able to eat until he had emptied his bladder over the side.
"Still here," he said.
He was damp and cold, and he shivered. The boy and Isolde were sitting across from him, huddled together in a thick woolen cloak, the boy's eyes still heavy, though he smiled at Beren.
"But I'll gladly die in my sleep, old friend," he added,
shifting to push himself upright and wincing at the return of his stiffness.
"Soon as I've got the boy to Camelot."
Givret and the man with the long moustaches were at the tiller, talking together in low voices, and pointing out landmarks. Tristan was still asleep, wrapped in his cloak on Isolde's other side, and snoring softly.
"How do you two know each other?"
Isolde asked, looking from Beren to Palamedes. Beren looked at Palamedes, who lifted one eyebrow, intrigued to see how Beren would answer.
"We fought together,"
Beren said, bending and straightening his left leg. The knee was badly swollen.
"A long time ago."
"A long time ago,"
Palamedes echoed. Isolde and the boy looked at him.
"In Arthur's time?"
the boy asked. Palamedes eyed the boy and nodded.
"Yes, I fought for Arthur."
The boy's eyes widened.
"Did you meet him?" he asked. "Arthur and my father were cousins."
There was pride in his voice, and he was fully awake now. A half-smile played on the Saracen's lips.
"Of course I met him," he said. "I told you, I fought for him. I rode with him against the Saxons, when the thunder of our horses' hooves rolled through the earth, and had our enemies' bones shaking in their flesh."
The boy's lips pursed then, his expression one of disbelief.
"Then it is a wonder you are still alive, Palamedes," he said. "For my father said that Arthur was reckless in battle, that he thought his shining horse warriors were as gods, and that many good men died for his ambition." He frowned. "My father and Arthur were not always friends. But other men say Arthur was the greatest warlord who ever lived. What do you think, Palamedes? Was Arthur as great a warlord as some say?"
Beren muttered a curse.
"Enough talk of Arthur," he said. "Lord Constantine, too."
He looked at Palamedes.
"Both are long gone now."
He pressed a thumb into the soft swelling around his knee joint.
"And he is a fool who believes old stories from men who have got their own memories mixed up with dreams, and bard song and the blather of folk who have never been close enough to a Saxon to smell the mead on his breath."
The boy ignored him.
"Were you a horse soldier like Palamedes, Beren?" he asked.
Beron's bladder was fit to burst, so he hauled himself onto his feet, wincing at the pain in his back and knee.
"Do I look like one of Arthur's horse lords, boy?"
he asked. He could hardly stand straight. The boy shook his head. "No," he said, seeming disappointed. He thought for a moment, then he said, "But you were young once. You were—"
"Enough now, Urban,"
Isolde said in a quiet voice, as Beron walked to the stern.
"Or Beron's foul mood will set in for the day. But when we're safe, we'll sit by a leaping fire with wine and music, and Beron and Palamedes will tell us stories all the night. Do you promise?" the boy asked her.
Beron looked over his shoulder for the woman's reaction, and saw Isolde smile at the boy. He was surprised, given the pain in his limbs and the pressing urge low in his stomach, to find himself wondering at her beauty. And then she spoiled it.
"What say you, Palamedes?" she said. "Will you tell us how it was to ride with Arthur in the beforetime?"
Beron murmured another curse and looked across the misty water.
"If there's enough wine, I may even sing of it," the Saracen said.
Beron began to piss, another shiver running through him, his eyes watering in the dawn's thin breeze. He watched the northern banks slip by, and the rooks leaving their roosts and clamouring up into the ashen sky, and the meagre tendrils of smoke drifting from isolated dwellings that he could not see beyond the trees. And then he saw the timbers jutting from ancient earthen ramparts, a line of black stakes still standing like sentinels against any approach from the south, as they had for 20 generations. An eternal bulwark against the ghosts of Roman legionaries, which might still march across these dark aisles, beneath the gilt glow of unseen eagles. There were gaps where some of the stakes had fallen, or been hauled from the earth and long since lost to the river, and some were shorter than others, giving the impression of a mouth of broken teeth grimacing in the first light. A warning, perhaps, to any upon the river.
"Turn around and go back. Go back while you can."
Did you know that the king of the Catavalorni tribe, whoever he was, built this breastwork of stakes to defend his land from the great Roman Emperor Julius Caesar?"
Givret announced to the others. Beron turned around and limped back to where his cloak, knapsack, and weapons lay on the deck.
"Caesar was no emperor,"
he said, bending to pick up the hunk of bread.
"Beron's right," the boy said, "just like Arthur was no king."
Givret batted their words away with a hand.
"Am I a king, really?" he asked. "Look at me, taking flight like a thief."
He showed them his own food.
"Sharing bread with a cutthroat, a Saracen, 2 runaways, and an arrogant boy whom people want dead."
The boy scowled at Beron, who gave him a look which said that Givret wasn't wrong. The little king turned, and, like the rest of them, watched that ancient rampart slide by, each stake the trunk of a young oak tree, fire-hardened and sharpened, and enduring still, when so much in the land had been lost.
"But Caesar," the little king went on, "we know his name. To this day we give it breath and wonder at the man's achievements."
He bit into the bread and chewed, his beard jerking up and down.
"Do you think anyone will remember the name of Arthur ap Uther?" he scoffed. "Will we remember Arthur in even so few as 20 summers from now?"
Beron spat a wad of half-chewed bread over the side.
"Might as well be eating my boots as this,"
he said, before anyone could answer Givret's question. Then he tossed the hunk of stale bread out over the water, because he was no longer hungry. Down came the sail as the steersman brought the boat into the reeds along the bank, sending a pair of marsh hens clattering up, clucking angrily as they careened off to land amongst the vegetation further downriver. The folk whose boat this was would go no further, lest they ground the vessel on that very same ford where Caesar's legionaries had waded across the river into the teeth of tribal resistance.
"We've come further than is wise," the man with the long moustaches told Givret, "for we shall have to wait for tide or wind before we can follow the river back east again."
He was watching the woods of the south bank as though he expected to see Saxon spear-wolves stalking its fringes like wraiths in the mist.
"You have helped us,"
Givret told the man, getting his attention with another silver coin, which the man took without a word.
"When the Saxons are sluiced out of Caer Lundain like rancid slops, come and find me at the Temple of Mithras.
I will feed you and your family at my own table." The man gave this the look of scepticism it deserved, then shook the hand which the little king offered him. Nabor ap Nabor or no, Beren could not envisage things going back to the way they had been, with Givret ruling his little underground kingdom, earning silver from bloody bouts fought in the name of some long-vanished Roman god. Besides which, knowing that Givret and Beren were disembarking on the southern bank, the man must have thought they would be killed or taken as slaves by Saxons soon enough, though that was none of his concern. He had been paid, as Givret said he would be, and that was that. They clambered down the gangplank, through the reeds, and onto a grassy bank lined with white willow, whose leaves draped in the water. Beren took the opportunity to cut a sliver of bark from that tree, which he tucked into his belt. Then they set off into the mist, and it was not long before they were amongst hornbeam and oak, rowan and hazel, the rising sun warming their left cheeks whenever it found its way through the shivering canopy above. By noon they had not seen another living soul, and Tristan suggested that all the Saxon warriors south of the river must have been involved in the attack on Caer Lundain.
"Even were that true, we don't want to run into any Saxon women either," Palamedes warned. "They can be more fierce than their men."
As he walked, he spun his spear in front of him, passing the stave between the fingers of his left hand, which mesmerized the boy.
"I once saw a Saxon woman bite off a man's ear because he hit her child," the Saracen said.
Isolde ruffled the boy's hair. "If anyone hurts you, I would bite off their ear too," she told him, which made the boy smile. "Do you have children, Beren?" Isolde asked him. Beren thought of a young woman in the marshes, a woman as wild as a hawk, as fierce as a wolf, as brave as any warrior who ever stood their ground in a bloodletting.
"I have a daughter,"
he said. He felt his stomach cinch tight, like a saddle girth around the barrel of a horse. Givret seemed surprised. "You have never spoken of her," he said, and though Beren looked straight ahead along the forest track which foxes and badgers and smaller animals had made over years, he felt the dwarf's eyes on him, a heavy gaze for a little man. "Is she alive?" the boy asked. A blunt question, though Beren did not begrudge it from a boy whose father was dead, and who had been mere feet from his mother as she was murdered. To the boy, having family who yet breathed and felt the sun on their face was not something to be assumed.
"Yes, she's alive," he said, "far as I know."
"As wild as a hawk, as fierce as a wolf." "What is her name?" Isolde asked. He did not want to think of her, did not want to summon her face to his mind like some druid at Samhain, sitting in the flame-licked dark inviting spirits through the veil. Once you lit a fire, you could not control where the smoke went. Thoughts were like smoke, Beren knew. They went where you did not want them to go, and he knew that thinking of his daughter would lead to a place where he could not follow. It would lead to her.
"Are you certain you know the way?"
he asked Givret, rather than answering Isolde's question.
"We don't want to stumble into some Saxon camp."
"Does a bee know the way to its hive?" Givret was smiling. "Trust me, Beren. My father and his grandfather and his great-grandfather before him have been selling horse stock here since the legions left. Where do you think Arthur got his best war horses?" Beren caught Palamedes' eye at that, though neither interrupted the little king. "My ancestor rode with the alla prima Thracium," Givret went on. "The first wing of the Thracians," the boy said, clearly proud of his ear for the Roman tongue, and Beren saw Constantine in his head, arrogant in his Roman breastplate and red cloak, the skin of his cheeks and chin raw from the razor's edge. Smoke goes where it pleases, he thought. "Just so, Prince Urban," Givret said. "Gods, Beren, but this boy has too much clever in him to be wandering the land with the likes of you."
"If we run into a Saxon wolfpack, maybe the boy can speak to them in Roman," Beren said. "Maybe that will stop them from taking our heads and feeding them to their pigs."
Isolde put her arm around the boy and pulled him to her as they walked. "Ignore him," she said. Givret armed sweat from his forehead and the flattened bridge of his nose.
More than 300 years ago, my ancestors stayed behind when the Quingenaria was shipped across the dividing sea to fight in Germania, he said, then flapped a hand at the warm air. Perhaps he was in love with a beautiful woman.
Or perhaps he deserted his sword brothers because he was a coward, Palamedes said.
This brought a look from Beren, but the man avoided his eye. Givret shrugged, incapable of taking offence on behalf of a long-dead ancestor. He knew horses, and it made him rich, he said, and my people stayed here selling horses ever since.
But this is Saxon land now, Tristan said. So how is it that you still have a farm hereabouts? How can you trade without the Saxons taking all you have? You don't know the little king, Palamedes told him. But you will.
Tristan stopped abruptly and raised his spear, and the others stopped too, but then they saw the creature whose movement had caught Tristan's eye and startled him. A squirrel, the red-brown of iron rot on a blade, was perched on a tree stump, clutching an unripe hazelnut. The creature was completely still now, as though it believed that the interlopers could not see it, so long as it did not move. It makes no difference to him who rules the land, Givret said as they moved on. Roman, Briton, or Saxon, so long as he can hoard his acorns and nuts and run from branch to branch.
You see, Palamedes said, now you are getting to know the little king.
For this he earned a laugh from Isolde, a rare smile from Tristan.
The squirrel that is only thinking about his acorns does not see the owl in the branch above him, Beren said, taking the long axe from his left shoulder and hooking the head over his right. It was a while before anyone spoke again. They walked south, keeping their eyes open and their blades near their hands, and whenever they saw smoke above the trees or smelled it on the air, they discussed where the dwelling might be and gave it a wide berth. The day had grown warm, the air fragrant with comfrey and woodbine, and alive with insects streaking here and there, so that if Beren did not know the truth of it, he had not seen the glow of fires above Caer Lundain and heard the clash of blades just the previous night, he might have been tricked into believing there was peace in the land. But there was no peace, and nor would there ever be, so long as men hungered to take by sword and spear that which was not theirs. Not that it was his concern. Not now. He was walking south, deeper into land ruled by Saxon lords, which was not a clever thing to do, but at least it would make it harder for Nabor and his men to follow. The Saxons knew Givret, the little king. They bought his horses, and so they let him live. But they would not extend that mercy to a warrior like Nabor ap Nabor, a man who had sent dozens of Saxons to the afterlife to drink with their forebears in the hall of their god, Woden. Just keep going, old man,
Beren told himself. He would get horses at Givret's farm, and he would take the boy to Camelot, because he had given his word. And then he would find a tree to sit beneath in the late summer sun, and he would close his eyes, and he would not open them again. By the early evening they had come to rich farmland, bristling with barley and oats, that had not yet been harvested for the want of 3 days without rain. They saw some folk away off, with no sign to tell whether they were Saxons or Britons who had been allowed to stay and work the land for their new lords. Either way, they kept their distance, staying amongst trees where they could, and avoiding the spines of higher ground where they would stand out against the skyline. The swelling in Beren's left knee was better than it had been, but after a day's walking his hips ached, and his lower back too. He cut off a small piece of the willow bark and chewed it, and it helped with the pain. He had learnt many things from his old friend, of the properties of flowers and plants, and the secrets of herb lore that could fight off illness and discomfort. Of all the memories which sometimes broke through the surface of his mind, like gnarled roots seeking through the hard, dry earth, these, at least, he did not resent, nor stamp them back down whence they came. Their shadows stretched out beside them, black and tremulous, and slithering over the uneven ground, like spirits unwilling to abandon the living. A short while later they came into a copse of hornbeam, birch and maple, whose understory was of elder, its umbels of white flowers transformed to bunches of blood-red berries.
My mother makes elder wine, Isolde told them, pulling some berries off their red stalks as she passed a small tree. But you must pick the flowers in full sun or it will be sour, she said, a distant look in her eye as she held the fruit to her nose. Tristan reached out and took her hand in his, and Beren saw her give him a sad smile. "We will be drinking wine soon enough," Givrid assured them, "and not elder wine, but pressed from grapes that have ripened beneath a kinder sun, far in the south of Gallia. I tell you now, you will not have tasted better." A whom escaped Beren's throat. "That's some boast," he said. "You doubt me?" Givrid asked, looking amused. Beren shrugged. "I've lived a long time, drunk a lot of wine," he said, thinking how a cup or three of wine now, any kind of wine, would help douse the fire in his lower back. "Once shared a cask with a Frankish king," he added, regretting the words as soon as he had spoken them, for he could almost hear the creak of eyebrows arching. "A king? What king?" the boy asked. "And how did it taste?" "Ah, don't believe his stories, boy," Gibret said. "Why would a king of Francia let a low-born cutthroat like Beren anywhere near his wine?" He pressed a thumb against the side of his nose and shot a wad of snot into a clump of bracken. "More likely Beren cut some Dumnonian lord's throat and stole his wine and his woman too, which is how he ended up a ruin in the ruins of Caer Lundain, working for me. He and Nabor are coins struck from the same die." Beren said nothing to that. He did not have the breath to waste trying to bend another man's opinion of him. The boy, though, did. "No," he blurted. "Beren is not like that. He is not a killer like Nabor. He saved me. That day in the forest, they would have killed me like—" He stopped, and Beren looked at the boy and saw his face tighten, saw his lips fasten on the next words before they could be spoken. He swallowed. "Like they killed my mother," he said. "They would have slaughtered me like an animal if not for Beren." He looked up at Beren, their eyes meeting. "Beren stopped them. He fought 3 men to save my life." Beren dipped his head, not in acknowledgement of his role in the boy's survival, but at the courage it had taken to speak of his mother. The boy nodded back. Givret sighed. "And now we must sleep with one eye open, lest we wake to the cold touch of Nabor's blade," he said, clearing his other nostril. "Not if the Saxons kill us first," Palamedes put in, "or Queen Morgana does." "The sooner we get to Porta Saderni and take ship, the better," Givret said. 13 mares, 4 stallions, all my remaining stock. We'll take them to the coast and across the sea to Bennewick. I know men who will buy good horses." "You're selling 4 to me," Beren reminded him. Givret wafted a hand in Beren's direction. "You want to stay here? That's up to you. Palamedes and I will grow fat and rich in Bennewick, while you and the boy blow around Britannia like leaves on the wind." Tristan and Isolde caught each other's eye then, and Beren knew he would be buying only 2 horses from Givret after all, and that the young lovers would cross the sea with Givret to Bennewick. "It will be dark before long," Tristan said. "How much further?" "Can't you smell the horses?" Palamedes said, grinning. His left eye was still swollen, and Beren knew he must look terrifying to anyone who did not know him. Then they came out of the trees onto a sloping meadow, where purple cranesbill, white meadowsweet, and corn chamomile shivered in the evening breeze. And there below them, nestled at the foot of the slope, sat a clutter of buildings, stables, animal pens, and a paddock in which the little king's horses stood cropping the sweet grass. Chapter 9. No Gods of Britain. Palamedes held Connel against the plastered wall, a knife pressed against the steward's fleshy neck. "I thought I was doing what was best, I swear it, Lord!" Connel protested. The colour had drained from the Irishman's fat face, sweat was beading on his balding head, and his hands were shaking by his sides. Clearly, the steward did not expect to be alive for much longer, and from what Beren had pieced together in the short while they had been under that roof, he had no reason to think the man pessimistic. Just as well the boy and the lovers were outside, admiring the horses.
Tell me again why you thought me dead, Givret said. He was pulling at his beard with both hands, as if that was the only way to stop himself from drawing the Saxon long knife at his belt. If I were dead, you Irish sack of dung, my shade would have come here and pissed in your pottage. I would be haunting you now, you treacherous bucket of pus.
Edvig gave me no choice, Lord,
Connell whined, his face turned to the wall, his eyes fixed on Palamedes, as though to break the Saracen's gaze was to invite the cut that would end him. Bright with fear, those eyes, putting Beren in mind of the pig which the steward had slaughtered earlier at Givret's command, before things had soured.
Lord, please,
Connell said, and Givret gestured at Palamedes to ease off with his blade, so that the Irishman might speak more easily. Connell managed a small nod of thanks.
Last full moon, Edvig was here, he went on. He bought the spotted mare, told us that King Cynric had united the tribes, that the Saxons were gathering and Caer Lundain would fall.
Connell's eyes flicked to Givret, then Beren, then back to the knife beneath his chin. Givret gestured again, and Palamedes lowered the knife, though not by much.
And he came the morning before last, saying that the attack on Caer Lundain would happen that night. There was no time to warn you, Lord.
So you thought you would sell my horses to Edvig, and for half their worth, because I would be lying dead in the ruins of Caer Lundain, and you might as well get rich.
No, Lord,
Connell said.
Of course not.
And you sent my spearmen north because you would not pay for them with my money.
They would not stay, Lord, once they heard that the Saxons were gathering to take Caer Lundain. And why pay them to stay if we had no horses for them to guard?
Connell seemed now to be avoiding Palamedes' eye. He knew he would find no mercy there.
I would have kept the money safe in case you returned, he said. And I would have got a better price, of course, but Edvig said I could either sell them to him for what he was offering, or he would take them and pay nothing.
That Saxon shit, Givret spat. And you say he'll be back tomorrow? Connell nodded.
At daybreak.
Givret turned to Beren.
This fat fucking toad was a slave before I took him in, sold at the great market where the Liffey meets the sea. Thin as a birch he was then. Now look at him. And this is how he repays me. What else could I do, Lord? The Irishman pleaded. You know Edvig.
Beren had gone to the window and moved aside the flap of animal hide covering the hole. He was watching the boy sitting on the back of a small mare, which Tristan was leading on a rope halter, the two of them cast in the late summer bronze of the dying day. The boy was smiling.
This is what you get for doing business with Saxons,
Beren told Givret.
Oh, the wisdom of Beren, Givret muttered, and yet everything was in its place before you returned.
Beren watched the boy leap from the horse and land well, saw Isolde laughing and clapping, and Tristan patting the mare and telling her what a fine horse she was.
So, I'm to blame for the Saxons now, am I?
He turned back to Givret, who was still glaring at Connell, the thick fingers of his right hand twisting a gold ring on the middle finger of his left.
I'm saying that the gods that cursed my birth and yours are playing games with us, the dwarf said. You flatter yourself, little king, if you think gods take any interest in us.
He didn't waste his breath by sharing his thoughts, that there were no gods watching over the Dark Isles anymore, other than perhaps those gods which had come with the Saxons, like dark clouds following ships across the Morimaru, or like packs of wolves on the heels of a war host.
Lord,
Palamedes said, for his knife still lay beneath the steward's chin. At Givret's signal, Palamedes lowered the blade, let go of the man, and stepped back, and Connell seized his chance to hurry away, mumbling that he needed to empty his bowels, if it wasn't already too late.
We could take the horses and go. Make a run for the coast,
Palamedes suggested, sheathing the knife.
I'll wager the boy can ride, being King Constantine's boy.
Givret looked at Beren, inviting his opinion.
This Saxon, Edvig, will have men watching the farm, Beren said. Because if you don't trust the Irishman, do you think a Saxon will? Besides, it's been a long day. I'm tired. We all are.
His hips and back were agony. His right elbow ached from the weight of the long axe. The knuckles of his hands were inflamed, and his feet were swollen like a couple of leather helmet liners left in the rain, so that he feared he might never get his boots off.
"We take a risk by staying," Palamedes said. "Edvig leads a handful of spearmen. I have never seen him without them, and now we don't have any."
He looked from Beren to Givret.
"Whatever arrangement Edvig has made with Cornel, he might decide that his days of having to pay for your horses are over."
"He might," Beren admitted. "But how far do you think we'll get in the dark, riding through Saxon land? Not just us, but the 9 horses we'll be leading. There's no way of doing that without being noticed. They'll think we're a raiding party." Palamedes shrugged, as though to say he had given all the advice he had to give, and that it mattered not to him what they chose to do. Beren looked at Givret. "If you want to take your horses to Bennewick, you're going to have to renegotiate with Edvig." Givret considered this. "I've dealt with him since before that boy out there was born," he said, looking at the door. "When he sees I'm alive, he'll regret trying to rob me like a hound on its hind legs eating from the table while its master is away." Beren nodded. "It's decided then. We stay." He pressed his thumb into one of the swollen knuckles of his other hand, moving it this way and that, feeling the give of fluid beneath, where once had been sharp, unyielding bone. "Now, where's that wine you promised us?" The little king had been as good as his word, and his wine was as good as any Beren could remember passing his lips. He could not remember ever having tasted better, not even courtesy of King Childeric of Francia, though he did not say as much to Givret. They were sitting on furs around the hearth, slurping down steaming bowls of bean, turnip, and swine stew, the meat so tender that it did not hurt Beren's jaw to chew it, as even newly baked bread would these days. "Your horses are very fine, Lord Givret," the boy said with a curt nod and a subtly condescending expression beyond his years, as though the relative safety of the present situation had emboldened him to remind Givret that whilst the dwarf might be called Little King and Lord, he, Urban, was a real prince by anyone's measure, the grandson of Ambrosius Aurelius, High King of Britain, no less. "I am honoured, young prince." Givret humoured the boy with a warm smile before blowing on his spoon and sucking at the hot liquid. His thick beard glistened with it. Tristan and Isolde were sitting farther away, in the corner of the room, talking in low voices as they devoured the food. Beren thought it unlikely that those two had ever grown so hungry down there in Cornubia at King Mark's court. "And you, Beren?" Givret said. "What is your opinion of my stock, for what it's worth?" Beren shrugged, using the edge of his spoon to tease apart a hunk of flesh against the side of his bowl.
"What do I know of horses?"
"Come now, old man." Givret waved his spoon, looking at Tristan and Isolde as if hoping to draw them into the conversation. They seemed too preoccupied. "We all heard you say you fought beside Palamedes in the old days, in the great battles against the Saxons."
"I didn't say that,"
Beren muttered. "But you must have seen fine horses, even if only as you trudged through their dung behind men like Palamedes here." He pointed his spoon at Palamedes, but the Saracen was too busy scraping the last of the food from his bowl to take much notice. "My horses have not been trained for war, of course, have not galloped into battle." Givret picked up his empty cup and struck it against the empty bowl. "Have not smashed through a Saxon shield wall to leave in their wake a litter of snapped bones and bloody meat." He put the discarded bowl down in the fragrant floor rushes and picked up the wine jug. "Still, most are of the bloodline of those very animals which the Romans brought to Britannia, and could be trained for war." He poured the wine into his cup. "If there were still men alive who knew the ways." He lifted the cup towards Palamedes. "The Saracen here could do it, perhaps, but he's too valuable to me for his skill with a blade to be letting him go off and play with horses all day." Palamedes was digging something from his teeth with the nail of his little finger.
"I had more chance living to a good old age when I was fighting for you in the temple every other night than I do out here."
"But you were losing that fight 2 nights ago," the boy said, the firelight reflecting in his wide eyes. Palamedes grinned at him, the flesh under his left eye taut and tumid and glistening with a sheen of sweat. I was just letting that thick-skulled fool think he had the upper hand, Prince Urban, he said. You would have seen me win, if not for the Saxons. They cost us dear, my friend, Givret added, thinking of the lost wages. Beren was enjoying the food very much. He was glad Givret had not ordered Palamedes to kill Connell, for he doubted the Irishman's wife would have balanced the sage, garlic, rosemary, and pepper so well after that. The dun mare, with the white on her left foreleg, is drooling, he said. Favours the right side of her mouth, sores, most likely. He spooned more stew into his mouth. He felt their eyes on him, but he looked only at the boy. Did you see the white mare with her ears pinned back? He asked him. The boy nodded. That means she's in pain. Don't know what's hurting her, but something is. The boy looked at Givret, and Beren continued eating. The smaller of the two chestnuts will go lame soon if you don't take the stone or thorn out of her hind right hoof. He swallowed. The silver has a weak back. She would have carried a man in scale armor once, but no longer. The black stallion could be a good horse, but he's resentful, because no one is brushing his coat as well as he deserves. He shrugged, wondering if there was any more stew to be had. He had not realized how hungry he was. The dapple grey with the high neck, short belly and long head will fetch a good price, though, he said. Is there more of this? He lifted his bowl. Oh, and the dun with the cobwebbing on her forehead was hollowing out her back when the boy was on her. Whoever has been riding her, they're not fitting the saddle properly, or else the saddle itself is not right for her. There was a moment of silence, but for the hiss and pop of the fire, and the scraping of Beren's spoon against his bowl. Is that all? Givret said. The little king was staring at him, as was the boy, his mouth hanging open. Anything else I should know? The dwarf asked. Beren thought for a moment. Your stables face west, when they should face south, and your hay is damp, he said. Well, is there more? He lifted the bowl again. And pass me that jug, or would you drink it all yourself? He had known he would pay the price for the 3 jugs of wine he had shared with Givret beside the dying fire when the others had gone to their bedfurs. This was the 3rd time his bladder had woken him, and he stumbled through the dark and opened the door as slowly and quietly as he could, so as not to wake anyone. The night was clear and cool, and the sky was impossibly vast, awash with stars beyond number, one for every soul that ever gazed upon them. One for her, he thought, then cursed himself for thinking it, and for letting the wine seep in far enough to float the bones of the past. The dewy grass was cold beneath his bare feet, but it felt good after the day's walking. At least they would have horses to take them the rest of the way, he thought. He sensed movement to his right. Bats, flitting in the dark around him, shadows amongst shadow. As a child, he had been able to hear their squeaking, but now they were silent and ephemeral, like the ghosts which people said walked at Samhain when the veil thinned. He looked up at the stars as his bladder emptied. One of the stabled horses nickered softly, and another snorted as if in reply. Somewhere in the woods to the west, an owl hooed. Closer, in the copse beyond the horse paddock, a fox was barking and wailing like a widow's lament, as Beren's stream spattered on the ground. Afterwards, he shivered and stood for a moment eyeing the ridge to the south, a black shoreline against an ocean of stars, wondering if there was a Saxon spearman up there now, watching in the night, keeping an eye on the little king's horses. He turned back to the steading, hoping he would be able to sleep through until dawn, but the sound of voices stopped him dead. He reached for his sword on instinct, but it was not at his hip, so he made do with holding his breath and looking over to the hay shed beyond the pig pen. He saw 2 figures in the shadows, and he knew them. Tristan had his arms outstretched, his hands on Isolde's shoulders, and even in the gloom Beren's old eyes could see that all was not well. None of his business why the young lovers were not asleep by the hearth embers. He turned away. Beren, Is that you?" He turned back to see the young man coming towards him, while Isolde hurried off in the direction of the house, healing tears from her eyes as she went.
"Tristan?"
Beren nodded in greeting. "What are you doing out here?" Tristan asked, chin raised, his tone suspicious. "Are you spying on us?" The young man's face was taut, his neck stiff.
"I was having a piss,"
Beren said. Tristan tilted his head. "Again," he said. "I saw you earlier. You fed the fire on your way out." Beren shrugged.
"Wait till you get to my age," he said. "If you get to my age."
Tristan pointed an accusing finger. "Were you listening?" Beren straightened.
"I told you. I came out because I needed to piss. Now get your finger out of my face, boy."
Tristan frowned, but lowered his hand. "How long have you been standing there?" He folded his arms across his chest. "What did you hear?"
"Nothing, thankfully," Beren replied. "The last thing I want in my ears is some lover's quarrel. I need to sleep."
He turned and would have walked away but for Tristan's hand, which had closed around his upper arm.
"What are you doing?"
Beren said, turning back to face him. "Beren, it's just that—" Tristan left whatever it was unsaid, and Beren pulled free of the man's grip.
"I'm going to bed,"
he said. Before he had made 3 steps, the young man behind him said, "She's with child, Beren." Beren stopped, turned around, saw Tristan's face, cold beneath the cold stars. "Her bleed is late." Tristan shook his head. "She brought blood moss with her from Cornubia." He looked ashamed then. "I had not thought about it, but then I saw the bag with the moss. None had been used, not since we left home." Beren stood there, just looking at the young man, whose face was turned towards the house, as though he expected to see Isolde standing there.
"She's sure?"
Beren asked. Tristan nodded. "She said it has been nearly 3 moons since her last bleed."
"Why are you telling me?" Beren asked. "As I said, I came out to piss, not to get involved in whatever is going on between you two."
Tristan took a step towards him. "She's afraid," he said, pressing a hand to his own stomach. "She doesn't know how she will carry a child living like this, like outlaws." He swept an arm out towards the dark rise to the south and the world beyond. "Or where we can go when it's time. Who would help her deliver the babe?"
"I'm tired," Beren said, "and none of this has anything to do with me."
He turned to walk away, but Tristan grabbed his shoulder again, and this time Beren twisted, knocking the other man's arm wide, and stepped in, and threw his hand around Tristan's throat, and drove him backwards across the worn ground, until the young man's back struck the side of the hay barn. Tristan lifted his right arm and brought it down hard on Beren's forearm, breaking his grip, then pushed himself off the shed wall, shoulder into Beren's chest, forcing him back. "You selfish old bastard!" he growled, a hand up at his own throat as he coughed and spluttered for the breath which Beren had denied him. Beren pointed a finger at him, in echo of Tristan's earlier gesture.
"Lay a hand on me again and I'll kill you," he said. "Damn you, boy! You call me selfish!"
He had tried so hard to keep it all buried, had tried ever since he had learnt who the young lovers were. But now Tristan had hauled it from him, like the roots of some old plant which were never supposed to be exposed to stars or sun, air or sight.
"What have you done, boy?"
Tristan half turned his head away, though kept his eyes riveted to Beren's. "What have I done?" His anger was muddied by confusion now.
"Isolde is not your wife, Tristan," Beren said. "She is another man's wife, a king's wife."
He let those words hang in the night air between them.
"Your uncle's wife,"
he added finally. Tristan's lips tightened, the muscles in his face drawing like knots in the flesh of his cheeks. "I love her. She loves me." As though it were so simple as that. Beren gritted his own teeth, roots being pulled up from the dark, dark earth.
"And what of your uncle? Does he not love her?" he asked. "And what of your duty to your king? What of Isolde's faithfulness to her lord and husband?"
Tristan looked up at the night sky as if seeking answers amongst the riddles written there. He let out a long, stuttering breath and brought his gaze back to Beren. "My uncle did not appreciate what he had," he said.
But I love her. I love her, Baron. Every breath I draw is the whisper of her name. For years, every moment we were not together was a taste of death to me." He grimaced. "I cannot live without her."
His words were a blade in Baron's chest, cold and sharp and piercing bone harder than scale armor, sinking into tender flesh beneath. Flesh that bled still, that quietly wept foul poison even after all the years.
"I love my uncle the king," Tristan said, "but I could not stay and watch them together. It would have killed me."
He looked into the west.
"We had to leave. We had to run. Any man would understand."
He lifted his hands and cradled the back of his own head and blew out a long breath, his eyes coming up to Baron again.
"You would have done the same, Baron."
"No."
Baron shook his head.
"You have betrayed your lord, Tristan. You hungered for his wife, and you took her for yourself."
"That's not how it is,"
Tristan said.
"You have disgraced yourself and dishonored your king,"
Baron said.
"No."
Tristan was shaking his head.
"And if Isolde has a child," Baron went on, "that child will always serve as a living reminder to King Mark of the blade which you have thrust into him. You, who should have loved him. You, who he himself has loved."
Baron looked into the west now, imagining the king of Cornubia looking out across his land, wondering where the young lovers were, picturing in his mind Tristan and Isolde together beneath the stars, flesh on flesh, while he sat there alone with his wine and his bitterness and his shame.
"We love each other, Baron,"
was all Tristan could say. Baron felt unsteady on his legs, as though the ground beneath him was falling away, or as though he were on a boat and could not find his balance. He lifted a hand, finger outstretched, not a threatening gesture this time, but one of warning.
"It is poison," he hissed. "You have poisoned all three of you."
"No," Tristan said in a small voice, but Baron was walking away.
"No, Baron,"
the young man said in his wake. Baron cursed under his breath as he walked back through the dark, the stars above indifferent to all who gazed upon them. The gods of Britain gone now, their power as faint as the scent in the air after rain. The hopes of a people crumbled to ashes and dust, like bones in the fading embers of the funerary fire. He knew he would get no sleep now.
"Damn you, boy!"
The jug flew, and Arthur lifted an arm to shield his face, the jug smashing against it, shards hitting his right cheek as he turned his eyes away.
"Useless, stupid, God's-cursed cunt of a son!"
Uther bellowed, spittle flying from his mouth, glistening in his black beard as he strode across the hall in front of his high seat, stirring the old damp floor rushes and the hanging hearth smoke, which attended his wake as though the man himself smouldered.
"You hag-ridden lump of rancid horse-dung!"
"Father,
Silence!"
Uther's voice was thunder in that place, or else it was the plunging crash of waves on the Tintagel rocks below the great warrior's cliff-top fortress. He stopped mid-stride and swung his baleful eyes to Arthur, who kept his hands by his sides, resisting the urge to wipe away the trickle of blood that he could feel on his cheek below his right eye. He would not give his father that pleasure.
"Ungrateful toad!"
Uther spat, pointing a finger at him. Uther put the sole of his boot against a brazier of burning coals and pushed the thing over, spilling the coals across the rushes and sending a wave of sparks, smoke, and ash across the floor.
"Fool!" he bellowed. "You shame me!"
3 slaves appeared like wraiths in the gloomy fog, hurrying to gather up the coals in iron pots and animal skins, lest Uther, warlord, and some said king of Cornubia, should burn down his own hall. Not that the reeds were likely to burst into flame, damp as they were from wet shoes and wet hounds, rain having hissed from the grey sky for 3 days straight since Samhain. Uther paid the slaves no heed, but snatched a cup from the long table and hurled it at Arthur, this time throwing wildly and missing him by a spear's length.
"She is your sister!" he roared. "Your sister, Arthur!"
"Half sister," Arthur said, but if Uther heard, he showed no sign of it. The warlord drove a finger against his own chest, burrowing it amongst the thick fur that covered his shoulders.
"Is there something twisted inside you, boy?"
He bared his teeth.
"Something foul and rotten?"
He took 2 strides towards Arthur and stopped himself, and threw his arms wide.
"Well," he screamed, "what's wrong with you, that you would bed your own sister?"
His flushed and mottled face twisted, as though the words he spoke were venom. "Half sister," Arthur said again, under his breath this time.
"That you would put a child in her belly!"
Uther went on, turning and striding to his great seat, carved of oak. When he got to it, he turned back and threw up an arm and gripped the chair's tall back, his hand bone white, as though holding onto the chair was the only way to stop himself throwing something else, perhaps even one of the slaves, on their knees by the upturned brazier.
"You are my son!" he cried. "Have you not your choice of cunny from here to Caer Gwent-Guick? Are there not a score of women within a spear throw of my hall who would open their legs for a silver coin or a jug of wine?"
He pointed across the hall.
"And you chose her."
Arthur turned his head, glancing at Morgane, who stood across from him, silent and inscrutable, her hands placed protectively over her stomach. Arthur had not yet had a chance to look at her properly, but now he looked. His eyes moved down from her pale face and the waves of red hair, wild as fire, down to the slight swell of her belly. He had not seen her in 4 moons, but there was no mistaking it, no hiding it, even from a man's eyes.
"I was drunk, father,"
he said, flooding with guilt and sickening shame to think that Morgane was carrying his child, that it was growing within her even now, that she might feel the flutter and twitch of the quickening. She returned his gaze, but he could not read her thoughts, and he wondered if she felt that shame too, for that which she carried inside her. For what they had done together, that freezing dawn when he had returned, numb and stiff, and she had warmed him with wine and her own flesh. Looking at her now, he could almost recall her scent in his nose, the taste of her, and something stirred in his groin. He looked away.
"You were drunk."
Uther's voice was now the low growl of a warhound straining at the leash. He seemed to be trying to subdue the rage that trembled in him.
"So you cupped your own sister?"
Arthur flinched at that. "I would not have done it had Merlin not sent Lysanor away," he said. "I loved her, father." Uther clenched a fist and brought it down on the back of the chair.
"Love? Ha!"
He lifted his chin, his black, spittle-webbed beard glistening by the light of the hearth-fire.
"And what do you know of love?"
Arthur did not answer that. He looked down and saw a mouse shivering in the rushes beneath the mead bench.
"Well?"
Uther said. Arthur looked up, and Uther extended an arm, inviting his son to enlighten him.
"Where is Lysanor?"
Arthur asked.
"Why will nobody tell me? Where did Merlin send her? I want to know what happened to her."
Uther seemed taken aback. He narrowed his eyes, as if trying to decide what effect his next words would have.
"I had Merlin get rid of the girl,"
he said, laying that out like a challenge, his eyes never leaving Arthur's. Arthur had not expected that. It landed like a blow. He felt the blood begin to simmer in his veins, and he took a breath and let it pass slowly out between his lips. Then he swallowed.
"Why?"
he said.
"Why? Because you are an embarrassment to me,"
Uther said,
"following some ploughman's daughter around like a puppy, drooling for its mother's teat. I need to make a man of you."
He swung an arm, scything through the smoke.
"Had I known you would swive your sister instead, I would have had Merlin poison your pottage and be done with you."
He turned on Morgane then.
"And you," he snarled. "Do not think I am ignorant of a woman's wiles. What was your scheme, girl?" He shook his head. "You are not my daughter, but there is enough of your mother in you I can see, tempting men with that nettle bed between your legs." He eyed Morgaine the way most men looked at Merlin, with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "You have more clever in you than Arthur, girl," he said. "Why would you let the fool put his seed in you?" Again Arthur looked at Morgaine. "Arthur was sad, Lord," she said, glancing at him. "He needed me. I comforted him." "Comfort!" Uther snorted. "That is one word for it, and look at your reward." He pointed at her swollen belly. "The child will be cursed for the incest in his begetting. That is how the gods punish us." He glared at her. "Go now," he said, "and if I hear of you and my son lying together again, I will burn you, girl. You and the cursed child you carry." Morgaine stood a moment longer, glaring back at the warlord of Cornubia and Dumnonia, enough flint and steel in her eyes to make sparks. Then she looked at Arthur, as though giving him a chance to speak up for her. But Arthur had nothing to say, and so Morgaine nodded and turned and swept out of that smoky hall. It was raining hard now, lashing against the roof and the timbers of the west wall. It was a foul day, the kind of frigid grey day that soaked into the bones and the spirit. "Now, Arthur," Uther said, when it was just the two of them, but for the mice in the thatch above their heads and in the rushes beneath their feet. "Listen well. I'm going to tell you what will happen." He went to the hearth and held out his hands, clenching and unclenching them above the flames. "You will not tell anyone about the child," he said. "You will never speak of it. Never." He rolled his great shoulders, like a man steeling himself to some task, a feat of strength perhaps. "When the child is born, I will deal with it." Arthur's stomach clenched. His head felt as it did after strong wine. "You will have it killed?" he asked. Uther had been looking into the fire, but now he turned his face to Arthur. "I told you, if the child lives, it will be cursed. You might also carry that ill luck for the rest of your days. Certainly the shame of its existence will cling to you like mud to a boot. Do you understand this, Arthur?" "Yes, but—" Uther stopped him with a raised hand. "I will not kill it," he said. "No blade will touch it, no poison or noose." Arthur shook his head. "I don't understand." Uther looked up and frowned and put out a hand. A drop of water splashed against his palm, because rain was seeping through the thatch there. "I will have it taken out upon the lake," he said. "You will have it drowned?" Arthur did not want to believe what he was hearing. "I will put the infant's life in the hands of the gods," Uther said. "Let them decide its fate." The warrior lord growled for a slave to attend him, and 3 heartbeats later a thin, hunched man materialized from the shadows behind the wall hangings at the hall's rear. Uther said something to him in a low voice, and the man hurried out of the hall. "And Morgaine?" Arthur said. "What about her?" "She will be sent away, Arthur. Somewhere she cannot spin trouble for you." Now he turned his gaze back to the flames and the damp, seething wood. "You are my son, Arthur. I do it for you." He bent and picked up a fire iron and pushed a log deeper into the flames, where it hissed angrily. "Morgaine will not get her claws in you. I will see to that." Only now did Arthur lift a hand to his face and thumb off the blood that was already drying on his cheek. "And me?" he asked. "What happens to me?" Uther's lip curled in his black beard, as black as Arthur's was fair. "It's time you became a man, Arthur," he said. "Come the summer, the High King will call my spears to Dumnonia. I will go to kill Saxons. I'm good at it. But there will always be more Saxons to kill, and there will come a day when I am too old to lead spearmen into the butchery." He nodded to indicate his oaken chair. "Do you think you could be the sword of Britain, then?"
Uther's eyes seemed to weigh Arthur like a pair of scales.
"You will have to kill our enemies," he said. "You will have to break a Saxon shield wall."
He lifted a brawny arm and pointed at Arthur.
"Yet I see nothing in you that makes me think you could lead men in battle. Nothing."
Just then the door thumped open, and Arthur turned to see a man come into the hall. A big man, broad and scarred, his face weathered by war and cruel-looking beneath a beard the colour of iron rot on a blade.
"Lord Uther,"
the man said, dipping his bald head, from which he palmed rain, flicking it away before fixing hard eyes on Arthur. He wore ringmail and carried a large and heavy-looking sword at his hip.
"Arthur, this is Cadwyn,"
Uther said.
"I believe Lord Ector has taught you as much as he can about sword and spear work. But Cadwyn here will teach you more than this. He will teach you how to win. He has soaked the lands of the Organ Actor with blood. He has killed 24 men in single combat." "The Irish do not fight in the shield wall, Arthur," Cadwyn explained. "Each warrior seeks to undertake a duel with a worthy opponent." His lips warped with the red bush of his beard. "They come at you screaming and wild. They don't feel pain, but they die like any other man." Uther nodded at Cadwyn. "He will forge you into a blade that may one day be of use to Dumnonia." Cadwyn looked Arthur up and down. "Can you fight, Arthur ap Uther?" Arthur straightened. "I can fight." Cadwyn grunted. "We'll see, won't we? One thing I do know is that I'm going to work you so hard you'll wish you were an ox yoked to the plough." He sniffed and knuckled snot from his nose. "Maybe you can swing a sword. I dare say you can throw a spear. Good shoulders. You're strong, I can see that. But when I've finished with you, you'll be more dangerous than famine and disease, fire and winter." He grinned then, but his eyes remained as cold and grey as the day outside. "But before any of that, how are you on boats, Arthur?" Arthur looked at Uther, who was holding his hands above the hissing hearth again. "I want you far away, Arthur," he said, "and I don't want to see you again until there is something in you that I recognize." There was a roaring deep in Arthur's ears, like the sound of the tide washing into the cave on the beach far below Uther's hall. It was the hate inside him rising, welling up and swirling, and threatening to spill over or else drown him in the dark. "Where are you sending me?" he asked. It was Cadwyn who answered. "Lyonesse! We leave with the tide." Arthur almost laughed then, but the sound that escaped his mouth was broken, ill-formed. "I can't just leave. What will Ector think?" "I will send word to him," Uther said. "Does my mother know?" Arthur asked. Uther's lip pulled back from his teeth. He stepped up to Arthur, who tried not to recoil, but kept his feet planted and his shoulders squared, though he had to partly turn his face away from the warlord, whose bristling beard prickled against his cheek, and the new cut there. "You and Morgaine both came from her womb," Uther hissed into his ear, so that Cadwyn could not hear. Arthur could smell the swine fat in that beard, and the ale on his sour breath. "Do you think she wants you anywhere near her after what you have done?" Uther stepped back and tilted his head in a gesture that invited Arthur to answer, but Arthur clenched his teeth and his hands. He clenched down on the rising hatred inside him, and he said nothing. And maybe his father saw his silence as weakness, further proof of his unworthiness. Or perhaps the warrior saw it as an opportunity to stick the knife in one last time and twist it. "Go with Cadwyn and prove yourself to him," Uther said. "Earn this man's respect while I kill Saxons. Make something of yourself, Arthur, or don't ever come back here." The Lord of War lifted his stinking black beard in the direction of the hall's door, beyond which the rain lashed and the sea hurled itself upon Tintagel's shore to break in furious gouts of white spume. "Now get out of my sight!" And so he turned and walked away, bile thick in his throat,
shame and anger warring in his heart, and the burning fire of their eyes upon his back. Chapter 10. Beren and the Boy.
The Saxons are coming!
The boy was excited as a puppy, and as welcome as a pail of freezing water in the face.
Wake up! The Saxons are here!
He was going from furs to furs, shaking each of them awake.
Is it morning already?
Tristan mumbled, Isolde stirring beside him. The boy came over to Beren, who raised a hand to ward him off before the boy could prod or poke him.
I heard you,
Beren said, sitting up groggily and coughing. There were no flames in the hearth, but it was still smoking, and the smoke hung in that place thick as unwound burial shrouds.
Believe me, boy, Saxons are not worth getting excited about. How many?
Palamedes asked, yawning. Beren blinked and rubbed his eyes, trying to decide whether he had slept or not.
7.
The boy was almost bouncing from foot to foot.
They look big. Everyone looks big to you, boy,
the Saracen said, climbing to his feet and stretching his arms behind his broad back.
I know how he feels.
Givret had appeared in the doorway, looking like he had been awake for a while.
I'll deal with Edvig. Let's not have any trouble. You hear me, Beren? This is business. Let's keep it friendly.
Beren coughed again.
It's nothing to do with me,
he said. Givret nodded and went back inside, and Palamedes followed. One thing to be said for the little king was that it did not seem to matter how much wine he drank. It never showed on him the next day. Beren, on the other hand, he felt as though his brain had swollen inside his skull and was threatening to crack it open and spill out.
Here.
The boy handed him a cup of ale. He took it and drank, hoping it would rid him of the headache.
I want you to stay out of the way,
he told the boy. The boy frowned.
But I want to see the Saxons,
he protested.
You've seen them. Now find somewhere to hide and stay there until they're gone.
No, the boy said.
No!
Beren was taken aback. He winced at the throbbing in his head. It was too early in the day to have to deal with a petulant prince.
Listen to Beren, Prince Urban,
Isolde told him.
People are looking for you. Better if we don't take any chances.
The boy thought for a moment.
All right,
he said, downcast. It struck Beren that Urban had accepted instruction far more readily from Isolde, so he nodded her his thanks. The look she returned was cold. Perhaps Tristan had told her about his conversation with Beren, not that he wanted to think about any of that now, with his head splitting open and a pack of Saxons at the door. He creaked to his feet, putting on his sword belt and turning his head this way and that to work the knots out of his neck.
Isolde, best if you stay out of sight too,
he said. And not because people were looking for her, and Tristan too, but because she was a beautiful young woman, and he knew what men were capable of. Isolde looked from Beren to Tristan, who was putting on his tunic.
He's right,
Tristan said, picking up his spear. Stay inside. Palamedes appeared at the threshold.
They're here, Beren,
he said. Beren nodded and went outside, blinking in the dawn, coughing out the hearth smoke and breathing in the fresh morning air with its scent of long, dew-laced grass and meadow flowers, cut with the sweet musk of the horses. How many such dawns had he seen in his life? How many more would he see? He felt like a lone ash in a coppice wood, forgotten, overlooked, somehow missed by the woodsman's axe. The dawn was the same as 1,000 late summer dawns before it, yet the world had moved on, and he was still here.
Keep your mouth shut and leave it to me,
Givret said, as he, Palamedes, Tristan, and Beren stood with spears against the paddock fence, watching the Saxons coming down the slope in the weak morning light.
This is your first close-up look at a Saxon?
Palamedes asked Tristan.
The Lady Iselle sent King Mark 7 heads last Beltane, he said. But yes, these are my first breathing Saxons.
He gave a nervous smile and looked at the Saracen.
I've seen more men with skin as dark as yours in Cornubia than I have Saxons.
Then you are a lucky man,
Palamedes said through a grin. Each Saxon carried shield and spear. 2 had swords at their hips, and all wore a scramasax, the long Saxon knife, in a horizontal sheath on the front of their belts. None wore helmets or mail. This was Saxon land, won with blood and steel. They were confident, and the day would grow too warm for armour when they had little to fear.
"You still live, little king,"
said the Saxon, who must surely have been Edvig, when he was but 2 spear-lengths away. One of the 2 sword-armed men. He had a fair beard and lank fair hair, and he smiled at Givret as though he were greeting an old friend.
"Of course I live, you Saxon fiend,"
Givret said, holding out his short arms.
"The attack on Caer Lundain failed. Did you know? Hundreds of your kinfolk lie dead in the ditches."
He shook his head, as if at the memory of it.
"It was a great slaughter, Edvig. I would wager that the tribes are even now turning against King Cynric for leading them to ruin."
Edvig eyed the dwarf with suspicion, as one of his men, an old warrior with close-set eyes and but a few wisps of hair on his sun-browned scalp, spun Givret's words into the Saxon tongue for the others. Another man in a thick fur, whose rancid stink Beren could smell from where he stood, touched the small wooden hammer hanging at his neck.
"So yes, I am alive,"
Givret went on, as the Saxons spoke amongst themselves, appearing to deride the dwarf's news for the lie it was.
"Which is good news for you, because it means we can do business together again."
He turned to Connell, who was standing nearby. Rivulets of sweat were running down the steward's fleshy cheeks into his black beard.
"Fetch ale for our guests,"
Givret told him. For a moment, the man just stood there.
"Well?"
Givret said. The steward nodded and hurried away, calling to a skinny stable boy to help him. Givret shook his head.
"Fat swine sometimes forgets who is master here."
Edvig raised a fair eyebrow, then pointed his spear at the house from whose thatch grey smoke leaked to stain the brightening day.
"Why you here if attack?"
He lifted his chin and scratched his neck while he searched for the word.
"If attack fail."
Givret curled his lip.
"Because, my friend," he said, turning his head and spitting, "the stink of dead Saxons puts me off my wine."
He took a deep breath.
"I came here for the clean air, Edvig, and because—"
Now he gave the man a wry smile.
"It seems that if I am not careful, that Irish swine, Connell, would sell my horses for less than half what I could get for them across the sea."
Edvig scratched his beard now, finding in it a louse, which he pulled out and crushed between finger and thumbnail. He looked at Beren and Tristan, then laid his gaze back on Givret, flicking the louse away, discarding it as he discarded Givret's lie about the Saxon defeat.
"Now King Cynric holds Caer Lundain. Your horse is worth less to me."
He shrugged.
"My people have now many horses. Harder for me to sell yours."
"Harder still if you don't have any," Givret replied. "Can't sell what you don't have." He turned his face to the east, where a tide line of pale gold seeped up into the blue.
"I wonder, Edvig,"
he swung his gaze back to the Saxon,
"if our days of doing business together have come to an end."
Edvig considered this as he watched a wasp land on the shaft of his spear below the blade. It seemed to be trying to eat the ash, where the wood was stained dark. Then the Saxon leant the spear towards Beren and Tristan, and the wasp flew away.
"Who they?"
he asked. Tristan's handsome face was pale, his knuckles white on the shaft of his spear as he glanced at Beren, who shook his head, warning the young man against saying anything.
"They are my friends from Caer Calemion,"
Givret said, wafting ringed fingers towards them.
"They have offered me 1 pound of silver for the black stallion, and more for the dapple grey."
Edvig laughed at that, looking back to the house.
"Where is Connell?"
he asked.
"I more like making business with him."
"I'm sure you do,"
Givret said, as Connell and the stable boy came back laden with mugs of ale for the Saxons.
"I will buy all your horses, little king."
The Saxon took the offered cup and sniffed its contents.
"My people moving north."
He smiled.
"Many people need many horses."
Givret inclined his head.
"For the usual price," he said. "No less."
Seeming content that the ale had not been mixed with hemlock or nightshade, Edvig drank deeply. His men followed his lead, gulping down the ale and dragging hands across their lips and beards, belching and muttering amongst themselves.
They were bored. Just as well Isolde was somewhere out of sight, Beren thought.
For price, Connell agree with me,
Edvig said. No, Givrid said. The old Saxon with the close-set eyes did not need to turn that into the Saxon tongue for his spear brothers to understand it. A plaintive cry drew Edvig's eyes up into the pale blue sky. Beren looked up and saw a pair of ravens attacking a hawk, the black birds cronking noisily as they drove the mewing hawk westward. He guessed that Edvig was seeing some sort of omen in that battle above the realm of men, for Woden was sometimes called the god of ravens.
We know each other long time, little king,
Edvig said.
I give you what I agree with Connell, he shrugged, or I take.
Hearing these words spun into the Saxon tongue, Edvig's spearmen tossed their empty cups onto the ground and squared their shoulders. Connell gestured at the stable boy, who went amongst those warriors, pale and trembling with fear as he picked up the cups. Beren glanced at Palamedes, who gave a slight shake of his head.
I take, and you get nothing,
Edvig went on.
And maybe we burn this place.
Again he pointed his spear at the house and hayshed.
Maybe we make fire here and take the black stallion to give for King Sinric.
He glanced at the stable boy, who had dropped one of the cups and was fumbling to gather it up.
Maybe give slaves too.
Beren watched Givrit's face change, nostrils flaring, the veins in his neck straining beneath the skin. It was a sight that amused the Saxon leader. He snorted and tilted the cup of ale at Givrit, a mocking toast. Then he threw his head back and tipped the warm ale down his throat, holding the cup in place to drain every last drop. It was long, that arrogant final quaff. Long enough for the dwarf to pull the sax from its sheath, take 3 strides longer than his legs should reach, and plunge it into Edvig's side before the Saxon knew what was happening.
"You come here and threaten me?"
Givrit yelled, pulling the blade out and punching it back in, as Edvig stood there wide-eyed, blood welling at his open mouth. Palamedes' spear streaked, embedding in a Saxon belly, and the man squealed like a pig and clutched the shaft and dropped to his knees.
"You Saxon-shitting whoreson!"
Givrit was yelling, stabbing Edvig again and again, as Beren took 2 steps and thrust his spear at another Saxon, who blocked the thrust with his own shaft and punched the butt end into Beren's chest, knocking him backwards. Beren closed the gap and feinted and thrust again, his spear blade slicing into the Saxon's shoulder, making him bellow in pain. He looked at the wound, growling curses, or the names of his gods, or vows of vengeance, as Beren glanced at the chaos all around. Tristan's spear was stuck in the old Saxon's thigh, 3 foot of shaft sticking out either side, the Saxon just staring down at it, as though unsure what to do next. Connell was staggering away, clutching his belly, from which bright blood spewed onto the grass. Beren's man came at him, jabbing with his spear, exclaiming with every thrust, and it was all Beren could do to parry each attack as he edged backwards under the onslaught. The Saxon was faster and stronger, and now he lashed his spear down onto Beren's shaft, knocking it out of his hands. Then he grinned and pulled the spear back in readiness to drive it forward into Beren's chest, to banish the breath from his lungs. A hawk's scream then, and something flew at the Saxon, driving a spear into his ribs. And it was the boy. And the boy let go of the spear and staggered back, his eyes wide and wild, teeth bared like some cornered animal.
"Get back!"
Beren bellowed at him, gasping for breath, as he drew his sword and strode forward and took the reeling Saxon's head off his shoulders. The head landed heavily and rolled, so that the lifeless eyes stared up at the dawn sky, as the man's body collapsed and landed beside it.
"Look!"
The boy was pointing, and Beren turned to see one of the Saxons running, hare-footing for the rise from which they had come, leaving his spear brothers to their fate.
"Get away, boy!"
Beren barked, but the boy was rooted to the spot, looking around as though spellbound by the bloodletting. Palamedes was working with his sword, holding a fur-clad Saxon at bay, while Tristan and Givrit were jabbing at the remaining Saxon, who was blocking desperately with spear and shield, and shouting after his fleeing companion, no doubt cursing him for a coward.
Givret's sax found an opening, scraping a furrow of scalp from the back of the Saxon's head.
"I'll kill you, you dog, you pissing maggot fuck!"
he roared. His beard strung with frothing spittle, the corners of his mouth thick and white with it. The Saxon turned his head this way and that, trying to fend off his attackers, a raw scrap of flesh and hair bouncing and flapping and spraying blood.
"Beran!"
Palamedes called, pointing his sword after the runaway, who was now halfway to the top of the hill and bathed in the red blush of the rising sun. Beren sheathed his sword and ran, his knees grating in their sockets, his ragged breath loud in his ears, but not so loud as the rhythmic gush of his own blood in his head. He pulled open the stable door and went into that gloomy, sweet-smelling place, passing each stall until he came to the black stallion.
"Come on, boy,"
he said, breathing hard as he untied the halter and stroked the animal's flank with one hand, and put his other to the stallion's nose to let it smell him.
"We have work to do."
The stallion neighed and tossed its head and kicked out once, but Beren held his ground, telling the animal in a quiet voice that he meant it no harm. He knew the stallion had smelled blood on the air and heard the shrieks of the dying. Now the animal sensed the violence in the man who had come into its stall. Yet it yielded to Beren's touch and voice, and perhaps to something deeper still which Beren could not name. It let him lead it outside into that red dawn. Let this stranger take hold of its thick black mane and swing himself up onto its back, as though he were a young man again.
"There's a good boy,"
Beren told the stallion, stroking its withers and leaning forward to pat its strong neck. He trotted the horse across the sun-baked earth, seeing that Palamedes had killed the man in the rancid fur and was striding over to help Tristan and Givret butcher the last remaining Saxon who had stayed to fight.
"Palamedes!"
Beren called, holding out his hand. The Saracen tossed his spear to Beren, who caught it smoothly and kicked his heels, the stallion breaking into a canter. He'd been right about the stallion. It was a fine beast, swift and strong, and its hooves drummed the hard earth, and he held on for his life as they came to the slope, the horse driving on and up, snorting, barely slowing.
"Good boy!"
Beren called, feeling the stallion's muscles bunch and release, seeing its flattened ears twitch at his voice.
"Good boy now!"
When they came to the crest, he saw the Saxon. The man was running still, ploughing through the long grass, stumbling now and then, his spear discarded. Beren kicked his heels again and leant forward, lifting his seat and urging the stallion to even greater effort, and the stallion obeyed, galloping now, the 4-beat rhythm of its hooves replacing Beren's own heartbeat, its sinew and muscle and great strength redeeming Beren's weakness and frailty and all his long years. 20 paces. The stallion's hooves hardly touched the ground, and Beren moved with the animal, each of them feeling the thrill of it in the other, so that they were like the first and third strings of a lyre, sounding their notes in harmony, and the song was of the golden past. The Saxon tried to look over his shoulder whilst running, and almost fell, and Beren thought he heard the man yelp like a fox run to exhaustion, though he did not slow. 10 paces. The wind in Beren's face dragged tears from his eyes, hairs from the stallion's mane whipped his cheeks. They came up on the left of the Saxon, and holding round the stallion's neck with his left hand, Beren leant to his right and levelled the spear, then thrust down, his momentum driving the slender blade into the man's back, between the shoulder blades. The man fell forward into the grass, and Beren leant back, bringing the stallion up, wheeling him round, and eventually to a stop.
"You're a fine boy,"
he said, heaving for breath, sucking it in like a bellows and rubbing the beast behind the ears as he walked it back to the body lying amongst the pink willow herb and purple betony.
"You're too good for the dwarf," he told the stallion. "He doesn't deserve you."
He leant out and pulled the spear free and laid it in front of him across the stallion's neck. And for a while he sat there, letting his weight settle onto the animal. There had not been time to saddle the horse, but he had not needed it. And now, without even a blanket between them, he could feel the stallion tense up, as if it were preparing to run again, or hoping to. So Beren leant back, and the stallion understood that it would not gallop again.
Too good for those Saxons, too,
he told the stallion, feeling each great breath and the swell of its belly as it blew, and the tremulous joy in its flesh. For Beren, it was as though all the years had rolled back like the tide. His blood was rushing in his veins, the battle thrill was in his muscles, quivering there, thrumming like the wings of small birds.
Too good for me,
he said after a while, leaning forward to speak those soft words into the stallion's ear. Then he clicked with his tongue and urged the horse forward, and it blew and neighed at the dawn, and tossed its head. The others were looting the dead Saxons when he walked the stallion back over the crest of the hill and began down the slope. But they stopped what they were doing when they saw him. The boy ran across the paddock and up the foot of the slope, calling to Beren, asking if he had killed the Saxon. By way of answer, Beren lifted the spear, and the boy saw Saxon blood slick on the blade.
"I didn't know you could ride like that," the boy said.
Beren knew that the battle thrill was smothering a dozen pains at least, including the blow he had taken to his chest. It would all come crashing in on him later. For now, though, he was a horse lord again, and could see it in the boy's eyes.
"And I didn't know you could use a spear like that, boy."
He felt the smile on his lips, felt the rareness of it. The boy grinned proudly and pulled his shoulders back and patted the stallion, which was still blowing from the run. And together they walked down the hill. "Smell that?" Givret asked, swaying gently in the saddle, his chin raised as he breathed in the air. The sun was low in the west, throwing shadows, theirs and the horses, across the ground and the swell of ancient burial mounds cloaked in blue harebell. "Smoke," the boy said. Givret shook his head. "Something else," he said. The old Roman road leading to Porta Saderni was overgrown with grass and weeds and chamomile, which the boy was loath to see, he being from Caer Colin, where Roman buildings stood still, and statues of emperors and gods still kept watch over the town's inhabitants, and the roads were still smooth. The boy turned his face this way and that, sniffing loudly, his top lip hitched, which made Isolde laugh. "You look like a mouse sniffing a piece of cheese, Prince Urban," she teased, sitting her dun mare stiffly, for she had ridden but little in her life and almost not at all since becoming King Mark's queen. "I don't smell anything," the boy said, "just the horses." But he lifted himself in the saddle and sniffed again anyway. The breeze was coming up from the south, warm in the dusk, whispering through the tall grass of the chalk downland all the secrets of the long, long summer. And Beren had long since caught the salt tang in it.
"It's the sea," he said. "We're close now."
"No, Beren, it's the smell of silver and coin," Givret said. "The smell of opportunity and prosperity." But Beren smelled the sea, and for him the scent carried memories. It bore the weight of the past, just as the sea itself carries vessels laden with cargo. And Beren could no sooner turn these memories away, could no more prevent these vessels beaching on the shores of his mind, than he could stop breathing. And so the memories came unbidden, one after another, as unwelcome as the Saxon ships that scraped up the grey shingle of Britain's southern shore. "You should come with us, Beren," Givret said soon after. He had already persuaded Beren to ride to the coast with him, to help protect him and his horses. In return, the little king would pay for Beren and the boy to take ship west, to Tintagel, where they could hire a retinue of spearmen to escort the boy through Saxon-held land to Camelot. With any luck, they could avoid raiding parties, Queen Morgana's scouts, and anyone else who would see them dead.
"No, I shouldn't,"
Beren said. "Why not? I will pay you to ride my horses at the markets." Givret was shooing at flies that were bothering his little mare. "When folks see what you can do, or more importantly what my horses can do, they will be willing to pay more. They will line up with their mares to have the black stallion sire their foals. I don't doubt he could cover 3 mares a day."